However, what he discovered next filled 8102 with great pleasant surprise. The mysterious mecha's left arm was currently holding onto a mecha with a broken arm. That mecha was precisely 8217, who had just chopped off part of his arm and had been swallowed by the black hole. Look at the left hand of that mecha. Isn't that 8217? 8102 could not help but ask joyfully. Even though he was sure his eyes were not mistaken, this pleasant surprise made him somewhat doubtful. Could the comrade he thought for sure was dead return once more to their side? 8102's question was like a shot of adrenaline to 8271. His spirits rallied, and he hurriedly operated his mecha's screen to zoom in on the heart of the black hole and immediately shouted, "It's him! It's him! It's 8217. That mecha, don't you all think it looks somewhat familiar?" 8102's number 1 wingman 8112 had also seen the mecha, but his focus was on the other mecha's form. "It's a mecha from our Federation. I see the golden 5-pointed star on his right arm. That's the exclusive symbol of our Federation," shouted 8122 as well. Meanwhile, the mecha at the heart of the black hole continued to fight with all its might against the pull of the black hole. After a period of movement, that mysterious mecha finally moved out of the innermost circle of the black hole's center. There, perhaps due to the weakened suction, the mysterious mecha began to speed up, its appearance becoming increasingly clearer to the crowd. The body of the mysterious mecha was larger than Ace Mecha by a ring, and could even be considered a giant mecha. This type of mecha asked a lot from its operator. The mecha's design was rather simple and unsophisticated, and the scars all over its body only added a sense of weariness to it. All of this proved that this mecha had been through great trials and had suffered great hardship. Still, despite the mysterious mecha's beat-up body, the personal totem at its chest was surprisingly vibrant. A fiery red phoenix being reborn from the blazing flames beneath it, the fire phoenix about to take flight as if drawing from the energy fed to it by the flames. This totem was extremely familiar to all mecha operators of the Federation at the scene, and this familiarity seemed to come from deep within them. Fire Phoenix. That's the Fire Phoenix rising from the ashes. Someone yelled out within the public military channel. "It's Ling Xiao, it's Major General Ling Xiao." As if being woken from a trance, everyone began to shout and exclaim. The totem of the Fire Phoenix rising from the ashes. Only one person in the Federation had that mark, and that was the God-class operator Major General Ling Xiao. Just like the Fire Phoenix in his totem, Major General Ling Xiao had risen from the ashes of death to return to the Federation. That's right, it's Major General Ling Xiao. I've seen that mecha in my textbooks before. That is the God-class mecha. There were also some who had recognized that simplistic giant mecha as the legendary God-class mecha. This also explained why this mecha could resist the powerful suction of the black hole at its heart. Only a God-class mecha would be capable of such a feat. On the other side, the Twilight Empire had also identified that giant mecha trying to escape from the heart of the black hole as the God-class machine of Ling Xiao, who was rumored to have already been killed by them. At this site, within the command ship of the Twilight Empire, Staff Officer Aoki, who had been closely observing the black hole, was stupefied. How can this be? How can this be? Hasn't Ling Xiao already been killed by our brave warriors? Why is he still alive, suddenly emerging from inside the black hole? Aoki could feel his pride crumbling, suddenly being informed that the source of his confidence was all a lie. Right then, he just could not accept it. No, this definitely cannot be real. I must be seeing an illusion, an illusion. Slap. Aoki's face was whipped to the side by a forceful slap. The general standing beside him had thrown a slap at him to wake him up. So what if he is alive? It's very easy to let him die. The general was a decisive person. He knew that once Ling Xiao returned to the Chinese Federation, the Chinese Federation's combat power would reach a new, unimaginable height. This was something their Twilight Empire could not tolerate. The general's eyes turned fierce. He swiftly connected to the military-wide channel and gave his orders. No matter what the cost, kill God-class operator Ling Xiao. Following this order, the mecha operators who were still dubious received an answer. That mysterious mecha coming out from the heart of the black hole was indeed Ling Xiao's. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill Ling Xiao. Kill Ling Xiao. The troops of the Twilight Empire had been educated via brainwashing too. The killing of God-class operator Ling Xiao was one of the great exploits of their country that had been established 16 years ago. They definitely would not allow this honor to be overturned. All the Twilight Empire mecha operators piloted their mecha to approach the black hole. They raised the beam guns in their hands, shooting fervently towards the heart of the black hole. Demit, they're trying to kill our Major General Ling Xiao. The despicable actions three of the Twilight Empire infuriated the Federation soldiers who were anxiously waiting for Ling Xiao to escape from danger. Protect Major General Ling Xiao. When Major General Tang Su saw this, he could not help but bellow into the communications channel. Ling Xiao was their Federation's ultimate weapon, one of their guardian deities. They definitely could not let any harm come to him here. Protect Major General Ling Xiao. Protect Major General Ling Xiao. Protect Major General Ling Xiao. Following roar after angry roar, all the Federation soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and began to intercept the enemy's attacks. Many of the mecha operators even leapt to the fringes of the black hole to form a tight mecha defensive wall, using the bodies of their own mecha to bear the brunt of the enemy's beam fire. They knew very well that doing so may cost them their lives, but they were unafraid. This was because they were doing this to protect their national military idol, the God-class operator, Major General Ling Xiao 4. And so, after every beam attack, there would always be a mecha or two from the Federation mecha defensive wall, which exploded as it went beyond its damage threshold. At that time, a new mecha would step up to take its place, once again blocking off the beam fire. Of course, the Twilight Empire's mecha operators were not having a good time of it either. The Federation mecha operators fought back just as fiercely, beam fire roaring out from both sides at about the same intensity. This battle had become a standing showdown. The mecha operators were no longer mecha operators. They no longer flew around nimbly, and there were no more complex attack maneuvers. The two sides just shot at each other mechanically like fixed wooden puppets. It should be said that this battle was a mecha fight without any strategy. Countless mecha operator lives were lost on both sides, and it was all for the sake of one person, the one currently struggling to get away from the suction of the black hole, Ling Xiao. The Federation mecha operators did not know how many attacks they blocked off, nor did they know how much time had passed. But finally, they heard a cheer ring out in the General Comms channel. Major General Ling Xiao has successfully escaped the black hole. When they heard this news, all the Federation mecha operators swelled with joy and triumph, feeling that it would have been worth it even if they had died. Subsequently, an extremely gentle voice rang out across the channel. Many thanks for your protection, brothers. This voice made everyone unbelievably emotional, also bringing tears to Major General Tang Su's eyes. This familiar voice was precisely that of Ling Xiao, who had died 17 years ago. Ling Xiao handed over 8,217 to a mecha operator of the Federation, then controlled to fly upwards to hover above the Federation mecha. Activate Divine Punishment System, said Ling Xiao calmly. Command received by Divine Punishment activated, and Ling Xiao's rapport was already at an extreme. Not even a second later, 12 wings suddenly sprouted from S back, and then the wings began to absorb energy rapidly till a pinnacle of potential. Next, Ling Xiao controlled to aim the 12 wings in 12 directions, pointing at the Twilight mecha horde in the distance. Ling Xiao decisively pressed his trigger, and 12 powerful beams swept out at the Twilight mecha horde ahead, causing the entire starry sky to become a sheet of light in an instant. The Federation mecha operators found themselves temporarily blinded by the intense light. When the 12 beams faded away and the crowd's vision was restored, they found to their shock that 12 empty lines had been carved into the Twilight mecha horde. The mecha which had been in those lines previously had all vanished, and even more terrifying was the fact that there was no remaining trace of any of them. What attack was this? It was way too horrifying. Everyone's gazes were drawn towards Ling Xiao's mecha. Only then did they notice that Ling Xiao's had already shifted in appearance. On the mecha's back were 12 wings, so perfect that they enchanted the hearts of all observers, giving others the impression that an angel had descended. Pure white light was currently accumulating at the tip of each wing, which slowly grew brighter and brighter, almost searing the eyes of anyone who stared at them. Additionally, An immense energy was beginning to emanate from those wingtips. Right then, the 12 wings changed direction simultaneously, still pointed at the Twilight Mecha Horde, but in 12 new directions this time. Soon, 12 beams fired out once more, and when the light faded, 12 new vacant rows were left among the enemy horde. Just 2 simple beam attacks had obliterated approximately 2,000 mecha of the Twilight Empire. Although the majority of these had been intermediate to advanced mecha, there had still been quite a few ace mecha among them. Regardless of mecha type, against this fearsome attack, they were all completely helpless. Baka Ling Xiao must die. Seeing the horrific results of Ling Xiao's blasts, the general was reinforced in his belief that Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to their Twilight Empire. All starship cannons to aim at Ling Xiao. Fire! Fire with all you have. We must kill off Ling Xiao. The general knew well that even if all of them died here today, as long as they succeeded in killing off Ling Xiao, everything would be worth it. For the Empire, all sacrifices were worth it. Not good. The enemy is planning to go for broke 5. The enemy starship fleet's strange movements were naturally picked up by the Federation's command center. They were somewhat flustered. It should be known that the power of a starship's main cannon was extremely horrifying. Even the sturdiest interstellar mothership would not be able to withstand more than 3 to 5 attacks from a starship's main cannons. Push forwards. Intercept the starships. Do not give them any chance to fire their main cannons, roared Major General Tang Su in the comms channel. At this point, they could only fight it out. If things became truly dire, blocking off the cannon fire with one of their starships would also be worth it. Following this order, all the Federation starships began to move. Unfortunately, the starships were too large and clumsy. It was not that easy to turn their bodies. This was also why starships, despite having powerful main cannons, could not be the main fighting force in an interstellar battle. In contrast to the agile mecha, the heavy and slow bulky starships were not at all suited for quick battles, completely toyed with by mecha. If not for the fact that starships themselves were bulked up with great defenses and the damage of mecha attacks were insignificant against their bulk, incapable of finishing them off, starships may likely have to quit appearing in battle completely. Lock onto Ling Xiao and fire. The main cannon of the first starship finally had its sights on Ling Xiao, and so the starship's main cannoneer was charged to attack Ling Xiao, who was hovering in place in the air. A deafening boom. The main cannon's fire hit Ling Xiao's mecha directly. Smoke and fire shot out in all directions, completely engulfing. The starship's main cannoneer leapt up and danced in excitement, hollering, "I've hit him! I've hit him!" If Ling Xiao were to die at his hands, he would become the hero of the Twilight Empire. The smoke cleared, and the flames vanished. When Ling Xiao's mecha appeared perfectly unharmed before the crowd once more, the dancing cannoneer froze, and his excited words became lodged in his throat as if his neck were being strangled. His face was the picture of disbelief. This was because the massive firepower of the main cannon had actually been unable to leave any mark at all on Ling Xiao's mecha. The Federation soldiers were as equally mystified, unsure how Ling Xiao's had managed to come out of such powerful cannon fire utterly unscathed. Some sharp-sighted people then noticed the faint sheen of multicolored light on S outer shell and immediately understood. Divine Shield. It's the God-class mecha's exclusive Divine Shield system. The reason why God-class mecha could become God-class mecha was that the AI of the mecha could support several systems which regular mecha AS could not. One of these was the Divine Shield system. It could convert energy into an almost flawless, practically invincible divine light shield. It could be said that any weapon invented by humankind at the moment was incapable of breaking through Ling Xiao's defenses. Of course, the Divine Shield system was not without weaknesses. It drained too much energy. Even a God-class mecha's supposedly endless power could only sustain the system for a short 3 minutes. Ling Xiao's mecha withstood the main cannon's attack this time, but did not continue to remain stationary to be a sitting target. The air around the mecha suddenly warped, and in the very next second, it had appeared by the other starship. The Divine Wind System. This was yet another of the God-class mecha's exclusive systems. Once it was activated, the mecha could reach up to 4 times the speed of light, truly achieving instantaneous teleportation. Right then, Ling Xiao, who had already appeared beside the starship, swiftly removed a giant sword hilt from his back. His mecha gripped the sword hilt tightly in its right hand, and a 100-meter-long beam saber abruptly appeared out of nowhere in this starry space. Ling Xiao gripped this giant saber tightly and then swung it down powerfully in a great arc at the starship. A lift of his hand, a swing of his saber. Ling Xiao did not look again at the starship, keeping away his giant beam saber instantly after his attack to hang it once more behind his back. And then, the air around warped again, and it reappeared within the enemy mecha horde. Just at that moment, that starship suddenly split apart. Due to the unexpected explosion, the people inside it were thrown into space, officially becoming space trash and dying instantly. Ling Xiao's killing spree did not end there. Like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, Ling Xiao flew among the enemy mecha horde. At this time, 2 short swords had appeared in his hands. They were the most basic of mecha equipment, high-frequency blades. Still, just these 2 most basic of weapons sliced through the opponent's mecha as easily as cutting right through a watermelon. The speed of the Divine Wind system, paired with God-class control and unearthly footwork, caused the mecha to flicker in and out of sight. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had destroyed several tens of mecha, among them quite a significant number of ace mecha. At this moment, everyone understood why it was said in the human world that God-class operators could dictate the outcome of war. There was just no one who could withstand a God-class operator's attack, nor were there any weapons capable of penetrating the other's defense. Only by relying on forces of nature, such as black holes, this should be eliminated now, or explosions of primordial magnetic energy one. This was questionable, or consecutive supernovas, almost impossible to happen, or the butcher's knife of time, pretty much the most helpless waiting game, etc., etc., etc. Perhaps those might have the possibility of finishing them off too. Seeing this scene, the Twilight Empire general knew that he would certainly be unable to achieve his objective today. Even if they sacrificed every single person on their side, they would still be unable to kill Ling Xiao here. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he decisively ordered their retreat. He needed to report the news that Ling Xiao still lived post-haste to the Empire's military headquarters. The Twilight Empire fleet retreated swiftly, very quickly disappearing without a trace. Seeing their opponents scurry off with their tails between their legs back to their own space border, all the Federation warriors cheered. They were cheering for the triumph of this battle, as well as cheering for the return of the God-class operator Ling Xiao. Federation's 7th Division Vice Commander, Ling Xiao, requesting provisional docking from an allied starship. Ling Xiao connected to the General Military Channel and submitted a docking request. Tang Su breathed in deeply, suppressing the elation in his heart as he pressed the button to communicate. I, Tang Su, the commander of the 1st Defense Fleet of the Western Border Guard, permit Major General Ling Xiao to dock on my ship. Following that declaration, the command ship began transmitting a guidance signal. Ling Xiao operated his mecha to slowly descend onto the starship's navigation frame. Sliding along the frame, he slid swiftly into the interior of the starship. Ling Xiao's control was extremely precise, accurately stopping right at the stop line. At this moment, a sweet and gentle voice rang out in the mecha comms channel. Major General Ling Xiao, hello? I am the JMC guiding your mecha into the hangar this time. Please follow my instructions to carry out the following movements. Roger. Somewhat familiar, the sweet and pretty voice caused Ling Xiao to zone out for a moment before regaining his awareness. That voice had called up his memories of Lan Luo Feng. Back then at the start, she had been his exclusive JMC. He had not seen her for almost a full 17 years. He wondered how she was doing now. And there was still their child Ling Lan. A swell of fear and uncertainty actually rose up in Ling Xiao's heart, his heart beginning to pound. He was homesick, yet he feared the reception he would receive when he returned. Under the JMC's lead, Ling Xiao piloted his mecha accurately into the frame, and then leaving it to the operation of the starship's systems, his mecha was brought straight into the command ship's mecha hold. Ling Xiao turned off his mecha and opened the cockpit door. At this time, the entire mecha hold had already become filled with the soldiers of the command ship, both men and women. They all wanted to take the opportunity to catch a glimpse of Major General Ling Xiao in person. He was a heroic figure from legend who had been believed dead for 17 years, after all. Ling Xiao had long become used to this type of gazes. He had always been an elite among the elites, an aberrant prodigy, idolized by people wherever he went. Although he had been away from the Federation for 17 years, he was not at all unfamiliar with this sort of gawking. A lift carried Ling Xiao to the ground. His original mecha suit had already become worn and tattered, but even so, it did not detract from his looks. A warm and elegant smile on an unbelievably handsome face. All the female soldiers were blushing as their hearts throbbed. They wished they could just rush forward and hug him, leaving a beautiful memory for themselves. But these were all just fantasies. They would never dare to act so impudently. Although Major General Ling Xiao looked exceedingly gentle and mild-mannered, just like a humble gentleman, there was just some mystical force about him that stayed their restlessness, discouraging them from going too far. Major General Ling Xiao, welcome back. Tang Su had already hurried to the mecha hold by this time. Seeing Ling Xiao land, he rushed forwards and clasped Ling Xiao's hands in his, face filled with elation as he greeted Ling Xiao. The two men had met a few times 17 years ago and had shared a brief conversation, but following Ling Xiao's unfortunate demise, their budding relationship had been ended abruptly. Back then, Tang Su had deeply lamented the loss of a like-minded brother-in-arms. Major General Tang Su, long time no see. Before greeting Tang Su, Ling Xiao had peeked at the other's epaulet 3, thus finding out the other's current military rank. 17 years were enough for many of his friends to change military ranks. He wondered if the same could be said for his enemies. A trace of killing intent flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. Although Tang Su really wanted to say something to Ling Xiao, he just could not find any words. He could only shake Ling Xiao's hand solemnly, even though he knew that it was actually more appropriate for them to interact via military salutes. Ling Xiao swept his gaze around at the surrounding people and smiled wearily. If possible, please prepare somewhere for me to rest first. I have lived in that damnable black hole for a really long time. I'm physically and mentally worn out. At the reminder, Tang Su hurriedly nodded and said, Done. I'll prepare things immediately. Ling Xiao's fatigued state proved that his struggle out of the black hole was definitely not as simple and easy as it had seemed to them. He must have paid an extremely steep price in the process. Just like that, Ling Xiao temporarily settled in with the 1st Defense Fleet of the Western Border Guard to rest and recuperate. On the other hand, due to technical issues and a lack of appropriate materials, the mecha could not be serviced. It would have to wait till Ling Xiao returned to Doha to receive proper care and maintenance. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Ling Lan, who had already found out that Qi Long and the other 5 had all passed and been accepted into the 1st Men's Military Academy, did not know that a man who would change the future course of her life was on his way home. 1 week later, the Federation's 1st Marshal secretly arrived at the headquarters of the 1st Division. A staff officer by his side informed him that the guest was waiting for him in the living room. The moment the Marshal entered the living room, he saw a man sitting primly on the sofa. The man was about 27 to 28 years old, or maybe even around 30, and on his handsome face was an indistinct trace of a smile, naturally drawing the favor of others. However, because he was dressed from head to toe in brand new martial attire, the trim and almost pressed creaseless general's uniform made him look sharp and dashing. This lessened his original gentle air somewhat, giving him a rare share of stateliness. Ling Xiao, you still live. This is wonderful, said the marshal emotionally the moment he saw the other, his footsteps speeding up subconsciously. Seeing that the marshal was here, Ling Xiao immediately stood up at attention and gave the other a proper military salute. Marshal, long time no see. Yes, it's really been a long time, almost a full 17 years, said the marshal with a face filled with nostalgia. Ling Xiao had been the abnormally talented prodigy he had singled out by name for cultivation, and had once been his pride and joy. Back when he had heard of his demise, the marshal had been filled with unimaginable grief. Ling Xiao, regarding your successful return this time, Headquarters has promised to call a press conference to announce your return. Also, congratulations on successfully becoming the 9th general of our Federation. This is the honor and status you should rightfully receive, said the marshal with mixed feelings as he patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder. He then moved to sit in an armchair on one side, signaling for Ling Xiao to sit down as well for a talk. "Many thanks for the appreciation, Marshal," said Ling Xiao with a soft smile, taking a seat on the sofa beside him. He did not appear to be smug or arrogant from the rise in his status. This formed a strong contrast with his youthful appearance, causing the Marshal to nod in approval inside his heart, increasingly pleased by what he saw. Ling Xiao's 17 years of trials and suffering were not for nothing. It had caused Ling Xiao's entire demeanor to become much more steady and reliable. He deserved the esteemed rank of general, worthy of trust. As for your assignment, the 7th Division has, after all, been rebuilt for over 10 years, so every part of the division is already well developed, making it unsuitable for large-scale adjustment, said the Marshal carefully. He knew well how much the 7th Division meant to Ling Xiao, but times had changed, and now the 7th Division no longer had a place for Ling Xiao. "How does headquarters want to assign me?" In contrast, Ling Xiao did not seem as concerned as the Marshal had feared, merely asking calmly about the intentions of the military headquarters. Headquarters is planning to reassign a portion of the troops from each division to build a new 23rd Division. The division will be given drafting priority with the new batch of soldiers this year, while you, Ling Xiao, shall become the sole commander of the 23rd Division. You may freely choose your deputies from any of the other divisions. The Marshal detailed the plans the military had for him. Since Ling Xiao had become the Federation's 9th great general, it was of course necessary for him to lead his own army. However, all the current army divisions already had their own commanders, and, except in cases of grave error, armies typically would not casually switch their supreme commanders. In the end, military headquarters decided to just establish a new army division and make Ling Xiao responsible for it. In order to appease Ling Xiao, they even proffered some preferential treatment and special privileges. This is fine too. Ling Xiao found this arrangement satisfactory. Although the 7th Division indeed meant something special to him, its meaning was not on the label of the 7th Division, but rather with his comrades in arms within that division. 17 years' time was long enough for things to change significantly. Although the 7th Division still retained its name, those comrades who had fought with him through thick and thin were already gone. Thus, he actually felt it was fine even if he did not go to the 7th Division. Still, Ling Xiao would not reveal his true thoughts on the matter. Let those folks in headquarters feel as if they had wronged him. This way, he would be able to make some outrageous requests of them. "Do you still have any other requirements?" "As long as it is within my means, I will make sure you get it." Sure enough, as Ling Xiao expected, the Marshal was the first to fall for it. Ling Xiao held a moment of silent contemplation, and then said, "I want to know everything that happened with my wife Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan over these past 17 years. I want to catch up on everything I missed in these last 17 years." The Marshal cast a searching glance at Ling Xiao and sighed. He then indicated for the Secret Service officer by his side to hand over a pre-prepared document. The moment he found out that Ling Xiao still lived and was on his way back, he had asked for this document to be prepared. Knowing Ling Xiao, he would definitely ask him for this information. Putting his hands on the document being handed over by the staff officer, a surge of emotion coursed through Ling Xiao's eyes. He took a moment to settle himself, before reaching out to accept the document fully into his hands. Ling Xiao eagerly opened the file and began by browsing the bit and pieces of Lan Luofeng's life over these past 17 years. As Lan Luofeng had always stayed at home, there wasn't much in terms of content. Ling Xiao very quickly finished reading this part of the file. When Ling Xiao moved on to the part of the file with Ling Lan's information, he took in a deep breath before continuing. The first thing that caught his eyes was a student photo of Ling Lan at 13 years old. The red of the scout uniform made Ling Lan look majestic and spirited. His little face was fixed in a stony expression, like a stoic and serious mini-adult. Ling Xiao found this aloof and unapproachable appearance of his unbearably adorable. So this was his son Ling Lan? He was definitely the combination of his and Lan Luofeng's strengths. Ling Xiao instantly became a 24 filial exemplar's dad one. His child was naturally the best and most exceptional. In a great mood, he flipped to the next page. The document began to introduce the various things that had happened from Ling Lan's birth onwards. When Ling Xiao read till the part about how the Ling branch family had schemed to usurp Ling Lan's inheritance of his premium military benefits, his gaze turned cold. He had been worried from the start about what troubles these greedy family members could bring to Lan Luofeng and his child, but he had not expected that their appetites would be so voracious, actually thinking of outright robbing his child of what he had left for him. He must teach them a lesson. Then, seeing how Lan Luofeng used the combined forces of the military and the government to chase the entire Ling family out of Doha, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. He knew it. Lan Luofeng was not as weak as she appeared to be. However, his good mood soon evaporated. This was because he saw that Ling Lan had suffered an assassination attempt on the way to his first day of school, and not just that, a betrayer had actually emerged from among Ling Lan's loyalists. At this point, Ling Xiao almost exploded from rage. He decided that when he got back, he would thoroughly clean up the Ling family loyalists. He definitely would not allow any danger to remain hidden by Ling Lan's side. But the following information slowly calmed Ling Xiao's rage. He had mixed feelings when he saw that at every ranking tournament, Ling Lan would always surrender on his own at the final moments. His son was clearly capable of dominating all the other students of his grade, but was just unwilling to stand out, finally becoming the grade's uncrowned king. The path his son had chosen to walk was different from his. He had always shown himself to be strong, always in the limelight, while Ling Lan chose instead to hide his talent. His methods of laying low were just a little terrible. Anyone who was paying attention could see right through it too. The file documented all of Ling Lan's impressive exploits in the Scout Academy, and especially at the part where Ling Lan successfully initiated the grand armed melee that had been sealed away for 100 years. Ling Xiao was instantly filled with pride. So this was his son Ling Lan. Ling Xiao's pride and elation stopped there, however. As he read the next part, his face turned pale. Who could have expected that enemy spies would infiltrate the academy disguised as teachers to try and assassinate Ling Lan during the grand armed melee? Fortunately, Ling Lan was speculated to have been saved by the God Realm Master Mu Shuiqing. But even so, Ling Lan had already received serious injuries, his body almost being destroyed. Damn it, raged Ling Xiao, his fingers clenching. The paper in his hands was instantly crumbled into powder to drift down from the air. This outburst allowed Ling Xiao to regain his composure. He looked down regretfully at that destroyed piece of paper. Crap, there were still some things he hadn't had time to read yet. Ling Xiao could only skip to the final page, only to find that there was nothing more. Marshal, my son Ling Lan was injured severely at 13. What happened after that? Ling Xiao was anxious to know Ling Lan's current condition, quickly turning to ask the marshal for answers. Hearing Ling Xiao's question, the marshal knew that Ling Xiao must not have seen the rest of the page he had destroyed. He replied, because Ling Lan's wounds were too severe, the specialist doctor prescribed 3 to 4 years of proper rest to heal his body. During this period of time, he cannot take part in any extreme activity, otherwise it would just exacerbate his wounds, very likely leaving some lasting latent trouble in his body. Saying this, the marshal felt rather awkward. No matter what, as members of the upper rank of the military who were alumni of the Scout Academy system, they all had some responsibility for the assassination attempt of Ling Lan within the academy. He signaled his secretary to light a cigarette for him, and then continued to say, due to this circumstance, Ling Lan made the decision to withdraw from the academy to recuperate at home for 3 years, and only returned to the Scout Academy in the final year when it was time to apply and register with the various colleges and universities. Does that mean his body is fully recovered now? Ling Xiao's eyes were hopeful. The marshal drew a mouthful of smoke and puffed it out in a long breath. No. According to the latest news, Ling Lan's body was injured too severely. 3 years was not enough for him to recover fully. The doctors have diagnosed that he will need at least another year for the possibility of full recovery. Ling Xiao's entire face turned frigid. His lips were pressed together in a thin line, while his hands were clenched into 2 tight fists. Due to the extreme force placed on them, the bones of his fingers actually began to emit cracking noises. The marshal added, it was a few days ago when your son Ling Lan applied to the various higher institutions. You should know that the military schools have very strict requirements, especially for the first year when they focus mostly on training up the students' physical bodies. Any student who cannot keep up will be expelled. I don't know which institution Ling Lan will choose in the end, but he probably will not apply for those military schools. Can we find out now? Asked Ling Xiao. The marshal looked at the staff officer, who immediately nodded and said, "Marshal, the information is available for checking now." Ling Xiao did not turn to look at the staff officer at all, keeping his gaze squarely on the marshal, awaiting his reply. "What shall I do with you?" Still so tenacious. Ling Xiao's clear telegraphing of his intentions of not leaving until he received an answer caused the marshal to shake his head helplessly. He could only send off his Secret Service officer to look up the final results of Ling Lan's applications. Soon, the staff officer returned. His expression was extremely strange as he peeked at Ling Xiao, and he looked as if he were holding back some words which he would have liked to say to Ling Xiao. Still, he remembered his place, and without saying anything, he passed the new folder in his hands to Ling Xiao. "What? Ling Lan actually applied to the Windchase Mecha Service College on planet Aurelian. What school is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by the news before his eyes. Even if military schools were out of the picture, there were still plenty of renowned public general universities for Ling Lan to choose from. "That's a community college, rank F," explained the staff officer in a small voice. Rank F institutions were at the lowest tier. Almost no other institutions could be worse than that. Back when he had first seen this information, the staff officer had been just as shocked, which was why he had taken the extra effort to look up the relevant details and ranking of the Windchase Mecha Service College. Ling Xiao's son, my son, actually falling so far as to enter a rank F community college. "Marshal, I think you owe me an explanation." Ling Xiao had been dealt a heavy blow by this news. Losing his previous respectfulness, his tone was curt and demanding. Some people, some things, were his hot buttons, not to be triggered carelessly. Lan Luofeng was one of them previously, and now Ling Lan was one. The marshal naturally did not take offense at this. In fact, Ling Xiao would only be so direct with him because he truly considered him as an elder who cared for him. He rubbed at his brow in consternation, unsure what he should do. When he had first seen his staff officer return with that complicated expression on his face, he had known that something was not right. And sure enough, this was the situation. "Then, you tell me. What do you want?" He indeed owed Ling Xiao a great deal. The marshal could not refuse him. "I want my son to enter the Federation's first men's military academy," Ling Xiao said with steel-like conviction. In his heart, that was the only place that was worthy of his son. Impossible. The marshal rejected the request without even thinking about it. The first men's military academy was the central focus of the entire Federation. Any student who managed to be accepted into the school was the Federation's cream of the crop, each and every single one of them sufficiently exceptional on their own merits. From the very establishment of the school, in order to preclude any injudicious acceptance of students via backdoor dealings which would ruin the golden reputation of the school, there was supervision from both the military and the government. This completely prevented any possibility of abusing special rights to get into the school via backdoor. So, even if he wanted to help Ling Xiao, he had no way to handle the government side of things, especially that wily old first premier. "Marshal," Ling Xiao's entire expression darkened. He stared intently at the marshal, gaze filled with dissatisfaction. For the sake of his child's future, he would not back off on this. Seeing this side of Ling Xiao, the marshal was extremely troubled. Though Ling Xiao seemed very agreeable on the surface, he was actually very stubborn in his bones. Especially once he had decided on something, he would not rest until his objective was achieved. "Godmit," the marshal breathed in an aggressive lungful of smoke, burning his cigarette down to the root. He rubbed out his cigarette but heavily in the ashtray on the tea table, and with an exasperated expression on his face, he said, "If I could help you, I would definitely do it. But to enter the first men's military academy, it's not just up to me. At the very least, you need to get through the first premier of the State Council." Having said this, the marshal calmed down a little and continued to advise, "Ling Xiao, even if we allowed it, and your son was accepted, have you ever considered the fact that your son's body will not be able to endure past the first year? If his body was injured irrevocably because of this, won't you regret this? Don't we have you?" Ling Xiao shot this question back at the marshal. "What do you mean?" The marshal found that he could not keep up with Ling Xiao's train of thought. "As long as you issue special dispensation, allowing Ling Lan to be exempt from the first year's exams, won't that be fine?" Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. In the first year, Ling Lan would not participate in any training at the school, only continuing to focus on recuperating. Ling Xiao, don't you go too far. The marshal was about to blow up. It wasn't like the Federation's first men's military academy was run by his family. He couldn't just waltz in and do as he liked. I recall that, as long as military headquarters issues a special cultivation plan for a student, they can have full jurisdiction over the student's first year of training. Ling Xiao had already thought of everything. However, this special cultivation plan still required the marshal to sign off on it, which was why he was still here holding up the marshal, trying to obtain his agreement. Let military headquarters issue a fake special cultivation plan? No way, this involves too much. The marshal wanted to refuse instinctively. Didn't you say our 23rd Division was free to choose our mid-level and upper-ranking officers as we liked? I can issue this special cultivation plan with the intent to cultivate Ling Lan as a central pillar of the 23rd Division. For his son's future, Ling Xiao did not mind exploiting his power for personal gain. Ling Xiao, giving you command of the 23rd Division is not for you to play dictator. When the marshal heard Ling Xiao declaring his blatant intention to abuse his power, he was instantly furious. Hells, couldn't he keep himself in check a little in front of him? No matter what, he was still the commander-in-chief in charge of monitoring all the army divisions of the Federation. Marshal, setting the relationship between Ling Lan and I aside, just based off Ling Lan's talent and potential alone, if he had not suffered an assassination attempt by an enemy nation 3 years ago and had remained healthy, would he have been accepted by the First Men's Military Academy this year? The marshal's fury did not ruffle Ling Xiao. He merely continued to explain his point of view calmly. The marshal nodded. Ling Lan's talent was no weaker than Ling Xiao's by much. If he had been able to grow up without interruption, even if he did not achieve Ling Xiao's heights, it would pretty much be no problem for him to become an ace operator. Then, at that time, when he graduates from the First Men's Military Academy, would he be qualified to be a central force of an army division? Pressed Ling Xiao. The marshal said huffily, any student that comes out from the First Men's Military Academy is fought over by all army divisions for recruitment. Unsaid was the underlying agreement that if the assassination attempt had not happened, Ling Lan's future would be just as Ling Xiao was describing. Therefore, what I am planning to do is not abusing my power for personal gain, but rather taking responsibility on behalf of the military. Ling Xiao's eyes were glowing with conviction. Ling Lan was only injured in an assassination attempt because the enemy managed to infiltrate one of the troops sent by the military into the academy to protect the students. In other words, on this matter, the military should definitely take responsibility. Frankly, the marshal also knew very well that the military should indeed take on the full responsibility for Ling Lan's assassination attempt. It was their carelessness and negligence that had allowed the enemy to infiltrate the academy successfully, finally resulting in this regretful mishap. We only need to bear the responsibility of shielding him for 1 year, and we would have salvaged the future of a prodigy. The debt the military owes him. I am only trying to help the military pay it back, said Ling Xiao righteously, just as if he truly had no personal stake in this at all. The marshal did not know whether to laugh or cry at Ling Xiao's words. This Ling Xiao was truly unscrupulous in fighting for his objectives. But he liked it, because this reasoning was sufficiently just and honorable. In that case, it is not necessary for you to issue this special cultivation plan. I will make the arrangements. The marshal did not want Ling Xiao to bear the bad name of abusing his power. Ling Xiao did not care if he had to bear this so-called bad name or bad reputation, but since the marshal cared, he would not press the issue. Ling Xiao knew very well how to leave a favorable impression on his superiors. A suitable degree of obedience and compliance was absolutely necessary. That said, the marshal suddenly found that he had been unknowingly led astray from the main problem by Ling Xiao. Why are we skipping to the end? Ling Xiao, you need to first convince the first premier. As long as the other agrees, then there won't be any problem on my end. Including everything else after, I can arrange it for you. Why is it necessary to convince him? A smile bloomed on Ling Xiao's lips. Even though it appeared as warm and kind as ever, the marshal could just sense the hidden trace of deviousness behind it. I recall that there is this particular rule in the federal military ordinances. To commend the contributions of a soldier to the Federation, When a soldier becomes a general of the Federation, his son shall have the right to a secured place in the First Men's Military Academy. As long as the First Marshal approves, he can enter the First Men's Military Academy directly to commence his studies. Since this is something granted by military authority, the government system has no right to object. The Federation was a militaristic nation where military exploits were supreme. No jurisdictional agency nor private individual could prevent a contributor of military exploits from using his special rights. The marshal's face twitched as he looked at the general's outfit on Ling Xiao's body. He suddenly found himself regretting his actions. Why had he moved so fast on Ling Xiao's promotion? Apparently, the marshal had taken advantage of Ling Xiao's sudden return to life to suggest promoting Ling Xiao to the military rank of general while the other factions were still in disarray. As Ling Xiao's capabilities were unequivocally recognized, and his reputation preceded him, on top of the fact that the factions were utterly confounded by the news of his return, no one had found a reasonable excuse to object at short notice. Moreover, the government also wanted to use Ling Xiao's return to divert public attention to stabilize the somewhat volatile domestic state of affairs of late, and so had given their energetic support to the suggestion. And so, under these myriad coincidences and circumstances, Ling Xiao's promotion to general did not garner much opposition, passing smoothly. Afraid that things might change again, the marshal had signed off on the agreement right then and there, and this matter had thus been settled. He just hadn't imagined that his kind intentions would come back to smash him in the foot, leaving him in the awkward position of riding a tiger one. Mind you, this special right had been set aside for the commendation of a general's contributions to the Federation, but practically everyone assumed that it was just an honorary special right. This was because no one would ever use it, as it was almost impossible for someone to become a general before the ages of 60 to 70 years old. By that age, let alone sons, perhaps even their grandchildren would have already wedded wives and sired children. Who then would think to use this special right? The marshal abruptly found that quite a few military special rights of the Federation at the moment were all just honorary in nature, for there was no one who could actually enjoy those benefits. But now, their existence was obviously there to open back doors for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's age was just much too young. "All right, I've got it," said the marshal, resigned. Seeing Ling Xiao still standing tall before him, he said exasperatedly, "What else do you want?" If this fellow dared to request anything else, he would definitely throw him out of here. "The acceptance letter of the First Men's Military Academy," demanded Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, you really think I'm an omnipotent god? Seek, and ye shall find. Able to pull an acceptance letter out of thin air? God mit scram. Go home, and wait there patiently," roared the marshal. Ling Xiao grinned at these words, and then saluted him respectfully. "Yes, Marshal." He turned neatly to leave, but when he reached the doorway, he suddenly looked back to say, "Marshal, actually, I was just waiting for this statement of yours." That said, he laughed loudly as he walked out the door. "Darn brat." The marshal couldn't help but scold even as he smiled. Only Ling Xiao would dare to be so impudent before him, asking for so much. This gave him a sense of kinship with the other. Ever since becoming the Federation's first marshal, on particular fronts, he had lost many things. The moment Ling Xiao walked out the door, a major waiting patiently by the door perked up, his eyes brightening as he rushed over to salute and say, "General." "Let's go," said Ling Xiao. He then led the way out of the 1SD Division's headquarters to come to the courtyard gates. A black luxury hover car was gliding towards them to slowly stop at the gates. Its position was very precise. Ling Xiao only needed to walk down 3 steps to get into the car. The major rushed ahead of him to open the car door. Ling Xiao stepped into the car and sat down. Only then did the major close the car door, taking a seat himself in the assistant's seat too. This hover car was not controlled by an AI, but by a human driver. A chauffeur was already seated in the driver's seat. His epaulette showed that he was also a major, clearly marking him as no ordinary chauffeur. "Return to the temporary military camp," said the major in the assistant's seat to the chauffeur. The chauffeur nodded and began to slowly guide the hover car out. His driving was steady and his speed control was excellent. The passengers could not tell at all that the car was in motion. Even though the hover car was driven very stably, its speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared into the horizon, heading swiftly to their destination. Sitting in the hover car, Ling Zhao's feelings were currently very complicated. He needed to go home now. He wondered if Luo Feng would forgive him. After all, he had left mother and son alone for 17 years. At this thought, Ling Zhao's heart cringed. Still, he knew that if he only returned home after the official announcement, Lan Luofeng would most certainly kick him out again. He must go home as soon as possible. Ling Xiao did not know why, but he just had the feeling that his return this time was marked by terrible odds in his favor. On this day, as usual, Ling Lan was entering the combat room to carry out her basic training. However, not long after she began, she was interrupted by a grim-faced Ling Qin. "Grandpa Ling Qin, is something wrong?" Seeing the other's solemn expression, Ling Lan halted her movements to ask, as she grabbed a towel to wipe off her sweat. "Master, we just received an urgent notification that the newly promoted General Ling is on his way to visit you." Ling Qin's expression was extremely perplexed. It should be known that generals were the true military authority below the marshal. There were only 9 of them in the entire Federation, inclusive of this newly promoted general. Each and every one of them was a commander-in-chief of 1 or more army divisions. Just a simple stomp of their feet was able to make the earth quake and the mountains shake within the Federation. This kind of personage whom they had to look up to in the past, why would someone like that make a personal visit to the Ling family? If the old family head Ling Xiao had still been alive, he would not have found this so strange. After all, Ling Xiao was one of the mere 12 God-class operators of the Federation. Even the marshal did not dare take him lightly. Thus, these generals too would not dare to treat him flippantly, so it was not impossible for them to come pay a visit. But now, the family head of the Ling family was Ling Lan, who had barely turned 16. Furthermore, to the outside world, he was a youth who had sustained serious injuries which had limited his growth. A typical person would never pay much attention to the Ling family like this. What worried Ling Qin the most was that the other's surname was Ling Qin could not help but be suspicious. Could this visiting general be part of the old Ling elite family that they had chased out of Doha? If that was the case, this might very likely be a warning from the other party. It could be that this visit may be to force the Ling family into paying some price. Unavoidably, some apprehension reared up in Ling Qin's heart. Hearing this, Ling Lan frowned lightly. She too was a little bothered by this surname Ling. However, she was not thinking as far or as complicated as Ling Qin was. She was only a little bummed because it had taken her so much effort to distance herself from the sights of the upper ranks of the military, but now all that effort may be wiped away by this General Ling's visit. This was going against her original plans. Still, Ling Lan knew that since the military had already notified them, they were not in a position to refuse. She could only go with the flow and take things as they came. "Grandpa Ling Qin, make preparations, and then we'll play things by ear." Ling Lan still had a trump card in hand. She was the orphan child of the God-class operator Ling Xiao. Even if this General Ling had any evil intentions against the Ling family, he would not dare to be too blatant about it. "Yes, family head." Ling Qin left with his orders. Only then did Ling Lan return to her bedroom and change into a set of formal attire suitable for meeting guests. Since the other was a general, she could not afford to give offense. As for Lan Luofeng, neither Ling Qin nor Ling Lan notified her. Ling Qin did not, because Ling Lan was already the family head of the Ling family. All household matters would be carried out according to Ling Lan's will. Only if Ling Lan was not present would Ling Qin consider notifying Lan Luofeng. Meanwhile, Ling Lan did not, because she did not want to disturb Lan Luofeng with these matters. Ever since 3 years ago when Ling Zhao's legacy space had disappeared and his shade's final words were a reminder to take care of Lan Luofeng, Ling Lan had solidified Lan Luofeng as someone she would protect for the rest of her life. When Ling Lan and company received the news that the general's car was about to arrive, Ling Lan led Ling Qin and Ling Yu to stand at the Ling family mansion gates to wait respectfully. As a common citizen with no battle exploits or ranking to her name, Ling Lan did not yet possess the right to wait indoors to greet the general. The first thing that came into view were 2 miniature mecha. Ling Lan could tell from the emblem at their chests that they were part of the mecha escort forces available to those of general rank in the military. Behind them was a convoy consisting of 5 luxury hover cars, with 3 miniature mecha on each side, and another 2 miniature mecha protecting the convoy's flank. The entire procession was flying swiftly towards them. The general's procession was surprisingly simple, not at all as ostentatious as Ling Lan had expected. 10 miniature mecha and 5 luxury hovercars. So simple was the convoy which made its way over. This gave Ling Lan a better impression of this General Ling. At the very least, he did not give off an air of oppression. When the convoy arrived at the Ling family gates, the 10 mecha hovered up in the air, beginning to monitor all directions of the convoy. At the same time, from 4 of the luxury hovercars, 10 or so fully equipped guards disembarked and swiftly formed a large circle around the last remaining hovercar in a tight defensive formation. Subsequently, the car door on the assistant seat side of that last hovercar opened, and a major who was approximately 30 years old stepped out from the car. After taking a careful look around, he then opened the back door of the hovercar. Ling Lan then saw a figure dressed in a general's uniform step out from the hovercar, head bowed and waist bent. She did not know if it was just a misperception, but Ling Lan sensed that the other was somewhat nervous in that split second when he had stepped out of the car. This made Ling Lan rather puzzled. But this was no time to ponder. Ling Lan quickly suppressed this puzzlement and rallied her spirits, and led Ling Qin and Ling Yu to hurry forwards and welcome. Right then, that General Ling lifted his head and looked over. When his eyes met Ling Lan's, the both of them felt a jolt in their hearts. The moment Ling Lan saw that person's face, she almost lost all color in her face. That face was still clearly etched in her memory, not only because Lan Luofeng constantly rambled at her with Ling Zhao's picture before her face, but because that face had accompanied her through a large part of her childhood in the legacy space. Ling Qin's reaction was even worse. Overcome with emotion, he could not stop his body from trembling, his jaw opening wide, trying to call out that name in his memories. But perhaps due to being too emotional, his voice just would not work. Uncle Qin, long time no see. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but greet him with a wry smile. Meeting the person who had taken care of him from young again after 17 years, his feelings were a complicated mess. He almost burst into uncontrollable tears. Master, Ling Qin finally squeezed out, his tears unlocked in a sudden torrent. As the current leader of the Ling family mecha squad, Ling Yu's heart was also filled with stunned shock. After all, Ling Xiao was the idol of his youth. However, compared to Ling Qin's emotional state, he was somewhat calmer. This was because he was now the leader of the mecha protection squad of the current family head, Ling Lan. As such, he was only loyal to Ling Lan, so even in his excitement, he reflexively looked towards Ling Lan for instruction. Your Excellency General Ling, please forgive the attendants of yours truly for their disrespect. Please come in. Ling Lan threw a cold glance at Ling Qin, jolting Ling Qin to awareness instantly. He knew that he had forgotten himself, and quickly stepped back to stand behind Ling Lan, no longer daring to even look at Ling Xiao. Right then, Ling Lan had become extremely calm. The torments she had suffered for 16 years in the learning space showed their extraordinary results now. Ling Lan did not lose her composure just because the other looked like Ling Xiao. Before the other properly expressed his identity, they could not afford to trip over themselves. Ling Lan's courteous response caused Ling Zhao's steps to slow, and the smile on his face froze for a beat. However, he knew that this was not an appropriate place for discussion, so he braced himself and walked through the gates. This was clearly his own home, but now it was like he was just here as a visitor. Looking at his son's attitude, he was extremely unwelcome. There was no hint of pleasant surprise at seeing his father. Instead, his son was carefully on guard against him, just as if he had come to steal something or another. This was really too much. Resentment sprouted in Ling Zhao's heart. He had wanted to hug him close or do something along those lines, but unfortunately, it looked like his son would not give him this chance. Ling Lan watched Ling Xiao walking ahead of her, and her mind started turning in puzzlement. What was going on? Could it be that this Ling Xiao before her was really Ling Xiao? The Federation used genetical DNA testing to determine a person's real identity, though, so this completely precluded the possibility of someone impersonating Ling Xiao through plastic surgery. Still, Ling Lan could not help but be suspicious, because this General Ling had truly appeared at such a coincidental time. Ling Lan still remembered that Ling Zhao's legacy space had disappeared 3 years ago. Of course, Perhaps the Ling Xiao before her was really Ling Xiao. But then why did he fake his death for 17 years? And why had he suddenly chosen to resurface again now? Was there some deep mystery to explain this? He had to go complete some top-secret mission, and so had no choice but to fake his death? Or perhaps Ling Xiao had not died on the way to that battlefield, but had been rescued and lost his memory? At this moment, Ling Lan was filling in the blanks in her mind with her imagination, countless scenarios flashing through her head. In particular, imagining the possibility that Ling Xiao had remarried and birthed more children during his amnesia, only to suddenly regain his memory 17 years later to return home. A blaze of anger flared in Ling Lan's heart. Whatever the case, it was an injustice to her mother Lan Luofeng. Casting aside one's wife and child for his career, status, and prestige, this man deserves to be killed. Remarrying and starting a new family due to memory loss. It would be fine if he just stayed away and never returned. But coming back to try and enjoy a life with two separate families, he would still deserve to be killed. Ling Xiao, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Somehow, he kept sensing some unexplainable killing intent around him. But who here would want to kill him? Ling Xiao shook his head, baffled, and chased away that chill in his heart. Entering the Ling family mansion, Ling Xiao saw the familiar Great Hall before his eyes. A photo of him and Lan Luofeng still hung on the wall, but of course there was now a new picture beside it. It was a photo of Ling Lan on the day she turned 16 years old. This familiar setting caused Ling Xiao's eyes to well up with heat, tears almost falling from his eyes. Fortunately, the trials he had gone through in these past few years had made his heart much stronger than it had been 17 years ago. Ling Xiao managed to control this surge of emotion. Uncle Qin, where's Luofeng? Is she doing well? First off, Ling Xiao wanted to know whether the person that mattered most in his heart was doing well. Ling Qin was just about to answer when he thought of something. He turned to look at Ling Lan, waiting for her instruction. Although Ling Xiao was Ling Lan's father, Lan Luofeng's husband, and their previous family head, the present family head was Ling Lan. He needed to first obtain Ling Lan's approval before responding. From Ling Lan's behavior at the gates, Ling Qin perceptibly sensed Ling Lan's unhappiness with Ling Xiao. There was even some wariness in her demeanor. This made Ling Qin have no choice but to become cautious as well. As his emotions slowly settled down, Ling Qin too began thinking that the sudden appearance of this General Ling before them was just too coincidental. After all, Ling Xiao had already been officially dead for 17 years. If this General Ling was really Ling Xiao, then why had he hidden away for these 17 years? Ling Qin's gut feeling was that there was a deeper story behind all this. Before he could remain level-headed in the face of Ling Xiao's return to life, it would be better for him not to act presumptuously. He might as well leave the current situation in the hands of his current family head, young Master Lan. These past 3 years, Ling Lan's performance at home had completely convinced Ling Qin. He believed that Ling Lan was fully capable of handling all this, so he lowered his head and kept silent, taking one step back to make Ling Lan stand out more. With this move, he was showing Ling Xiao that Ling Lan was the current master of the Ling family. Ling Xiao's eyes glimmered. Both Ling Qin's demeanor, as well as the manner of the other young man behind him, proved that the barely 16 years old Ling Lan had truly taken charge of the Ling family. He was truly the family head, not just in name. This pleased and surprised Ling Xiao greatly. Some smugness rose faintly in his heart, as expected of a son of his. Of course, even as Ling Xiao was heartened by this, he could not help the anxiety in his heart. After all, he still had not received the answer he wanted. Thus, he turned his head to look towards Ling Lan, hope in his eyes, wishing for Ling Lan to give him a satisfactory answer. However, as if not seeing Ling Xiao's beseeching gaze, Ling Lan merely took one step forwards and waved at the sofa, saying politely, "General Ling, please have a seat." A tendril of rage rose in Ling Xiao's heart, and his presence flared involuntarily. This brat was really giving him no face. Did he not know how anxious he was to find out about his wife? Facing Ling Xiao's pressing presence, Ling Lan continued to maintain her icy expression, unmoved. It should be known that after facing Instructor Number 1's tremendous force of presence over a long period of time, Ling Lan had already developed some immunity against this sort of pressure. Of course, This was also due to the fact that Ling Xiao's presence still retained some gentleness, not pressing down much harder than Instructor Number One's. Seeing the unmoved Ling Lan, Ling Xiao could only sullenly take a seat on the living room sofa. Although he was secretly a little annoyed that Ling Lan did not recognize him, he did not dare to fly off the handle. After all, his 17 years of absence gave him no confidence to yell at Ling Lan that he was his father, so he could only quietly tolerate Ling Lan's cold treatment of him. Ling Lan called the servants to serve up tea. Ling Xiao took a sip of his tea. The familiar taste sent a jolt through Ling Xiao's heart, and he could not help but open his mouth again to say, "Ling Lan, come, let your mother out. There are some things we need to have a good discussion about." Ling Lan said placidly, "General Ling, my father has been dead for 17 years. As his widow, my mother has always lived a simple and secluded life. It is probably inappropriate for her to meet a strange man. If you have any matters to discuss, you can just tell me. I will pass on a message to my mother." Ling Lan had already made up her mind. Before she figured out what had happened, she would not let Lan Luofeng out to see Ling Xiao. If she truly found Ling Xiao to be an irresponsible man, or a present-era Chen Shimi one, she would definitely chase the other out straight away to protect her mother. Even if she was no match for Ling Xiao in terms of both power and strength, with Little Four's help, she should still be able to use the influence of the virtual world to bring disgrace and ruin down upon Ling Xiao. In the mind space, Little Four was raising his fists high in response to Ling Lan's thoughts, his entire appearance screaming the fact that he would attack and withdraw as his boss commands. But in a place unseen by Ling Lan, he was slumped on the floor, crying, "Boo-hoo-hoo. I don't want Dad to be a Chun Shimmy." Ling Lan's extremely cold response made Ling Xiao choke on a breath. He suddenly found that this son of his was so mature and cool-headed that it was somewhat annoying. Shouldn't he be overjoyed by his return and be urging Lan Luofeng to come out so their family could reunite? This kind of courteous speech, he was totally treating him as a stranger. No, a stranger may have received better treatment. The coldness in that brat's eyes clearly showed that he was seeing him as a boss-level enemy. Ling Xiao could clearly tell that Ling Lan must have recognized him by now. Back when they first saw each other, he had seen the emotional upheaval in Ling Lan's eyes. However, Ling Lan had pushed down those emotions, and after regaining his calm, he had begun to react defensively every step of the way, showing no sign that he would like to acknowledge Ling Xiao as his father. This knowledge made Ling Xiao so frustrated that he could almost puke blood. "Ling Lan, I am your father Ling Xiao." In the end, Ling Xiao could not hold back, revealing his identity in curt, bitten-off words. He had only wanted to come home and be reunited with his family, to hug his wife by a warm hearth, to bounce his son on his knee. Was that too much to ask? At these words, a trace of contempt appeared on Ling Lan's lips. "Oh, then, 17 years ago, what was that notification we received from the military informing the Ling family about Ling Xiao's demise?" Ling Xiao kneaded his forehead, smiling bitterly as he said, "Back then, I was blasted by that magnetic energy turbulence in the death tunnel to an unknown location. Honestly, I was lucky. Due to the intense collisions of energy, a black hole was created, allowing me to escape death. However, through the black hole was an unknown world too. I couldn't find my bearings anywhere on a Federation star chart. To find my way home, I spent a whole 17 years. Only 10 days ago, when the black hole I had gone through opened again due to the energy turbulence caused by a battle between the Federation and the Twilight Empire, did I manage to find my way back here." Ling Xiao briefly explained why he had died for 17 years. Back then, everyone had indeed thought that he was dead. Meanwhile, he had been drifting in a foreign land all this time. Back then, he too did not have the confidence that he would live to return to the Federation. Hearing this, Ling Lan's hanging hands clenched into fists, her heart rate spiking. Did this mean that Ling Xiao had had no intentions of leaving her mom and herself behind from the start? Not long after, the military will publicly announce this matter, and you all will know everything. As for my promotion to general, that's because I was already eligible for promotion to lieutenant general 17 years ago. But at that time, the Federation wanted to push their advantage to eradicate the Twilight Empire, and so intentionally concealed my rank, letting me lead the 7th Division to attack Twilight before the other nations could react. Ling Xiao explained the truth of the matter back then, revealing why he had appeared at the front lines despite being a God-class operator. However, at the time, the marshal had suddenly fallen deeply ill, causing the main authority of military headquarters to fall to those below him. Who knows whether it was because of the resulting power struggle, but the plan to attack Twilight was leaked. Or perhaps there were already spies in the highest ranks of the military. In any case, the Twilight Empire found out that the eradication plan would be carried out by me, and so created a series of plots and schemes targeting me. Although the marshal took back military control post-haste after he recovered, it was too late. I had already been led skillfully to the spot they had crafted. Regret was clear on Ling Xiao's face. This sequence of unfortunate events had thus caused him to be separated from his wife and son for 17 years. Ling Qin's face was filled with true emotion. He looked towards Ling Lan, waiting for her to soften. A very interesting story. Ling Lan sipped her tea and then continued calmly. I am very interested in your 17 years of life in that unknown world. What kind of world was it? Who knew if Ling Xiao hadn't been able to bear the loneliness and had found some pleasure companion or what not to be by his side? It was better to figure all of this out before deciding whether or not to let her mother Lan Luofeng come out. At Ling Lan's words, Ling Xiao paused for a moment, startled at this avenue of questioning. He smiled wryly and said, "That was a primitive world. It did not have the technological advancements of our Federation. You could even say that there were no starships, no aircrafts, and no mecha. When I first landed there, those people thought I was a god. A god, is it?" Ling Lan abruptly lifted her head up to look straight at Ling Xiao, her gaze cold and piercing. "I would like to ask you, in these 17 years, did you find a new woman there?" Ling Xiao flew into a rage at these words, barking, "How could that be? I already have your mother. You said before, back then you two did not know whether you would be able to come back. Did you never consider building a new family there or something?" asked Ling Lan with a quirk of her brow. It was clear to see that Ling Lan did not believe Ling Xiao's denial. "Other than your mother, I do not want any other woman." Ling Xiao abruptly stood up, his gentle air completely gone. In his rage, Ling Xiao could not restrain himself from releasing the dominant air hidden within his bones. "I, Ling Xiao, am definitely not that type of unfaithful, two-timing person." Ling Lan's suspicious questions had undoubtedly caused Ling Xiao to feel deeply affronted. In these past 17 years, there had indeed been women who had flirted and confessed to him, but his heart had always been true to Lan Luofeng and that child in her belly. Thus, he had resolutely turned away all temptation, putting all his mind and effort on getting back. In these 17 years, he had been hard at work in every waking moment, even making many concessions in his quest to return. Although Ling Xiao was extremely angry, he still remembered that this was the Ling family. He did not unleash all of his force of presence, only focusing it on Ling Lan. He felt that this obnoxious brat really needed a good lesson, actually daring to question his integrity and feelings. It was outrageous. Ling Lan gave a muffled grunt, the vital energies in her chest roiling, almost forcing out a mouthful of blood. She knew that this was the pressure from Ling Xiao's focused rage, an outcome she had prompted, but she did not regret it at all. Knowing for sure that Ling Xiao had not betrayed Lan Luofeng, she could then hand over Lan Luofeng to Ling Xiao without worry. "Ling Xiao, how impressive of you. Bullying us, mother and child, the moment you return." A crisp voice rang out from above, tone filled with subtle anger. A bolt of joy ran through Ling Xiao's heart at this familiar voice. His rampaging spiritual pressure was instantly retracted. "Luofeng." Ling Xiao walked forwards emotionally, reaching out to try and wrap his arms around Lan Luofeng, who was coming down the stairs. Lan Luofeng fiercely pushed aside Ling Xiao's arms, completely ignoring him to run to Ling Lan's side. Face filled with worry and distress, she asked, "Ling Lan, how are you? Are you hurt?" Ling Lan circulated her qi through her body once along the pathways of the qi exercises, and her initially heavy and tight chest felt much better. Ling Xiao had only wanted to give Ling Lan a small lesson and had not been trying to hurt her. Ling Xiao still remembered that Ling Lan's body was currently injured, so he dared not use too much force. Seeing Lan Luofeng's teary and frantic manner, Ling Lan quickly reassured her, saying, "Mummy, I'm fine. Seeing that her precious daughter was fine, Lan Luofeng could then turn to addressing the culprit who had almost hurt her daughter. She instantly morphed into a maternal beast protecting her offspring, charging over fiercely to Ling Xiao's front, and pressed a forceful finger onto Ling Xiao's chest, scolding. Ling Xiao, you bastard, you dare to bully my child? Do you really think I, Lan Luofeng, am so easy to bully? That said, she rolled up her sleeves and threw her fists at Ling Xiao in rage, as if beating at a drum. In response, Ling Xiao could only run for his life, dodging as he apologized and pleaded for mercy. Right then, he did not look any bit like the God-class operator and general he was. Ling Lan's face twitched uncontrollably. She lifted her head to look up at the great chandelier hanging above them, wondering if she could disappear from here now to show that she really did not know this couple before her. Inside Ling Lan's mind space, Little Four was gaping in shock and bewilderment. That man fleeing so gracelessly, repeatedly begging for mercy all the way. Was he still that gentle and dashing, unbelievably handsome daddy of his? Also, was that ferocious female warrior chasing and beating him in a frenzy still that so gentle seemed to be made of water mummy of his memory? He felt as if his whole world had been turned upside down. Finally, at a moment when Ling Xiao could guarantee that he would not hurt Lan Luofeng by accident, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her close as he apologized over and over again. Luofeng, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. In Ling Xiao's arms, Lan Luofeng struggled for a bit, but finding that she really could not move, her expression crumbled and she broke out into sobs. You bastard. You already left for 17 years. If you don't come back, that's that. But why do you bully us, mother and child, right after coming back? Who gave you the right? Ling Xiao rushed to apologize again. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Of course it's your fault. As a wife, Lan Luofeng was still somewhat reasonable, but as a mother, bullying her kid was definitely unconscionable. At this moment, how would Ling Xiao dare to say anything to defend himself? He could only continue to agree. Yes, 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 it's definitely my fault. Ling Lan finally understood what was meant by even heroes need to back off sometimes one. Against her ferocious mom, her dad could only back off. However, Ling Lan could clearly tell from the light shining from Ling Xiao's eyes that this was a willing concession on his part. This also proved that all those things Ling Xiao had said in his fury previously were all true. Seeing this, Ling Lan let out a large sigh of relief inside her heart. Being able to see her parents of this world being lovey-dovey, happiness welled up in her heart. However, when she saw that the two before her still showed no sign of separating, she couldn't help but sweat drop. Else, they should really mind their shining image, right? There were still outsiders around, you know? So, Ling Lan coughed heavily and reminded them. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss things properly? Lan Luofeng was jolted to awareness, and she quickly pushed Ling Xiao away with a face filled with embarrassment. She quickly walked over to Ling Lan and holding Ling Lan's hand, she turned with a proud look to say to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, this is our child, Ling Lan. The best child ever too. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, I know. Ling Lan, my child, is indeed very good. Although Ling Lan was sufficiently exceptional, Ling Xiao felt that he should not praise his son too much. He needed to push him down a little and not pamper him like he would a daughter. Honestly, he had really wished for a daughter who resembles Lan Luofeng. But it's all right. They would just have to continue working on it in future. Lan Luofeng shook Ling Lan's hand in hers as she smiled blissfully. Ling Lan, he is your daddy Ling Xiao. Isn't he great? Her face was filled with anticipation, looking forward to Ling Lan's acknowledgement of Ling Xiao, and for her to call him daddy. Ling Lan nodded and said calmly, Mom, your judgment is pretty good. But she just could not call him daddy just yet. Perhaps Ling Lan had given all her emotions towards Ling Xiao to the spiritual entity within Ling Xiao's legacy space. So now when she was facing the real Ling Xiao, Ling Lan actually felt somewhat distant from him, making her unable to call him daddy right away. Ling Xiao seemed to understand Ling Lan's hesitance. He did not push the matter, skipping past it with a smile. Lan Luofeng could only sigh. 17 years of absence made it impossible for Ling Xiao and Ling Lan to abruptly have an affectionate father-child relationship. Ling Lan saw that Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng seemed to have much to say to one another. Knowing that this was not a good time for them lightbulbs 3 to hang around, she indicated for Ling Qin and the others to leave. This included the Secret Service officer, that major who had entered the Ling family mansion along with Ling Xiao. Of course, when that major left, his expression was somewhat twisted. It was clear to see that Ling Xiao's current demeanor had completely overturned the valiant and dashing image of General Ling Xiao that all soldiers had in their hearts. By the time Ling Lan and the others saw Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng again, it was already the morning of the second day. As for what they had been doing all this time, Lan Luofeng's bashful manner and sultry eyes were pretty glaring clues. At this moment, Ling Lan was seated at the dining table, playing host to the only guest free to attend breakfast, that Secret Service officer assigned to Ling Xiao. They were eating a simple breakfast together. Seeing her parents appear in that state, Ling Lan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Did these two people not know how to be a little more reserved? Ling Lan suddenly recalled that her mom was a lustful woman nearing 40 years of age and could not help but cast a pitying glance at Ling Xiao. She hoped that he had not been squeezed dry by this mother of hers who was, at present, just like a hungry tiger or wolf. Perhaps Ling Lan's gaze had been too obvious, for Ling Xiao's handsome face actually blushed when he met her eyes. Ling Lan was very surprised by this. Who knew her dad, who was over 40, would have such thin skin? What are you looking at? As she sat down, Lan Luofeng rapped Ling Lan lightly on the head in embarrassment, secretly annoyed at how strange Ling Lan's gaze was. Nothing, said Ling Lan with a straight face. Her cold and stern face looked as unmoved as ever, making Lan Luofeng almost doubt whether she had misjudged Ling Lan's expression due to her own guilty conscience. Ling Xiao, however, was a God-class operator after all. His senses were extremely perceptive, so Ling Lan's little tricks naturally could not fool him. He coughed awkwardly and then changed the topic to say, "Right, Ling Lan, I forgot to tell you some great news." Ling Lan raised a brow, unsure what great news Ling Xiao could be referring to. "You will be guaranteed admission into the First Men's Military Academy. The school's acceptance letter should be here in a few days." Ling Xiao's following words made Ling Lan spit out the milk in her mouth she had yet to swallow. Meanwhile, Lan Luofeng's chopsticks fell from her hand to drop onto the plates on the table, causing a ringing clatter to echo in the room. "What did you say?" said Ling Lan in fright as she coughed. Smiling proudly, Ling Xiao said, "I said, you can go study at the First Men's Military Academy now." His expression that was all but screaming, "Quick, thank me," almost made Ling Lan feel like kicking him in the face. "Don't you know that my body's injuries still haven't fully recovered? Even if I go, I won't be able to get past the first year of extra tough physical conditioning." Ling Lan's composure had finally cracked. She could not hold back her exasperation as she replied. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn as he replied, "Of course I know. But, Ling Lan, don't worry, I have arranged everything. For the first year, you will receive special treatment and be exempt from exams. I will make sure to let your body recover fully before letting you go through physical conditioning. I will not let your body retain any latent problems." Ling Xiao's words were said with steel-like conviction. He had already considered everything that needed to be considered. The only thing that he had not considered was the problematic off-chance that his son was actually a daughter. Looking at the self-satisfied Ling Xiao, who seemed to have thought of everything, Ling Lan looked speechlessly at Lan Luofeng. Her eyes were questioning. "Mom, did you not tell Dad about my true gender?" Lan Luofeng shot back with her gaze. "Can't you see I just hadn't found the time yet?" Ling Lan puffed up her cheeks, filled with contempt for her mom. She dare say that the two of them had been too busy canoodling, and so her mom had completely forgotten that there was still this major issue to communicate. Lan Luofeng glanced at the Secret Service officer, He Shuyang, who was stealing careful glances at them from one corner of the dining table. Ling Xiao had introduced him previously as the officer who had been assigned to him by headquarters after he became a general. Whether he was loyal to Ling Xiao remained to be seen in the coming days. As such a major issue as Ling Lan's gender was not appropriate to be shared with Ling Xiao here. Yet, this matter was of the utmost urgency and could not be concealed any longer. Mind you, once Ling Lan entered the men's academy, she would have to undergo a full body checkup. At that time, Ling Lan's female gender would not be able to remain hidden. This was also the main reason why Lan Luofeng had not wanted Ling Lan to enter a boys' military school. Frantic, Lan Luofeng abruptly stood up and pulled Ling Xiao, who had just been about to eat breakfast, up with her as well. Ling Xiao, I feel there is something I still need to share with you, said Lan Luofeng. Ling Xiao's face was filled with bafflement, but he still complied with Lan Luofeng's arrangement. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and left the dining hall with Lan Luofeng, returning to the bedroom where they had spent a sensuous night. Of course, as they left, Ling Xiao happened to see the astonished expression of the major, who seemed somewhat shocked at his amazing stamina. This made Ling Xiao's face burn with mortification. Lan Luofeng's words had truly left too much room for interpretation. The moment Lan Luofeng arrived at the bedroom, she shut the door and pounced forward to cling to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, Ling Lan definitely cannot be allowed to go to the First Men's Military Academy. Ling Xiao was taken aback. Why? He had already arranged everything. Why was Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan so against this? Ling Lan's expression at the dining table had been too obvious. He naturally picked up on his son's true feelings on the matter. Through clenched teeth, Lan Luofeng hissed softly. That's because Ling Lan is a girl. She's a daughter, not a son. Ling Xiao was instantly stupefied. Face filled with disbelief, he stuttered. What did you say? I said that our Ling Lan is a daughter, not a son, Lan Luofeng repeated. Daughter. Before Ling Xiao could yell out in shock, Lan Luofeng had covered his mouth and forced those words back into his throat. It's fine if you know. What are you yelling for? Lan Luofeng glared at Ling Xiao with censure. Ling Xiao could not help but rub his forehead. How did you even think of getting Ling Lan to pretend to be a son? Lan Luofeng said angrily. Isn't this all because of your sudden death? In order to inherit your premium military benefits, I had no choice. Otherwise, who knows if the two of us, mother and child, would have been flayed and eaten alive by those greedy Ling elite family members. Ling Xiao was instantly enlightened. Back then, everyone must have been eyeing the right to inherit what he had left behind. Even if Lan Luofeng had been willing to surrender Ling Lan's inheritance rights to make sure there were no loose ends, the Ling family clan would definitely have secretly gotten rid of Ling Lan even if they left Lan Luofeng alone. Only if Ling Lan obtained the right to inherit would she also receive care and protection from the military, thus earning the safety and security to continue living. This was one of the reasons why Lan Luofeng had chosen as she had. At the heart of it, it was still his, Ling Xiao's, fault. Ling Xiao hugged Lan Luofeng close lovingly and couldn't help but sigh in gratitude. Luofeng, thank you for protecting our daughter. Lan Luofeng pounded Ling Xiao's chest once in response and said worriedly, what do we do now? Ling Xiao's mind whirled. Because the plan to guarantee Ling Lan's admission into the First Men's Military Academy had been obtained after so much effort on his part, if he suddenly said that his son wasn't going anymore, all those involved in arranging this, including the marshal, would definitely become suspicious. This was because he had truly planned everything too perfectly, almost excluding all possible reasons not to go. If Ling Lan did not go, they might start paying even more attention to her instead. If Ling Lan had previously shown herself to be a degenerate good-for-nothing, they might still be able to argue that Ling Lan was unwilling to work hard and suffer through training. But unfortunately, Ling Lan had performed exceptionally well at the Scout Academy and was a truly buildable prodigy in everyone's eyes. This would just lead everyone to speculate in other directions, perhaps even placing Ling Lan under closer military surveillance. This was definitely nothing good for Ling Lan. On the other hand, entering the First Men's Military Academy, the main issue would be how to conceal her real gender from others. Ling Lan's stony visage floated to the forefront of Ling Xiao's mind. There was nothing at all feminine about her. Honestly speaking, if he were to stand side by side with Ling Lan and let others guess who was the girl between the two of them, the probability of others mistaking him over Ling Lan for a girl would be much higher. It was safe to say that Ling Lan had already achieved a miraculous realm with her impersonation of a man. At this thought, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Lan Luofeng at her success in training their daughter to impersonate a man. No one had discovered the charade these past 16 years, including the marshal and himself. Everyone had truly believed that Ling Lan was a boy. Ling Zhao's brain began to swiftly shift through which events in the military academy would threaten to expose Ling Lan's gender, and then find a method to resolve it. In the end, he found that if he manipulated things well enough, Ling Lan could safely evade all the threats and remain undiscovered. As long as Ling Lan could graduate successfully from the military academy, Ling Xiao believed that with his resourcefulness, he could definitely construct an alternate identity for Ling Lan, allowing Ling Lan to live freely within his 23rd division with two separate identities. Overall, it would be much better than thrusting Ling Lan into the military sites right this moment. Ling Xiao decided instantly that he would still let Ling Lan study at the First Men's Military Academy. Although Ling Xiao had decided, at the thought that he would be sending his precious daughter into a den of hungry wolves and tigers 5, his chest felt tight, and he could almost vomit blood. He could not help but clench his hands into tight fists and growl mentally. If any presumptuous snot-nosed brat dared to lay a finger on his precious daughter, he would definitely tear the other to pieces, crush his bones, and scatter his ashes. Ling Zhao's planning was quite perfect, but it did not receive Lan Luofeng's approval. In fact, when Lan Luofeng heard that Ling Xiao had decided to let Ling Lan study in the First Men's Military Academy anyway, she went berserk. Lan Luofeng did not want her daughter to continue impersonating a man. Ling Lan was already 16 years old. This was the best time for a young girl to develop, but because she had to impersonate a man to avoid being discovered, Ling Lan had always been injected with hormone suppressors, restricting the estrogen levels in her body to prevent the development of her gender. The military had always insisted that hormone suppressors were harmless to the human body, and that once one stopped using them, one's body would quickly recover its equilibrium and return to normal. Of course, the military had not invented this hormone suppressor for contraceptive purposes, nor was it meant for turning women into men. Rather, it was meant to ensure the survival ability of female soldiers on the battlefield. Mind you, there would always be several days every month when a woman would be inconvenienced and feel uncomfortable, their spiritual energy and physical strength dropping below their usual standards. It was still fine during regular times, but in the event of a battle, these reasons would cause a female soldier's combat capability to drop, risking her life. Thus, any female soldier who was about to enter a battlefield would be injected with a shot of hormone suppressor beforehand, ensuring that they were not bothered by feminine issues for half a year. Of course, agents such as this hormone suppressor were categorized as semi-restricted medicinal agents, unavailable to the general populace. However, the Ling family had had 2 generations within the upper ranks of the military, after all. Even though Ling Xiao had died, the connections he left behind had still been enough to gain these not highly sought agents for the Ling family quite easily. Ever since Ling Lan turned 10, she had begun injecting herself with these hormone suppressors, and this had continued for 6 years. Lan Luofeng had always been concerned that Ling Lan would suffer some lasting complications due to the long-term use of these hormone suppressors. After all, female soldiers would not be injected with hormone suppressors over a long period of time like Ling Lan. They would only take a shot right before battle during critical periods, and once the battle ended, they would stop using the suppressors immediately. This time, Ling Zhao's sudden revival had given Lan Luofeng a great joyful surprise, while also letting her put down the great rock she had pressing on her heart all this while. Lan Luofeng thought that as long as Ling Xiao was back, Ling Lan's impersonation as a man would naturally be resolved. This was why when Lan Luofeng had first heard that Ling Xiao had bumblingly sent their daughter into the First Men's Military Academy before knowing the truth, though she had been stunned, she had not been worried or angry. After all, Ling Xiao just hadn't known that Ling Lan was a girl at the time. Therefore, Lan Luofeng had rationally pulled Ling Xiao back to their bedroom to discreetly tell Ling Xiao this secret. Lan Luofeng had initially hoped that Ling Xiao would then think of a way to refuse Ling Lan's acceptance into the First Men's Military Academy. But unexpectedly, the answer she received in the end was still to let her precious daughter continue living as a man for another 6 years. Not just that, she would have to do so living under the same roof as a group of other men. This made Lan Luofeng blow her top. No way. I will not allow my daughter to enter the all-male First Men's Military Academy. Ling Lan is a girl. Lan Luofeng was currently extremely thankful that every bedroom in the Ling family mansion had been installed with soundproofing. Even if the two of them were screaming at one another, no one outside would be able to hear. I know. I promise I will arrange everything properly. No one will discover Ling Lan's true gender. Ling Xiao tried to reassure the hysterical Lan Luofeng, trying to calm her down. But these words of his just made Lan Luofeng even madder. She pointed an angry finger at Ling Xiao's nose. Ling Xiao, what is the basis of your promise? 17 years ago, you promised that you would return, but you broke your promise, ending up dead for a whole 17 years, leaving me and Ling Lan to suffer and be bullied, even ending up in this kind of difficult situation. Now, you're talking to me again of promises? Will you only be content after Ling Lan's life and reputation are utterly ruined? At this moment, Lan Luofeng was completely unwilling to believe anything Ling Xiao had to say. As a mother, her concerns and fears were much greater than Ling Xiao's. She knew well that if Ling Lan's true gender ever got out while she was in the first men's military academy, Ling Lan's life would truly be over. No one would be willing to believe in her chastity and innocence, especially since she had been living together with so many men in one place. Even if Ling Lan did not mind, and Ling Xiao did not mind, as a mother, Lan Luofeng could not accept her own daughter being side-eyed and treated with scorn by others. This would drive her mad. I had already had everything planned out, letting Ling Lan distance herself from Doha, distance herself from the sights of the upper ranks of the military so that she could slowly fade out and recover her true gender to live freely. But all this was ruined by you. Why did you not return earlier or later, choosing precisely this time to come back? So speaking, Lan Luofeng's eyes were glittering with resentment. She hated that Ling Xiao had returned at such a coincidental time, returning at this critical period when Ling Lan was about to decide her future path, and then presumptuously changing the path they had already arranged, causing Ling Lan to once again fall into such a dangerous plight. I'm sorry, Luofeng, I was too impatient. When I saw that Ling Lan had missed the opportunity to enter the first men's military academy due to her injuries, I lost control. I just didn't want my child to be disappointed. She was so exceptional at the Scout Academy. She must have wanted to enter the first men's military academy. I just assumed. Ling Xiao hugged Lan Luofeng close as he apologized repeatedly. What's done is done. I can only do my best to make up for this mistake. Refusing is not impossible, but the risk Ling Lan will face in doing so will not be any less than if she were to enter the first men's military academy. When Lan Luofeng heard there would be risks involved either way, she calmed down and waited. Ling Xiao immediately took the chance to explain to her the reasoning behind his decision. Ling Xiao belonged to the marshal's camp. There were many in the military who did not submit to the marshal, among the 9 great generals, for belonged to other factions, while 2 maintained their neutrality. If these factions had not been at each other's throats fighting for power constantly, not at all cooperative with one another, the marshal would not have been secure in his first marshal's seat for over 10 years. But even so, at any sign of trouble, the opponent would look for an excuse to attack the marshal, so the marshal could not guarantee that his position would continue to remain secure. Ling Xiao had no choice but consider this as well. It should be known that the marshal had invested a lot in gaining special admission into the first men's military academy for Ling Lan. If Ling Lan refused this admission in the end, the opponent factions would certainly not let this opportunity go by. They would set their targets on Ling Lan and monitor her from the shadows to find out the true reason for her refusal. Even if they found nothing, they were also likely to manufacture something that would cause the marshal, who had approved and fought for her admission, to lose face. This would definitely cause the marshal's camp to descend into a passive and disadvantaged position. As part of the marshal's camp, Ling Xiao naturally did not want to see this happen, but most importantly, he was afraid that with his lone pair of fists, he would not be able to keep Ling Lan safe from danger. Even if Lan Luofeng heard nothing else, she got the point that Ling Lan would be in danger if this resulted in long-term surveillance. Lan Luofeng was an intelligent woman. She quickly figured out which option would be more beneficial to Ling Lan. Ling Xiao's decision was not wrong. Still, although she understood, the rage in her chest was still simmering. It was this Ling Xiao before her with his presumptuousness that had forced her precious daughter to have no choice but to delay regaining her true identity by 6 years. No matter how she looked at Ling Xiao right now, she just felt irritated. Ling Xiao, do you still remember those promises you made when you proposed? After calming down, Lan Luofeng was rather scary. Cold sweat welled up on Ling Xiao's forehead, but he did not dare not to answer. I remember. Back then, what was the fourth promise you made to me? Asked Lan Luofeng icily. Right then, she seemed to have the air of a soldier about her. After marriage, I will make sure my wife is forever happy and well. I will never make my wife angry. If I break this promise, punishment is up to my wife. Ling Xiao's memory was excellent. He could immediately recite his fourth promise. Ling Xiao, right now I am very unhappy, very unwell. I am very, very angry. What do you think I should do? Bit out Lan Luofeng, word by word. I know, Luofeng. Tell me then. I will take any punishment. Ling Xiao grimaced. He had no excuse. It was true that he had not upheld the promise he had made back then. Not only did he leave for the battlefield when they had just been newly wed, causing Lan Luofeng much distress, he had even gone missing for 17 years after that, leaving Lan Luofeng to hold up this family all on her own. And now, when he returned, he had immediately created another mess, causing Lan Luofeng to boil over in rage. He indeed deserved punishment. I have decided. Before Ling Lan regains her female identity, I will not allow you to step 1 foot into my room. With that said, Lan Luofeng turned away without a backwards glance at Ling Xiao, opening the bedroom door and walking out. Ling Xiao was left gaping blankly before he came to himself and ran after her, shouting, Luofeng, don't treat me this way. Let's discuss things properly. He gave chase, pleading with Lan Luofeng to take back those terrible words. Lan Luofeng's punishment was just too cruel. Wasn't this forcing him to become a monk for 6 years? Although he had already abstained and been one for 17 years, at that time he was being a vegetarian without meat in sight one. So of course he could bear it. But things were different now. His favorite dish was tempting him every day in front of his eyes, but he was not allowed to eat it? This was definitely a type of flagellation and abuse from the soul. Ling Lan saw Lan Luofeng charging back huffily, ignoring Ling Xiao chasing behind her, and just knew that the situation was probably not good. Meanwhile, the moment Ling Xiao arrived at the dining hall, his initially frantic emotions silently faded away to be replaced with a calm gentleness. However, Ling Lan could still clearly sense that trace of awkwardness remaining in his heart. Looks like, against Lan Luofeng in a towering rage, Ling Xiao was equally as helpless. Lan Luofeng's displeasure was really too obvious. He Shuyang did not dare to linger. He swiftly finished off his breakfast, and then found a random excuse to leave the dining hall. Ling Lan's gaze signaled for Ling Qin to follow him and send him off, but it was actually to ensure there was no one else in the surroundings because what's next would be a discussion for their family alone. It was really very important that no one else learned anything of it. Even though Ling Xiao was calmly eating his breakfast, he was still observing the expressions of everyone in the dining hall. Seeing Ling Lan's caution in handling things, a surge of pride rose in his heart. Look, this is my daughter. Compared to a son, Ling Xiao was even worse at resisting a daughter. Is the decision for me to enter the first men's military academy set in stone? After receiving Ling Qin's confirmation that the coast was clear, Ling Lan stared at Ling Xiao steadily as she asked, Well, no, but the risk of refusing is too great, both for you and for me. Ling Xiao did not prevaricate. He then detailed all the possible consequences of refusing to Ling Lan and concluded, The final decision is still up to you. If you really don't want to go, I, Ling Xiao, can still take the fallout. However, the danger to you will be a little greater. At this moment, Lan Luofeng could not hold back from saying, Ling Lan, don't worry too much. Your father can handle things. Although Lan Luofeng was extremely annoyed with Ling Xiao, her trust in Ling Xiao was still unshaken. Ling Lan thought for a moment, and then asked, Can you make sure my gender won't be discovered? Since Ling Xiao had decided to send her into the military academy, he must have a sure plan. Yes, I will arrange everything. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. He would never take any chances with his daughter's life. Then I'll go, Ling Lan decided. Honestly, the greatest reason why she had not wanted to go study at the military academy was that she feared her true gender being discovered. There were just too many events involving body checkups over the first year. She had the confidence to hide once or twice, but with such a large number of occasions, she was uncertain she could keep the charade going. Since Ling Xiao could help her eliminate this problem, Ling Lan naturally had nothing else to worry about. Besides, Ling Lan really wanted to see Qi Long, Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and the others again. When they found out that she would be studying with them at the First Men's Military Academy, their expressions would probably be supremely interesting. A faint smile bloomed on the corners of Ling Lan's lips. Honestly speaking, she had really been reluctant to part with them. She had spent so many years with the group after all. The ties and emotions among them had already burrowed into their respective bones. They were not something she could so easily cut away. Ling Lan's decision brought a temporary end to the fight between Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng. The family of three could finally put their attention on their breakfast. However, as the first meal together as a reunited family, the atmosphere was a little strange. It should have been heartwarming, but due to the remnant outrage in Lan Luofeng's heart, along with Ling Lan's subtle discomfort towards Ling Xiao, the overall atmosphere was rather awkward. Although Ling Xiao tried his best to please Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan, the latter two were in no mood to accommodate him. This caused Ling Xiao to suffer through a rather awkward breakfast, dejection coloring his brow subconsciously. Seeing this familiar expression, Ling Lan's hand, which was holding her chopsticks, trembled. Right then, Ling Xiao's expression was almost exactly like the expression of the Ling Xiao in the Legacy space, when she had refused to call him daddy. This made Ling Lan's heart pound, that initial sense of unfamiliarity with this Ling Xiao abruptly melting away. At this moment, she finally felt that the gentle Ling Xiao before her now who loved to smile was truly the same Ling Xiao that she had willingly called daddy previously. The current Ling Xiao just did not know this yet. Ling Lan opened her mouth, but still did not manage to utter daddy. The spiritual entity Ling Xiao was the Ling Xiao of 17 years ago, while the Ling Xiao now was the Ling Xiao of 17 years later one. Whether in terms of appearance or physical aura, the two were somewhat different. This brief period of time spent together was not enough for Ling Lan to get over these differences. Besides, Ling Lan had always been a girl who did not open her heart readily to others. In that unknown world, were there also many strange and wonderful things. Even though she wasn't able to call Ling Xiao daddy just yet, Ling Lan still could not bear to see Ling Xiao being so awkward. So, she decided to help him out by initiating a conversation. Ling Lan's question caused Ling Xiao's eyes to light up. His initially somewhat dejected expression instantly became energetic and lively, and he said excitedly, "Yes." Although the technology there was outdated, they had very rich mineral resources. Many of the materials there are those which the Federation lacks. But, please don't spread this information. I did not tell anyone else about this. Seeing Ling Xiao animatedly telling Ling Lan all about the unknown world he had been at, a smile gradually emerged on Lan Luofeng's face. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan were the two people she loved the most. Of course, she wanted the two of them to get along. At this moment, Lan Luofeng had completely forgotten to hold on to her grudge against Ling Xiao. Right then, Ling Lan was actually somewhat regretting her choice of topic. She had not pegged Ling Xiao as a chatterbox, but once he started speaking, he could not be stopped. This made a green vein pop out on her forehead, and she almost flipped the dining table to signal an end to the topic. Ling Lan did not know that, if it wasn't for her question, Ling Xiao would not have been so excited about the topic and spilled everything about the unknown world in a rush to her. Clearly, Ling Lan's curious tone had thrilled Ling Xiao beyond reason, causing him to lose his composure. He just wanted to make his daughter happy. Any 24 filial exemplar's dad would involuntarily become foolish, long-winded, and unprincipled in front of his daughter. As if taking pity on Ling Lan's poor ears, the heavens sent someone to rescue her. A cold harumph rang out in the dining hall. "If you've returned, why have you not scrambled over to see me?" Ling Xiao was in the middle of his excited narration when he was shocked by this sudden voice. He leapt up quickly and choked out, "Master, why are you here? Darn brat, can't I be here?" Although Mu Shuiqing was scolding Ling Xiao, his tone was emotional. It was clear to see how much Ling Xiao's return had impacted the old man. If not because he wanted to give Ling Xiao some personal time with his family, Mu Shuiqing would definitely have come seek Ling Xiao out as soon as he heard the news. Only then did Ling Xiao remember that it was Mu Shuiqing's appearance 3 years ago which had saved Ling Lan's life. His master must have been worried that Ling Lan would suffer another assassination attempt, and so had remained at the Ling family mansion to protect her. Ling Xiao was instantly overcome with remorse. Because of him, his wandering master had no choice but to stop his travels to stay at the Ling family mansion to protect Ling Lan. In the end, it was still his failing. Ling Lan, bring Ling Xiao over to see me. Mu Shuiqing did not bother himself with Ling Xiao's thoughts. He gave an order directly to Ling Lan, and then went utterly silent. Yes, master, replied Ling Lan calmly. Her voice was not very loud. You could perhaps even call it very soft, so Ling Xiao, lost in his guilty feelings, did not notice what she said. Ling Lan's cold face could not help but twitch as she glanced at the pensive Ling Xiao. She had forgotten that she had another identity. As a disciple of Mu Shuiqing as well, Ling Xiao would be her senior brother. They were father and daughter, but also fellow disciples of the same sect. The seniority and relationship hierarchy between them was really such a mess. Conflicted, Ling Lan put down her bowl and chopsticks. Standing up, she waved goodbye to Lan Luofeng, and then departed swiftly from the dining hall. All right, right now, she too was utterly confounded by the complicated tangle of her relationship with her father. Ling Lan's greeting startled Ling Xiao out of his reverie, and without her having to call him, Ling Xiao too said goodbye to Lan Luofeng and followed Ling Lan out of the house to arrive at a back courtyard, the site of Mu Shuiqing's seclusion. The moment they entered the yard, they saw Mu Shuiqing sitting up straight on a wooden chair in the garden. Ling Xiao saw that Mu Shuiqing's hair was all white now. Though he continued to smile, his eyes abruptly turned red as he cried out softly, "Master!" Mu Shuiqing peered intently at Ling Xiao, cataloging the condition of his body, before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, no signs of any latent problems. Apparently, Mu Shuiqing's first priority was to scan Ling Xiao's body for any problems. After all, back then, Ling Xiao had been blasted by a tremendous force to an unknown world. Though he managed to survive, he must have received some heavy damage back then. Mu Shuiqing had been extremely afraid that Ling Xiao had paid the price of depleting his vital energies to earn the chance of survival. But now, from the looks of it, the situation was not as horrible as he had imagined. This reassured him greatly. "Thank you, master," said Ling Xiao gratefully. He naturally knew what Mu Shuiqing had done. "Other than to check you over properly, there is one more thing I want you to do," said Mu Shuiqing. "Please instruct me, master," said Ling Xiao respectfully, slightly toning down his smile. "Help your master assess Lan too," said Mu Shuiqing, pointing to Ling Lan, who was standing behind Ling Xiao. Master." Ling Xiao's small smile froze. He would never have expected that this was what Mu Shuiqing had wanted him to do. Ling Lan was only 16 years old. Could she withstand the force of presence of a God-class operator? "I forgot to tell you. 3 years ago, I've already taken on Ling Lan as my true disciple. In fact, she is already your junior sister." After spending 3 years together, Mu Shuiqing naturally knew Ling Lan's true gender by now. That said, Mu Shuiqing began to laugh heartily. Ling Lan could just feel the trace of mischief running through Mu Shuiqing's laughter. He really gave off the impression of an old prankster right then. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically. He almost spewed blood and could no longer hold on to that unchanging smile on his face. Flustered, he said, "Master, Ling Lan is my daughter. Couldn't you have taken on Ling Lan as my disciple on my behalf instead?" Mu Shuiqing glared at him. "Before me, the only thing that matters is the relationship within the sect. At other times, it's up to you what you want to call each other." Mu Shuiqing's determination caused Ling Xiao to rub at his forehead, head aching. At this moment, he no longer had any bit of his usual genial air, his entire aura rather prickly. Godmit, what the hell was this? He had not even gained his daughter's acknowledgement, and now his seniority was undercut by a whole generation, making him his own daughter's senior brother? No wonder the common folk all called his master an old beast. Sure enough, he did not act on logic, but on personal whim. Ling Xiao began to resent his master's offbeat manner of doing things. "Master, father and I do not suit this type of address. Let us just address each other as normal." Ling Lan was just as conflicted, suddenly finding that calling Ling Xiao senior brother was even harder than calling him daddy. Previously, since Ling Xiao was dead, Ling Lan had not thought this would be an issue. Hearing Ling Lan verbally acknowledge him as her father, Ling Xiao felt a frisson of joy course through his heart. But he was immediately depressed again. This meant that Ling Lan only acknowledged their blood relation. It did not mean that Ling Lan had accepted him emotionally. Otherwise, Ling Lan would have just called him daddy rather than father. Ling Xiao was very clear on the difference between the two forms of address. However, Ling Xiao immediately bucked up again. Since Ling Lan had already acknowledged the truth of their blood relation, he believed that it would not be long before she would be able to accept him wholeheartedly as her dad. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with motivation. To obtain the acknowledgement of the two most important women in his life, he would definitely work hard. He would use all his love to fill up the gaps left by his absence of 17 years. Seeing the conflicted and rebellious looks on the faces of his two disciples, Mu Shuiqing could only regretfully set aside his pranking nature. Still, Ling Xiao's reaction had pleased him well. He had finally managed to rip that unchanging smile off of Ling Xiao's face. So it wasn't that Ling Xiao was inherently even-tempered. It was just that there had been nothing important enough in the past to warrant a change in his expression. Oh, all right, suit yourselves. Mu Shuiqing finally let Ling Xiao and Ling Lan off the hook. This made both Ling Xiao and Ling Lan sigh internally. If Mu Shuiqing had truly insisted, they could only have obeyed their master's command against their will and first address each other as fellow disciples. Of course, this would undoubtedly be rubbing salt into the wounds on Ling Xiao's heart. After all, right now, he still had not managed to have Ling Lan willingly acknowledge him as her dad yet. However, Ling Xiao, don't hold back. Ling Lan is not as weak as you think she is. She has already obtained your legacy, reminded Mu Shuiqing. A strange light entered Ling Xiao's eyes. Ever since he had found out that his legacy had suddenly disappeared from the Central Scout Academy, he had already had the premonition that Ling Lan had obtained the legacy. However, so much had happened since he returned that he had not had a chance to ask Ling Lan about it. Now, though, Mu Shuiqing's words proved his premonition right. This put him in a very good mood. His legacy had been meant for Ling Lan to begin with. He had only been worried that the military would confiscate it and refuse to hand it over to Ling Lan. In reality, his worries were not unfounded. The military had indeed refused to hand over the legacy directly to Ling Lan, placing it instead in the virtual world of the Central Scout Academy for all the scout students to attempt when they found they could not crack it. They had still been plotting to keep Ling Xiao's method of ascension within their control. Although Ling Xiao did not know how Ling Lan had managed to fool those monitoring staff to successfully obtain his legacy from right under the military's nose, this was the situation that Ling Xiao had most wanted to see. He could not help but give his daughter countless thumbs-ups inside his heart. All right, Lan, just let me properly assess how much you've learned. Ling Xiao swallowed the word daddy he had been about to say, forcibly changing it into me. Ling Xiao was still very careful. Before Ling Lan accepted him, Ling Xiao did not want to put pressure on her and make her unhappy. Ling Lan did not respond, merely giving a cold martial salute and getting into a defensive stance as she instantly activated a spiritual shield. To determine whether one has studied well in the Divine Command sect, of course one would have to examine one's prowess in spiritual confrontation. The sect's unique combat style was very familiar to Ling Xiao and Ling Lan, who were both from the Divine Command sect. However, when Ling Xiao activated his spiritual pressure, Ling Lan finally understood what kind of existence a God-class operator was. Ling Xiao's spiritual power was as vast as an ocean, but thick and substantial. Just activating it made Ling Lan feel like she was a tiny boat on a raging sea, struggling desperately to stay afloat. If she were at all careless, she would be consumed entirely. Just this little taste let Ling Lan know that Ling Xiao's spiritual power was more formidable than Mu Shuiqing's, even drawing an unfathomable fear from within her. Ling Lan's expression turned grim. Of course, on the outside, Ling Lan only seemed to grow even colder. The temperature of the entire space plummeted, bringing a faint chill into the air. Your spiritual self-mutation is actually along the line of the element of ice. Ling Xiao sensed the drop in temperature, and his brows furrowed. This type of mutation path was actually not very suitable for piloting mecha. Or more precisely, this spiritual mutation could not add anything to a mecha operator's control skill. That way, it would be very difficult to achieve the merging of human and mecha as one. For Ling Lan, this meant that she might not be able to touch the gates of becoming an Imperial operator in the future. In other words, there was almost no hope for Ling Lan to ascend to become an Imperial operator. Ling Lan knew that the spiritual mutation Ling Xiao was referring to was her awakened innate talent. She replied calmly, "The direction of mutation is not important, and whether or not it is suitable for operating mecha is also not important. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Imperial operators in the Federation. I believe that ascension to the highest level still depends on serendipity and whether I am putting in enough effort. Lan'er, talent is very important for operating mecha, but the suitability of one's spiritual mutation to mecha is even more important. One cannot lack either one," said Ling Xiao with a sigh. He had seen countless mecha operators who had had the same belief as Ling Lan at the start, thinking that there was hope as long as they worked hard. But in truth, every operator of Imperial level and beyond possessed a spiritual mutation which enhanced their mecha operation with its associated abilities. In other words, there had not been a single Imperial operator whose spiritual mutation was unsuitable for operating mecha thus far. Just because no one has found the way does not mean that the way does not exist. Ling Lan had full confidence in herself. Instructor number 1 had said before that her other awakened innate talent, the top-rated profound insight, was the talent best suited for operating mecha. Although she did not know whether her dual awakening would bring some unforeseen challenges to her mecha control, she believed that as long as she worked hard enough, she would not lose to the various prodigies of this world with their exceptional talents. Of course, the inherent weakness of her body was also something that would hold Ling Lan back from ascending to a higher level. The physical weakness of women could not be so easily compensated for. However, for 16 years, Ling Lan had been training hard with the full set of foundational physical skills of the learning space, along with the chi exercises of her past life. This had caused all aspects of her physical capacity to become infinitely close to that of the boys of the same age. As long as she continued her training, this inherent disadvantage would slowly be resolved and would no longer be a factor holding her back from ascending. Good, ambitious. Ling Lan's confidence and conviction swept away Ling Xiao's dejection. He was heartened, and his spirits rallied. This minor recovery allowed his spiritual power to gather once more. If Ling Lan had not already entered combat mode and kept her guard up impeccably, she might have been overwhelmed by this sudden fluctuation and received damage to her spiritual self. But even so, Ling Lan still felt a large force slamming into her brain and was knocked briefly unconscious. This also allowed Ling Lan to experience how her opponents had felt back when she had used her spiritual attacks on them. "Heptashield," chanted Ling Lan mentally. Her fingers twitched, and her spiritual power suddenly shifted rapidly. 3 approximately 1 square unit 1 spiritual shields appeared instantly. The Heptashield, as its name implied, was a top-level divine command sect technique involving the formation of 7 shields. It swiftly divided the spiritual power of an operator into 7 parts, each part forming a shield in the formation. The defensive ability it created was definitely not limited to the total of the defense values of the 7 shields added together. Rather, it used the flexible movement of the shields to provide a comprehensive defense with no dead angles. If practiced till the end stage, the shield formation could even be used for offense. Of course, Ling Lan currently wasn't at that level yet. Out of the 7 shields, she could only control 3. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's smile deepened. "Not bad. I can't believe you've already learned 1 top-level technique." The very first top-level technique Ling Xiao had learned in the past had also been the Heptashield. However, back then, he had already been 18 years old, while Ling Lan was currently only 16 right now, so she had learned this technique a whole 2 years earlier. This just proved that, with regards to spiritual power, his daughter's talent was definitely at the most aberrant level. At this time, Ling Xiao did not know that Ling Lan possessed such tremendous spiritual power because this was the accumulation of the spiritual power of both her lives, nothing to do with innate talent. However, all of this was not important. because Ling Lan's current spiritual power was indeed already much more than any of her peers. Let me test the defensive ability of your heptashield. With this warning, Ling Xiao charged forwards with a powerful surge of energy. Ling Lan knew that this was the most basic of spiritual power attacks. As long as one has had any spiritual training, the spiritual charge was an attack they would know. However, a God-class operator's spiritual charge was unlike a regular person's spiritual charge. Although Ling Lan could sense that the opponent was only hurling one chord of spiritual charge at her, she could still sense the great threat posed by the attack coming right at her. Ling Lan's brows furrowed, and the fingers of her right hand flicked lightly. The three shields defending her body immediately shifted into the way of Ling Xiao's attack trajectory. Ling Lan believed in her sense of danger too. This should be a hint given to her by profound insight. Ling Xiao's attack may seem normal, but there was probably some trick hidden within it. Ling Xiao's spiritual charge struck the first shield. Without putting up much resistance, the shield shattered. Seeing this, Ling Lan's expression remained unmoved, merely directing the second shield forwards. The second shield was swiftly shattered as well, but it managed to sustain itself for 2 to 3 seconds before shattering, unlike the first which had shattered upon contact. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan brought her third shield forward to meet Ling Xiao's spiritual charge. But just as the shield was about to encounter the spiritual charge, the spiritual shield suddenly contracted, becoming a small mirror shield the size of one's palm between blinks. Ling Xiao's spiritual charge crashed soundlessly into that tiny mirror shield of Ling Lan's. If not for the pebbles and twigs and leaves on the ground being thrown in the air to fly away from the point where Ling Lan and Ling Xiao met, no one would know that the two people facing each other were currently locked in a most dangerous spiritual clash. The observing Mu Shuiqing tilted his head slightly, dodging a random rock that had flown in his direction. The smile on his face was growing increasingly wider, like a wildly blooming garden cosmos 3, as radiant as it could be. Mu Shuiqing was naturally very satisfied. His whole life, he had only taken in 2 disciples. It went without saying that Ling Xiao was his most accomplished disciple, now among the strongest in the Federation, a God-class operator, who were called ultimate weapons in this world. And then there was Ling Lan. Mu Shuiqing felt that their divine command sect surely existed for the sake of an aberrant prodigy like her. Mu Shuiqing believed that the divine command sect would definitely flourish in her hands. At this moment, Mu Shuiqing could not help but look at Ling Xiao, thinking, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you should take a look at the heptashield belonging to Ling Lan. The moment Ling Xiao's spiritual charge met Ling Lan's small mirror shield, he felt his own spiritual charge being repelled back at him by a massive force. This spiritual power that had been reflected back at him escaped his control in an instant, actually becoming part of the other's attack force targeting him. Heptashield. Ling Xiao's eyebrows lifted in surprise. His fingers flicked and 7 shields appeared around him. With a thought, one of the shields flew forward instantly to block this reflected spiritual power. This heptashield is different from mine. Who was Ling Xiao? He had noticed that Ling Lan's heptashield was different at a glance. His 7 shields could only block, but could not reflect attacks. Is it because of the contraction? Ling Xiao flicked a finger, and one of the shields swiftly shrunk down to become palm-sized as well. However, the shield only became much thicker, without any sign of that mirror surface like Ling Lan's had. Looks like this is not the only reason. Although Ling Lan had managed to reflect Ling Xiao's spiritual charge, she did not manage to stand steady. She was forced 5 to 6 steps back before all the force behind Ling Xiao's spiritual charge dissipated. Still, even so, she felt a nauseous roiling in her chest. Ling Xiao's power had been too formidable. She had only withstood the hit with great difficulty. Ling Lan did not hold back that heavy breath in her chest. She let it out slowly, finally settling the discomfort she felt. Although Ling Lan had successfully withstood one spiritual blow from Ling Xiao, she only became more convinced of Ling Xiao's unfathomable power. This was because Ling Xiao's spiritual charge had been so effortless on his part, so casual that it was frightening to consider. This was the second time Ling Lan had felt like this after encountering instructor number 1. It was as if she would not be able to catch up even if she worked hard her entire life. If Ling Lan had not been through all kinds of perverse torments under instructor number 5, causing her mentality to be extremely secure, this clash might have caused a flaw to appear in her mental state. From the sidelines, Mu Shuiqing chuckled and said, "Ling Xiao, what do you think? Ling Lan's heptashield is very impressive, right?" Mu Shuiqing's tone was undoubtedly smug. Inheritance was all well and good, but innovation would undeniably make a master even more excited and pleased. The ultimate goal of a legacy was for a pupil to surpass their master one. After all, even the consistently prodigious Ling Xiao was amazed by Ling Lan's innovative breakthrough. The smile on his face grew even more radiant as he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it's too unexpected. I never knew the heptashield could be used this way." He looked at Ling Lan with pride. "This should be the results of your own research, right? What a great idea." The heptashield had always been categorized as a defensive ability, with basically no offensive capability. Only in the later stages, once one became extremely proficient in its use and had the power to back it, could one use the heptashield's mobility to deal some small attacks to an opponent. However, in comparison to Ling Lan's improved reflective shield, the offensive power of that was insignificant. Ling Xiao's praise made Ling Lan somewhat shy. After all, this successful outcome was the result of the combined research of Little Four, the instructors, and herself. Ling Lan now knew that Little Four's so-called calculations and planning were actually all the work of the instructors. The instructors had just not wanted her to know that they could learn from the techniques of the real world and study them and modify them, and so had made Little Four take credit for them. Ling Lan rubbed her nose, and then began to explain the thought process behind the instructors and her modifications to the technique. "Because I didn't want to passively wait for an opportunity, so I thought, if I could attack even as I was defending, wouldn't that change the flow of the battle? I was just thinking how I could make a shield have offensive capability. I tried many things, having also tried to use the shield as a weapon to attack the opponent. I found that it was all useless, because once the attack failed, it would switch into spiritual charge form. The shield would break apart on its own." Speaking of her past failures, a small smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. During that period of time, the instructors had all had troubled expressions. Even instructor number 5 had not been able to maintain his typical perverse smile, becoming somewhat frenzied by their consistent failures. Later on, after happening to see the movement of a trampoline, I wondered if I could make the shield become like a trampoline. As it defended, could it also make the force it received bounce back? After studying it for quite a while, I finally managed to come up with this type of shield. As for why the surface is like a mirror, Ling Lan trailed off here, a mischievous smile faintly appearing on her lips. Ling Lan did not clarify, instead bringing out her heptashield once more. She positioned the 3 shields right in front of Ling Xiao, and then quickly changed all of them into the palm-sized mirror-surfaced small shields. "Can all of them reflect?" asked Ling Xiao, irrepressibly curious. "Attack and see," said Ling Lan. "Try to use as little strength as possible." The current defensive shield was not as strong as the original version of the heptashield. If Ling Xiao used too much power, he might not be able to see the effect. Ling Xiao nodded and casually unleashed a spiritual charge. The force and pressure of this spiritual charge were not as strong as that of his previous one. The spiritual power broke through the first shield, and then broke through the second, but again met obstruction on the third shield, and the remaining power was reflected. The defense power of the mirrored surface is greatly weakened, and not every surface has the ability to reflect. Looks like the reflective ability is not because of the mirrored surface. With this one strike, Ling Xiao had found the strengths and weaknesses of the shields. He understood that the appearance of the shields was not the most important thing. All of it was a show that Ling Lan wanted others to see. The 3 mirrored shields destroyed, Ling Lan merely condensed 3 new shields before her. This time, the 3 shields did not change at all, looking exactly the same as Ling Xiao's heptashield. At this point, Ling Xiao did not need Ling Lan to prompt him. He immediately sent a spiritual charge at the shields. The attack once again broke through the first and second shields, but was obstructed at the third shield, where the force was reflected back once more. This time, the reflective shield looks exactly like a normal heptashield. That means that the reflective ability is not due to external factors, but an internal quality. But why is it always the third shield which reflects? Are you free to choose which shield has the reflective ability, or is it restricted to the final shield? Or can all three shields have the power to reflect? Gaining new information, Ling Xiao just had even more questions. I can only control one reflective shield at present, because the spiritual composition of the reflective shield is different from the original heptashield. As for which shield is reflective, that is up to me to choose, answered Ling Lan. The reason why I place it on the third shield is because your power is too strong. Without the two shields before it to whittle away some of the power, I am not confident the reflection would succeed. Father, you should know that the reflective ability of the modified shield has its limits. If an attack exceeds that limit, the shield will just break and fail to have any reflective effect. Listening to Ling Lan's explanation, Ling Xiao could not help but nod along. When he heard his daughter say his power was strong, he couldn't help but preen internally. Could this be considered his daughter's roundabout way of acknowledging him as her father? Ling Xiao was being overly optimistic about this. Ling Lan was just stating the facts, without any other thought in mind. Also, the defensive ability of a reflective shield is lower than that of a normal heptashield. Till now, I have not found a way to solve that issue. A trace of regret appeared on Ling Lan's face. If she could make the defensive power of the reflective shield equal to that of the original heptashield, only then would her innovation be considered successful. Right now, it was still an unfinished product. Ling Lan, you are still young. You still have so much time to perfect this technique, said Ling Xiao. The creation of a new technique must go through countless experimentations and revisions. Don't be impatient. This advice startled Ling Lan. That's true. When did she become so impatient? Instructor number 1 had plainly told them before that developing a new technique required the test of true combat. In the process, countless adjustments and revisions were doubtlessly necessary. What remained in the end would definitely be the result of countless reforging. Thank you, Father. Even if she was unable to call Ling Xiao daddy so intimately right now, Ling Lan would not be stingy with the address of father. Emotion flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. This was a good sign. His daughter's tone seemed to be softer than it had been previously. Did this mean that his daughter had already accepted him? Ling Xiao decided to strike while the iron is hot, and take the chance to interact well with Ling Lan now. So he began asking more about the spiritual construction of her reflective shield. Ling Lan had never thought to hide this information, so when Ling Xiao asked, she began describing all her findings to him. Mu Shuiqing looked at the father and daughter pair before him, discussing the command of spiritual power, and the heartwarming scene made his eyes feel a little damp. In the past 3 years, he had fantasized before how wonderful it would be if Ling Xiao still lived. Who would have thought that 3 years later, his fantasies would become reality? The heavens were truly kind to this old man for letting him see this scene. Time passed swiftly, a month's time over in the blink of an eye. Sometime during the month, the acceptance letter from the 1st Men's Military Academy arrived as expected. However, on the day the letter was collected, another case of domestic violence occurred in the Ling family. Seeing the acceptance letter rekindled Lan Luofeng's dormant grudge with a new dose of anger. She instantly gave Ling Xiao a kick, not forgetting to add on an elbow attack as well. As Ling Xiao was afraid that he would harm Lan Luofeng accidentally, he did not dare to use qi to protect himself. So Lan Luofeng's attacks landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body, causing him to grimace in pain. Not just that. That night, Lan Luofeng staunchly refused to let Ling Xiao into her bedroom. However, early the next day, Ling Lan was lucky enough to see Ling Xiao being kicked out of Lan Luofeng's bedroom, so she knew that Ling Xiao had still managed to sneak into Lan Luofeng's bedroom successfully last night. In contrast to Lan Luofeng's anger, the main victim in question, Ling Lan, seemed not at all concerned. Since Ling Xiao had said that he would be able to help her handle all those tests and training that could expose her gender, what else was there for her to worry about? Besides, she was actually quite curious about the 1st Men's Military Academy. Meanwhile, in this 1 month, Ling Lan had often sparred with her father Ling Xiao. Of course, this was just a nice way of putting it. In fact, she had been one-sidedly bullied by Ling Xiao via all manner of torments. When it came to combat, Ling Xiao showed no mercy. This made Ling Lan miss Qi Long and her band of companions terribly, because when she fought with them, she would be the one playing Ling Xiao's role. However, Ling Lan's fate of being tormented ended after a month. This was because Ling Xiao had finally succumbed to military headquarters' consecutive desperate summons, finally being summoned out of the Ling family mansion back to military headquarters. A week later, the military would hold a large press conference for him, where they would announce the official commencement of the formation of the 23rd Division. Just like that, Ling Xiao transformed from an extremely free house husband and male nanny extraordinaire into the busiest great general in the Federation. Accompanying Ling Xiao to military headquarters was the still fuming Lan Luofeng. Of course, Lan Luofeng had not intended to go with Ling Xiao at first, but she had been bundled up and sent on her way with Ling Xiao by Ling Lan. Mind you, in one more month, she too would be setting off for the first men's military academy to register. Was Lan Luofeng supposed to be left all on her own, then at the mansion to guard an empty nest? Furthermore, Ling Xiao was now the most eye-catching superstar general of the military, neither lacking in looks nor reputation. The number of people who liked Ling Xiao must be staggering. If Lan Luofeng continued to sulk and make things difficult for Ling Xiao, what if another woman found some opportunity to wedge her way in? Wouldn't Lan Luofeng regret that to death? Ling Lan clearly knew that Lan Luofeng was the type that was unyielding on the outside but soft on the inside too. If not, during this 1 month, her dad would not have constantly been kicked out of her mom's bedroom in the morning. Ling Lan did not have to wonder to know what they had been doing during the night. However, a few times, Ling Lan had seen Ling Xiao rubbing his knees inexplicably. This made Ling Lan suspect her great father had been punished by her great mother to kneel on a mecha circuit motherboard. Ling Lan had seen that thing before. It had lots of parts sticking out vertically on it, all of them very solid and very pointy. At this thought, Ling Lan could almost feel her knees aching in sympathy. She could not help pitying Ling Xiao. Her great mother was actually quite the black-bellied character. A week after Ling Lan sent her parents off, the military called a press conference, announcing the news of Ling Xiao's return to life to the public. Ling Lan looked at the unbelievably handsome and elegant Ling Xiao on the screen and could not help but be in awe. Her father in this life was truly impeccable, whether it was in terms of appearance or air of presence. However, she of course admired Ling Xiao's loyalty and steadfastness in love and marriage much more. Whether it was in her past life or this one, a good man, in Ling Lan's opinion, was someone responsible like Ling Xiao. "Daddy, can I really believe that you will come back?" Ling Lan thought back to the young Ling Xiao in the legacy space. After 17 years, Ling Xiao seemed to still be the same Ling Xiao. "Don't disappoint me, Daddy. You must give Mummy happiness." Seeing the mature and gentle Ling Xiao, who seemed as if he could accept anything, Ling Lan could not help but press a hand to her own chest, muttering to herself with a complicated expression. As long as I can confirm that you are the same man as before, I will definitely willingly call you Daddy." All of Ling Lan's feelings for her father had been given to the Ling Xiao from the legacy space who had watched her as she grew up. This was also the final reason why Ling Lan was still unwilling to call Ling Xiao Daddy. Ling Xiao's return not only invigorated the entire Federation, but also stunned the countries bordering the Federation, their attitudes towards the Federation beginning to change. Before Ling Xiao's return, although the Federation still had 11 God-class operators, 5 of them were already officially in their old age, their condition deteriorating significantly. 3 of the 5 were even already at the phase when they were just waiting for heaven to call one. Whether they could maintain even half of their combat ability was a question mark. The Federation only retained 5 to 6 God-class operators who were in fighting form. Compared to the other countries, they did not have that many more God-class operators in their peak. This was also why the Federation had not had a lull in battle for these 10 over years, because it no longer possessed enough combat power to deter its border countries. But Ling Xiao's return to the Federation made the Federation's combat power increase tremendously, because Ling Xiao was young enough that his future was immeasurable. He might very well become the strongest God-class operator in legend. Not just that, Ling Xiao also was sitting on a method to ascend to God-class operator, which could let the Federation cultivate even younger God-class operators. Of course, God-class operators were not that easy to cultivate, perhaps requiring 10 to 20 years or even longer. That said, many high-level operators would probably be produced in the process. There definitely wouldn't be few ace operators or whatnot. This was something the other nations really did not want to see. This restored the Federation's deterrent power to its initial state before Ling Xiao's death. All the countries became extremely friendly, respectively sending delegations to congratulate the Federation. All the ambassadors' attitudes were obviously much more respectful than before. This made the Federation's government extremely happy. It should be known that in the 17 years after Ling Xiao's death, the Federation had lived in a very repressed manner. But now, they could finally have better days. Ling Xiao's popularity and high status also caused the initially ignored and rather bleak Ling family to once again become busy and lively. Ling Lan was in no mood to entertain these materialistic fair-weather friends, so she summarily announced that she was isolating herself for training, the Ling family mansion officially closing its doors to all visitors. During this time, Ling Lan had also received congratulatory letters from Qi Long and the others. They were all extremely happy on their boss's behalf, while also thrilled that the idol of their hearts was still alive. If they weren't currently part of an exploration team on an interplanetary adventure, they would definitely have rushed over to the Ling family home to visit Ling Lan and taken the chance to understand the entire story at the same time. Their correspondence made Ling Lan happy, but of course she did not forget to remind them to be careful outside. Originally, Ling Lan had also wanted to tell them that she would be joining them at the First Men's Military Academy this year, but she held back the words as they were about to spill from her mouth. Ling Lan wanted to give them a surprise. Of course, Ling Lan would never admit that she actually wanted to see their expressions as their jaws dropped in surprise. She was such a great boss. How could she be so evil? Another 20 days passed, and it was finally time to register at the First Men's Military Academy. Even though Lan Luofeng had contacted Ling Lan several days ago, saying that she and Ling Xiao wanted to rush back to accompany her to register, Ling Lan had strongly refused. This was because the assembly point listed on the acceptance letter was the intergalactic spaceport on Doha. In other words, she just needed to board the direct transfer to the spaceport. For such a short journey, it really wasn't necessary to drag the busy Ling Xiao back here. Lan Luofeng initially refused to agree to Ling Lan's opinion, but Ling Xiao unexpectedly supported Ling Lan's decision. Back when Ling Xiao had agreed, Ling Lan could hear Lan Luofeng roaring angrily in the background. Although Lan Luofeng had agreed with father and daughter in the end, Ling Xiao most probably had to pay a painful price for this. As for what that price was, Ling Lan could not know. On the night before she left, after Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng had shared updates with one another as usual, Ling Xiao had unexpectedly appeared beside Lan Luofeng, requesting to speak with her. On the screen, Ling Xiao was again dressed in his general's uniform, and the fatigue between his eyebrows was hard to miss. His gentle voice rang out, and Ling Lan's heart throbbed. Lan I have arranged everything. For the first year, other than the theory classes, you are not scheduled to take any physical training courses, and you have been exempted from all the tests and assessments. However, I can only solve the official courses on the Academy's side. It's up to you to handle the private and informal combat training that often occurs among students. Take care with everything. Understood, Father, said Ling Lan gratefully. However, Ling Lan's voice sounded as calm as ever, and was just as cold to Ling Xiao's ear. He sighed. When would his daughter open her mouth and call him daddy? Perhaps even act like a sweet little girl in front of him begging for attention. A visualization of Ling Lan acting cute appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. A coy and bashful expression appearing on that icy cold face. Ling Xiao abruptly found himself feeling unwell. Fine. Ling Lan was the best just the way she was. Ling Xiao wept. Was he destined not to have a daughter-like daughter in his life too? At this moment, the hatred in his heart began to rise. The ones who had created this horrible outcome were definitely those people who had trapped him. He would never stop going after them. Ling Lan felt a flash of killing intent sweep over Ling Xiao's body, but he returned to normal in the blink of an eye. If she had not been so attuned to killing intent due to the learning space, she might have been fooled by how quickly Ling Xiao had concealed it. She was somewhat puzzled. What was it that had caused Ling Xiao to suddenly be filled with killing intent? Composed again, Ling Xiao looked at the calm-faced youth on the screen. Knowing that his 17-year-long absence had already forced Ling Lan to be self-sufficient and be responsible beyond her years, the remorse in his heart grew. No, this would not do. He must take on the responsibilities of a father. He must let Ling Lan know that, from now on, there was someone who would weather storms for her. Ling Lan, at the military academy, you do not have to worry about anything. Do whatever you want to do. Dad will support you no matter what. Ling Xiao said assertively to Ling Lan. Instantly, Ling Lan found herself speechless. Ling Xiao's words made her recall that widespread phrase in her previous world. My dad is Li Gang 3. A scene popped up in Ling Lan's mind. Arrogantly, she led her group of arrogant underlings around. Qilong's team members all made cameo appearances, and whenever she saw anyone who rubbed her the wrong way, she would set her underlings on them with an imperious wave of her arm, and if anyone dared to question her actions, she would throw down these words audaciously. My dad is Ling Xiao. Sue me if you dare. You fool. Truly spoken with the arrogance of a second-generation military elite. Ling Lan instantly slapped this scenario out of her mind. It was really all too familiar, definitely like the setup for a minor villain in a novel, like she was a small boss for the main character to defeat in his quest to level up. If that was the case, then wouldn't Ling Xiao be the final ultimate boss? Godmit, the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Ling Lan could not help but shudder. Could it be that she had not traveled to a future world, but into a novel instead? She really did not want to become this type of second-generation good-for-nothing who would obviously just be cannon fodder. Got it. The rational Ling Lan would naturally not do something so stupid. Right now, she not only had to be responsible for herself, she also had to be responsible for her dad. The two of them, father and daughter, could not become a pair of bosses for that mysterious main character to level up. Although Ling Lan was thinking this way, her heart still felt a surge of warmth. Ling Xiao's behavior let her know that this Ling Xiao before her had absolutely no three outlooks when it came to his child 4. Early the next day, Ling Lan, who was preparing to leave, was once again struck speechless by the Ling Qin couple's overboard way of doing things. Looking at the countless luggage bags that dominated a great half of the grand hall, even the typically calm Ling Lan could not stop her stoic face from twitching. What is all this? These are all the things you would need, young master. The insensitive Ling Nani did not sense Ling Lan's bewilderment. She tugged on Ling Lan's hand and began explaining everything packed in the bundles of luggage. There were 2 large bags of clothes, 1 bag of shoes, 2 large bags of food and snacks, 3 large bags of medicinal agents, and 4 large bags of miscellaneous items. And this was all after she had tried her best to cut down. Ling Lan could not help but rub her forehead. She was just going to school, not moving house. I just need 2 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes, 1 week's worth of undergarments, and just give me the medicinal agents which were specially brewed by us. Leave the rest. Ling Lan just did not have the strength to correct what the couple Ling Qin had done. She gave a straightforward list of the things she wanted to bring. But how will that be enough? Ling Nani was still worried, and even Ling Qin, who had been listening quietly at one side, could not help but frown in disagreement at Ling Lan's list. Ling Lan said helplessly, all the other things can be solved with money. Do I really need to bring so much? Ling Nani was enlightened. She nodded repeatedly, saying, right. Why didn't I think of that? You're still the smartest, young master. That said, she happily began looking for the things Ling Lan had wanted. However, she had truly stuffed too much together. It really was rather difficult to find the things Ling Lan wanted in the pile of luggage. However, even as she struggled with the luggage, Ling Nani did not forget to remind Ling Qin, husband, you should contact master. Ask him to send more credits for young master to spend. Ling Qin felt what she said was right. So, he immediately took action. Without any care for whether Ling Xiao was busy, he called Ling Xiao's communicator directly and conveyed this request to his master. A few seconds later, on Ling Lan's communicator, 2 blindingly astronomical amounts of credits were successfully transferred into her account. Without having to ask, Ling Lan just knew that this was definitely the doing of Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng. It looked like the couple were doing their best to push her onto the road of idle profligacy. Doha, as the center of the Federation, its intergalactic spaceport was also the largest and most luxurious of all the planets in the Federation. The spaceport was built in the outer space of the planet, the room inside it about the size of a city on the planet. Meanwhile, the staff of the spaceport all lived in the spaceport city. Other than a difference in gravity, Everything else felt no different from being on the planet itself. Connecting the spaceport and the planet was a specialized rocket car, while the heart of the spaceport itself was a special platform for it. It would receive the specialized rocket cars from various cities from all over. It could be said that the liveliest and most hectic place in the entire spaceport with the most people was right here. Even during normal periods, it would serve several 100,000 people every day. Moreover, today was one of the busiest days of the spaceport, because today was the day when the military academies and the myriad other famous schools held their annual registration. For this reason, all students who needed to register today were rushing to the spaceport with their guardians, causing the entire spaceport to be raucous with the cacophony of human voices as they said their goodbyes. As the central planet of the Federation, Doha's spaceport was massive, possessing several tens of thousands of navigation frames for interstellar ships to park on. The respective military academies and other renowned schools already had their exclusive ships parked at the various ports, ready to welcome their incoming students. They were only waiting for the students to come and present their acceptance letters to gain entry. Of course, these spaceships were definitely not going to be at the three districts, X, Y, and Z. Those three districts were restricted for military affairs, only available for combat warships to park at. Regular spaceships were not permitted to enter. Meanwhile, at this time, in one corner of the hall of the special platform, several youths were gathered. One of the youths was squatting on the floor, a large steamed bun in each hand, while a ham sausage dangled from his mouth as he chewed on it ravenously, as if there was no one else around him. His crassness made the youths who passed by, as well as their guardians, frown reflexively. "Siei, can you maintain a little dignity?" Among those standing, a youth with looks like a maiden could not help but gripe at the squatting youth, frowning. "Luo Lang, I'm hungry." With great difficulty, Siei found time between bites to say this. This group was precisely Qi Long's team, which had agreed to meet up and register together. "Didn't you eat breakfast before coming?" Luo Lang glared disapprovingly at Siei. Hells, it was almost 10. When exactly had this fellow woken up? Siei lunged at one hand, then the other, and with two large manic bites, the steamed buns in his hands vanished just like that. He did not even chew them much before swallowing them down. However, this manner of eating, which only prioritized speed and not quality, immediately taught Siei a lesson. He, the handsome and brave, infinitely charming Siei, was actually choked by the buns. Siei pounded his chest desperately. At the side, Lin Zhongqing saw that the situation did not look right. He hurriedly took out a bottle of water from his backpack, uncapped it, and passed it to Siei. The moment Siei got his hands on the bottle, he threw his head back and began pouring the water into his mouth, finally catching his breath as the bun slid down. "Damn, that was too dangerous. I actually thought that I would choke to death just now." That said, he continued to pat his chest weakly in remembered fear, silently thankful for his luck. "Who asked you to eat so quickly? It's like you haven't eaten your whole life," said Luo Lang, glaring at Siei with contempt. Siei mumbled lowly. "If I wasn't trying to answer your question, would I have eaten so quickly?" "What question?" Luo Lang blinked blankly, and then thinking back, he realized what it was and said, "That question about not eating breakfast. Did that really need an answer?" Just by looking at Siei's ravenous manner, one could tell that he hadn't eaten breakfast for sure. "Hee, isn't this all because I was too excited to sleep last night? So I overslept today and didn't have time to eat breakfast." Siei was not at all embarrassed, loudly announcing the reason why he had not eaten breakfast. "What are you so excited for? Isn't it just going to the First Men's Military Academy?" Luo Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation, face filled with contempt. They had even gone on an interplanetary adventure already. Luo Lang, who considered himself a mature man now, was already extremely calm over their entrance into the First Men's Military Academy. Honestly, Luo Lang was also very excited inside his heart, but he just wasn't as exaggerated about it as Siei was. Of course, he would never admit to this. Luo Lang's contempt caused Siei to in response. "That's not why I'm excited." He lifted his head to look towards Qi Long, his expression filled with emotion. "Isn't it all because last night, the team leader mentioned that Boss Lon will come today to send us off? I was really moved by that. Ever since he had met Ling Lon 2 months ago at the assessment venue, He had been constantly seeking his answer. Finally, during the team's adventure, he felt that he had found his role. However, they had not had a chance to meet with Ling Lan, so he had also not been able to tell Ling Lan the answer he had found. During their adventuring, although Qi Long and the others would often contact Ling Lan through virtual communication, during those times, Xie had somehow felt like he was an outsider. Even though Ling Lan would nod at him in greeting as well through the screen, not ignoring him, he just had the feeling that, whenever Ling Lan appeared, he would be subconsciously pushed to the side by the companions by his side. Even more depressing was that the few times he tried to tell Ling Lan his answer through the screen, the moment his eyes met Ling Lan's stony expression and that pair of cold, piercing eyes that seemed as if they could see through his soul, he had become unable to speak. With regards to this, Xie had to admit that he had an indescribable sense of apprehension towards Ling Lan deep in his heart. This made him not dare to speak recklessly. However, today's meeting would be a great chance. He would not retreat anymore. He would definitely tell Ling Lan what his answer was. Xie Yi's words caused Luo Lang's expression to become serious. As long as it was related to Ling Lan, Luo Lang's attitude would always become serious. In his heart, Ling Lan was the only peer he trusted and would submit to, an inviolable boss. Yes, he would not submit to the number 2 in name, Wu Jiong, or the one who had battled him constantly for 3rd place, sometimes winning, sometimes losing, Liang Jia, or even the nominated team leader of their team, Qi Long. But he would never not submit to Ling Lan, who had always been formidable, mysterious, and unfathomable since they were young. This was a kind of unvoiced respect and admiration that had been built up since they were young. With the increment of age, this respect and admiration only grew deeper and deeper, until it finally reached a point where it was indissoluble. In other words, Luo Lang would only submit to one person in this life. He would only recognize one boss, and that would be Ling Lan. Xie is right. When I received Leader's message, I blanked out completely, almost believing I had heard wrong, said Lin Zhongqing wonderingly. In Lin Zhongqing's impression, the cold and dominant boss Lan would never do such a heartwarming thing like sending them off. He was more likely to send a hologram which would throw down this cold statement. Don't disgrace me when you are there. And then all kinds of twisted charm dominance coolness swag one would follow. And all that was left for them would be an incomparably lofty silhouette which would then slowly fade away. Which was why when Lin Zhongqing had heard the news, he had been dumbfounded. He did not even remember when he had hung up his communicator on team leader Qi Long, where he had then shuffled off to eat a tasteless dinner, and then blurrily drifted off to his bed to fall asleep miraculously. Only when he woke up the next day and bit his arm hard did he realize that he really had not misheard. Right then, standing to one side, Qi Long could not resist speaking up as well. You don't have to mention yourself. Even I was stunned silly when I received Boss Lan's video call. My first thought was that I must be dreaming, that the person on the other side was definitely not my boss. Han Jijian could not bear to listen to this any longer. He said sternly, "All right. Well, the fact of the matter is, Boss Lan is indeed coming to send us off. Buck up, all of you. Don't let Boss be dissatisfied." 3 years ago, due to Qi Long's emotional imbalance, the unhappy Boss Lan had immediately thrown down an assignment, causing them to go through countless torments and suffer terribly too. Han Jijian really did not want for a repeat of that with yet another 3-year mission because Boss Lan was unhappy with their conditions. He would most definitely collapse if that happened. Han Jijian's words caused the other people to shudder involuntarily as well. Even the typically slouching and unmotivated Xie changed his original demeanor, becoming spirited and enthusiastic. That mission 3 years ago had truly frightened the wits out of them. They dared not try something like that again easily. Seeing his companions change gears into their dashing and energetic personas, Han Jijian turned with satisfaction to look at the time on his wrist communicator. It'll be 10 in another 3 minutes. Boss said to meet at the Great Hall of Platform number 9 right around 10, so he should be here soon. They all glanced reflexively at their own communicators. Seeing that Han Jijian was right, they all came to attention and began waiting with their heads lifted high, peering greedily at the crowd coming to and fro on the hall of the platform, hoping to see their boss among them. Behind them, in a row of seats by a wall, in a semi-reclined seat, A person who had seemed to be dozing with their face hidden behind a freshly printed Federation magazine suddenly sat up straight. This person was wearing an extremely simple white shirt, which was topped by a thin army green windbreaker, black pants, held up by a gold buckle belt, and on their feet was a pair of black army boots. This outfit should have been eye-catching, making its wearer appear handsome and spirited, but for some reason the wearer was extremely nondescript, just as if they were a regular pedestrian, causing others to overlook the other instinctively. He slowly pulled off the magazine covering his face, revealing a cold and expressionless face. Looking intently at the group of youths trying to find their target, the corners of his lips curled up involuntarily, breaking the ice to allow a faint sense of warmth to appear on his body. He stuffed the magazine in his hand into the backpack by his side, and then slung the backpack over his shoulder as he walked slowly towards the backs of Qi Long and the others. As his footsteps made almost no sound, Qi Long and the rest did not realize at all that someone was now at their backs. Not right. Suddenly sensing something, Qi Long abruptly turned his head around. At critical moments, Qi Long's innate talent animal instinct kicked in. Qi Long's sudden movement startled the others, who then also turned reflexively. Luo Lang even moved into an attack stance at first notice. "Boss," exclaimed Qi Long, voice hoarse with shock. "How did you get behind us?" Mind you, the place where they had been standing put the entire crowd entering and exiting the platform within their range of sight. There should be no way for someone to avoid their sight to appear directly behind them. Could it be that Boss had the miraculous ability of teleportation? Qi Long could not help but wonder irresponsibly. By the time Qi Long shouted, the others had also noticed that the one who had silently snuck up behind them was none other than Ling Lan, whom they had been waiting for. They all became restless with excitement. The small smile on Ling Lan's lips had disappeared without a trace at the moment Qi Long had turned around. Hearing Qi Long's question, Ling Lan huffed coldly and said with a stern expression, "I had been sitting behind you all this whole time. You all were just so careless that you forgot to check your backs. If I were an assassin, none of you would have escaped." She had thought that after going on an interplanetary adventure, they would have become more vigilant, but they were unexpectedly still rather careless, actually neglecting a spot which they should never neglect. Facing Ling Lan's stony visage, Qi Long and Luo Lang did not dare to put up any form of protest. They immediately bowed their heads and accepted the lecture, faces filled with embarrassment and remorse. Only Han Jijian tried to explain. "Boss, you intentionally suppressed your aura. Even if we had been more careful, we still wouldn't have been able to guard against you." Qi Long and Luo Lang nodded emphatically at Han Jijian's words. In fact, when they had first arrived, they had carefully observed their surroundings as well as the few travelers seated on those seats behind them. Finding that their auras were all exceedingly normal, nothing at all out of the ordinary, only then had they let down their guard. "Even if you don't sense any danger, you should not let down your guard completely," advised Ling Lan. "Understood, boss." The five boys nodded respectfully. They knew that Ling Lan was only saying this for their sakes. Otherwise, he would not have personally set up this situation to teach them this lesson. Ling Lan cast a satisfied glance over them and then said, "Since everyone's here, let's go to the registration point of the First Men's Military Academy." That said, she began to move, but she had only taken a few steps when Xie spoke up from behind her. "Boss Lan, please wait a moment." Ling Lan turned with a quirked brow. "You have something to say?" Xie let out a deep breath, trying to ease his nerves, before saying, "Yes, I want to tell you, Boss Lan, the answer to that question you asked me 3 months ago." Ling Lan folded her arms across her chest, lips tilted up slightly, tone interested as she said, "Oh." Ling Lan's gaze caused Xie Yi's heart to spasm, and the courage he had built up almost deflated. He clenched his fists tightly, silently cheering himself on. "Don't be nervous, you must spit it out. Whether you live or die all depends on today's attempt." He breathed in deeply once more and then said, "In the team, in terms of combat power, I am indeed no match for the leader or Luo Lang. In terms of strategy, I cannot compare against our strategist one. In terms of attention to detail, I cannot beat Lin Zhongqing. But I have a strength that no one else has. That is, my skin is thick enough, able to do things they might not be able to do." That statement of "my skin is thick enough" caused the others to reveal expressions of shock. Was Xie planning to use a sticky candy 2 strategy to cling to Boss Lan until he could not take it anymore and chose to acknowledge him? They surreptitiously wiped off the cold sweat pouring from their foreheads at the thought. Had they forgotten to tell Xie that Boss Lan's tolerance was beyond horrifying? This move was doomed to fail. 3 years since joining the team, I have gotten to know the personalities of my other teammates. The leader and Luo Lang are focused on combat and have no patience to interact much with others. The strategist is intelligent and good at planning, but this gives pressure to others who won't dare to approach the strategist easily, afraid they would be carelessly manipulated by the strategist. Xie listed out his teammates' strengths one by one, and his gaze finally fell on Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing is good with people, and he's careful and observant. A lot of our intel was obtained by him from others, so this role would actually be really suitable for him as well. But the support logistics for our team is a heavy duty, so he is also one of the busiest in the team. Everything Xie said was on point. Ling Lan nodded in acknowledgement of his logic. Seeing this, Xie initially unsteady heart received a boost of encouragement, just as if he had been given a shot of Heart Tonic 3. With renewed courage, he raised his head abruptly, meeting Ling Lan's gaze head-on, and said confidently, "So, I am prepared to take on the role of external communications. The team needs a diplomatic personnel to moderate when cooperating with other teams. With my thick skin, letting me go and communicate with the other party would undoubtedly be the most appropriate option. No matter what kind of attitude the other party has, I will be able to take it. It's unexpected that you would actually find such a role for yourself. Don't you think it's a waste of your talent?" said Ling Lan coldly, eyes trained on Xie, her gaze almost boring a hole right through him. "Qilong has told me before that you are a fighter no weaker than Luo Lang. Don't you want to be a main attacker of the team?" Xie chuckled dryly and said, "If there were only 5 of us in the team, without you, Boss Lan, around, perhaps I might be ambitious enough to try and fight for a primary attacker position. But," he shook his head, "the leader and Luo Lang will definitely not relinquish the 2 main attacker positions. And besides, for you, Boss Lan, your right and left arms should be the leader and Luo Lang whom you are most familiar with and have the best rapport with. This will undoubtedly be more acceptable for you. I am well aware that 3 years is not enough time for me to challenge them for their positions." At this point of his explanation, Xie's gaze turned sharp. "Of course, in another 3 to 5 years, once I've become confident that my rapport with Boss Lan won't lose to the 2 of them, I will fight for a change of role." Back when Xie had been contemplating the issue, he had considered a formation without Ling Lan, with Qilong as the leader. In that formation, he indeed had a high chance of becoming a main attacker, but Xie believed that, with Ling Lan's capabilities, as long as the others' injuries were fully recovered, getting into the 1st Men's Military Academy was a sure thing. A year later, Ling Lan would definitely make a successful comeback and re-enroll into the 1st Men's Military Academy. Thus, he needed to consider the situation a year later. Xie's words touched Ling Lan. She had not expected that Xie would include her in his considerations when coming up with his role in the team. If her father had not bungled up and caused her to be sent into the 1st Men's Military Academy, she would have really felt guilty for Xie's struggles in coming up with this answer. Ling Lan peered intently at Xie and then said, "I understand." That said, she turned around and left, being the first to walk out of the Great Hall of Platform Number 9. Xie stood stunned, unsure what Ling Lan meant by that reply. Right then, Luo Lang nudged Xie excitedly, scolding him teasingly, "Idiot! This means boss has acknowledged you." Luo Lang's words caused Xie to be overwhelmed with pleasant surprise. He really had Boss Lan's acknowledgement now? That's awesome. His suspended heart finally settled down after 3 months of worrying, and he actually felt his eyes grow damp. He couldn't believe he was on the verge of crying. This was really too embarrassing, really not what a grown man should be doing. Qilong trailed Ling Lan closely. As he passed by Xie's side, he patted his shoulder heavily in congratulation. 3 years' time was enough for them to consider Xie like a brother, so they had sincerely hoped that he would be able to get Boss Lan's acknowledgement. Otherwise, it would have been a terrible shame even for them. Following right behind Qilong, Han Jijian nodded at Xie. Although his expression was just as austere as ever, His eyes could not hide his happiness and well wishes for Xie. When Lin Zhongqing passed by Xie's side, he laughed softly and said, "Xie, congratulations." Lin Zhongqing had also gone through Ling Lan's evaluation, so he really understood Xie's feelings at this moment. That year, when he had earned his acknowledgement, he had been equally moved beyond composure, because this meant that he had truly become a member of the team, no longer at risk of being a passing guest. Right at the end was Luo Lang. He smiled gently at Xie, lovely as peach blossoms, his eyes glimmering with emotion, leading others to become mesmerized against their will. However, Luo Lang's following words instantly shattered this spell. "Idiot Xie, why are you standing there stupidly? Not coming." Seeing Luo Lang's diminishing figure, Xie chuckled dryly as he hurried to keep up. Xie could not help but sigh internally. Their entrance into the First Men's Military Academy definitely would not be calm and peaceful. Luo Lang was very likely to become their team's own Helen of Troy for. He could almost imagine it, in the military academy, him having to constantly run around handling all kinds of diplomatic incidents caused by Luo Lang. If Boss Lan is around, he should be able to hold back those deviant and insincere fellows, right? Thinking this way, Xie began to fret over how he would live through that 1 year at the military academy without Ling Lan there to hold down the fort. I hope I'm just worrying over nothing. Xie could only think this way. The 6 of them walked out of the platform. A cooling breeze swept by, and all of them felt refreshed. Although the spaceport was a fully enclosed man-made space, it simulated the natural environment on the planet, making people feel very comfortable. The hover car stop was right outside the platform. They arrived at it after just a few steps. Meanwhile, by this time, Ling Lan's backpack had already migrated onto Qi Long's shoulders. As Ling Lan's capable follower, how could he allow Boss to personally carry his own backpack? Freed from her luggage, Ling Lan stuck both her hands into her pockets, a carefree expression on her face. Since her follower wanted to please her, she should give him a chance to perform. Besides, she also knew that Qi Long's body, which was built like a bear, could even take on another 500 to 600 caddies 5 without any trouble, which was why she could just kick back and enjoy this treatment. The hover cars of the spaceport seemed to come one after another in a never-ending stream. The 6 of them swiftly managed to hail 2 hover cars and split up into 2 groups, and after keying in the district they needed to go to, the hover cars zoomed off towards their destination. The whole way there, all they could see were hover cars flying at different heights. They sped and weaved among one another at an unheard tempo, the scene much as if they had entered a rhythmic world of hover cars. The First Men's Military Academy's registration point was at landing platform 99 of District K. Once the hover cars of Ling Lan's group entered District K, the horde of hover cars in the sky was no longer visible, and the hover car closest to theirs had already moved to keep a kilometer away from them. It was clear to see that there were really very few people coming into District K. This proved that the First Men's Military Academy was really not easy to get into. The hover car very quickly arrived on landing platform 99, and Ling Lan and the others disembarked. Right in front of the landing platform was a gateway. To enter, one needed to have a gate pass, and this gate pass was an acceptance letter from the school. Seeing this, the expressions of Qi Long and the others dimmed, and they stopped walking. They knew that the time for them to part with Ling Lan was about to come. Their initial excitement was now taken over by the sadness of parting. "Why did you stop?" Seeing her 5 companions stop almost simultaneously, expressions dejected, Ling Lan was snickering in her heart, but her face only revealed a vague puzzlement. "Boss." Qi Long was the first to speak, but he did not know what else to say. "What time is the deadline for registration?" Qi Long felt unsettled meeting the gaze of Ling Lan, who was eyeing him coldly, so he immediately turned his head to ask Han Jijian. "Fine." He really just could not look at Boss and say goodbye. "Before 12. Han Jijian replied without even having to check. The typically careless Qi Long very easily forgot little details like these. This had made Han Jijian develop the habit of being Qi Long's walking encyclopedia. Qi Long glanced at the communicator on his wrist and saw that it was only 10:30. There was still time to hang out with Boss. At this moment, he was somewhat regretful. Why hadn't he suggested they find a restful tea house or cafe to have a nice chat before Boss had said to come here and register? If the heart moved, then action should be taken immediately. Qi Long carefully tested the waters. Boss, why don't we find somewhere to sit and have a chat? After all, it's still quite early before the deadline of 12 o'clock. Ling Lan threw a cold glance at him. What's there to chat about? Besides, no one knows what other procedures you will have to go through after going in. What if there isn't enough time? Qi Long found himself struck dumb by Ling Lan's words. Did he really have to come out and admit that he wasn't ready to say goodbye to boss just yet? Qi Long, who considered himself a grown man now, felt it was beneath him to do such a childish action. The others could see that Ling Lan's heart was set, not to be changed. So even if they were in full agreement with Qi Long's suggestion to spend a little more time with boss, they did not dare to say anything in support. Ling Lan watched as the 5 youths walked away, turning back to look at her with every step, faces filled with reluctance, and she almost lost hold of her coffin face. She could not help but furrow her brow. It looked like she had not perfected her slack face yet. She still wasn't at the point where she could be completely unfazed by anything and everything one. These cute expressions of her few little companions right now had almost cracked her icy facade. It looked like she still needed to train it more. However, from Qi Long and the others' perspective, Ling Lan's locked eyebrows were an indicator that their boss was displeased with their maudlin display of dragging their feet. And so, they could only harden their hearts and force themselves to stop looking back. They each took out their respective acceptance letters and headed for the gateway sensors and scanned them. Beep. Logging information, registered 1st Men's Military Academy Cadet, Qi Long. Please provide your proof of identity. Following the instructions of this mechanical voice, Qi Long held out his right wrist, allowing the scanner to scan his communicator. Beep. Proof of identity logged. Identity verified. Entrance permitted. The doors of the gateway suddenly slid open, revealing a tunnel about a meter wide. Qi Long walked through it, and the gateway closed behind him once more. Qi Long stood inside and waited for the others to enter as well. After all 5 of them had entered, they were just about to say their final goodbyes to boss when they found to their shock that boss Ling Lan had walked up to the side of the gateway. Could it be that boss still had some instructions to pass on? The 5 of them waited with bated breath, but the subsequent scene caused their jaws to drop, and they continued to gape for a long while. Ling Lan took out a palm-sized card from her pocket and waved it at them. They could almost see a little devil peeping out from behind Ling Lan, smirking mischievously at them. Beep. Logging information, registered 1st Men's Military Academy Cadet, Ling Lan. Please provide your proof of identity. Exactly the same as when they went through the process, the gateway recited those familiar words. They stared dumbly at Ling Lan as she calmly lifted her wrist communicator up for the sensor to scan, and then casually walked into the tunnel. Qi Long rubbed his eyes forcefully to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Back when he had asked Ling Lan which school he had applied for, he had most definitely said it was the Windchase Mecha Service College on planet Aurelian, and he had also confirmed that he had been accepted for enrollment. Then, why was Ling Lan all of a sudden a cadet of the 1st Men's Military Academy like them? What in the world was happening? Also, coming into the 1st Men's Military Academy just like this, will boss's body be fine? Mind you, during the first year, all that the cadets would be learning would be some advanced and challenging physical training. Anyone with a weaker physical constitution was very unlikely to be able to bear it, not to mention someone like boss with unhealed injuries. In his shock, Qi Long could not help but voice his doubts. Ling Lan held back her humor and explained calmly. This acceptance letter was obtained by my dad through a backdoor. As for the first year of physical conditioning, also because of this backdoor, my dad got me exempted. Han Jijian was the first to regain his bearings. It made sense. As one of the 9 great generals of the Federation, Ling Xiao definitely had enough clout to get his child into the 1st Men's Military Academy. As for the exemption, Han Jijian could not recall anyone ever managing that. Just as Han Jijian was puzzling over the issue, a sudden spark of realization flashed through his mind. He gasped in shock. Boss Lan, do you already have a military rank? Only students who were already military officers had the right to be exempted from exams for the first year, because their physical training and evaluations would be handled fully by the military. Anyone who understood how the military divisions worked knew that the division's physical training and evaluations would only be tougher than the 1st Men's Military Academies. Mind you, The physical training and evaluation of the First Men's Military Academy could only be labeled as a paramilitary training and evaluation. Just the prefix of para- was enough to show that it was weaker than real military physical conditioning. Therefore, if someone could pass the military's physical training and evaluations, then they would definitely be able to pass the military academy's physical assessments. My dad has settled everything for me using that backdoor. I only need to focus on recovering from my injuries in the first year. The more Ling Lan elaborated, the more she felt like an entitled loafer. This made Ling Lan, who had always liked to let her strength do the talking, feel somewhat unsettled. It looked like one needed to have a strong heart to be an idle, good-for-nothing rich kid, otherwise one just wouldn't have the proper aura for it. General Ling is too amazing. Qi Long and the others had all regained their senses by now. Hearing what Ling Lan had to say, they exclaimed in astonishment, gazes filled with the light of idolization, admiration, etc. When it came to their dear cherished idol, they were completely blind to the fact that Ling Zhao's actions were already within the realm of abuse of power and official misconduct. That's wonderful. Boss, we can be together again. In his excitement, Qi Long glomped Ling Lan and would not let go, the initial morose uncertainty in his heart vanishing without a trace. Only now did he realize that, all these years, his boss Lan too had already become the pillar of support in his heart. As long as Ling Lan was standing by his side, his heart would be filled with courage, confidence, and strength. Even if the path ahead was filled with countless trials and tribulations, he would be able to scream at the skies. Even if the skies of the Federation were to be ripped asunder, he would have no fear. Boss, you're so mean. Actually tricking us. Luo Lang did not want to be left out. He also pounced over and hugged Ling Lan, and Qi Long draping himself over the both of them. He snuggled forcefully into the nape of Ling Lan's neck in discontentment. He did not notice that when he said tricking us, his tone had lilted up at the end, the sounds drawn out, giving his words a sense of coquettishness. Luo Lang's voice and actions made Ling Lan shudder and push him away. Luo Lang, don't hang on me and act cute. You should remember you are a man. A man. By the end, a growl could be heard in Ling Lan's voice. It was clear to see how deep her resentment ran on this matter. Damn it. Why did her own voice have to be so cold, so flat? Sometimes, she had tried to intentionally curl her tone of voice at the end of her sentences, trying to warm up the atmosphere, but it only came out sounding even more threatening than before. Fine, she had now utterly given up on acting cute in this life. Her mom had not given birth to her with talent in this area. She could not force it. Luo Lang flushed, his face becoming even more alluring with its pink glow. It was so pretty the others could not bear to look at him directly, all of them turning their heads away. Luo Lang said rather sadly, Boss, when did I do that? Aren't I just being happy? Also, I'm a man to begin with. It's not like I wanted to look this way. His eyes were blurry with a light sheen of moisture, and there was a hint of a nasal tone to his voice due to his sadness, making his retort sound soft and weak. Anyone who heard it would instantly feel compassionate, reflexively wanting to speak up and comfort this cute and lovely sweetheart before them. At this, even Ling Lan could not help but feel her face start to twitch. She pressed a hand to her forehead, trying to dispel her headache. For Luo Lang to enter the all-boys First Men's Military Academy looking like this, was this really a smart move? All kinds of BL stories she had read in her previous life surfaced in her mind. A boys' military school was fertile ground for cultivating homoerotic relationships. Little 4, control yourself. Ling Lan's headache felt even worse. This little 4, actually sneaking out at this moment to come and cause trouble for her. Those BL stories that had appeared in her mind earlier had all been little 4 displaying the stories he had archived. The fertile ground of homoerotic relationships. Little 4 cheered in the mind space. Of course, he secretly fantasized. Would his boss go have a steamy gay fling at the military academy just once? Little 4 started to feel excited, thinking that he had found a fun new game to play. Right then, Ling Lan could not know what Little 4 was thinking. She merely threw Little 4 into the learning space, packing him up so he would not be able to come out and mess with her thoughts. Looking at the teary Luo Lang, Ling Lan thought of her own situation and could not help but sigh internally. Forget it. She was already unintentionally on this road of cold and aloof dominance. Having Luo Lang, who seemed to be developing unstoppably in the direction of having a face as fair as a flower and as lovely as the moon 3, by her side, was somehow a comfort to her. Perhaps this was a gift from the heavens, specially gifting her a little companion to share her androgynous fate. This path was no longer as lonely as before. Ling Lan consoled herself. This way, she could now accept Luo Lang the way he was. And thus, Ling Lan put down the conflicted feelings she had in her heart. She walked over and patted Luo Lang on his shoulder, saying, "Then just stay like this. We only need to be ourselves." Ling Lan's words had a double meaning, but this could not be known by the other 5. Only she herself knew that she was also consoling herself as she was consoling Luo Lang. Luo Lang's feminine appearance had always been a bitter pill in his heart. Originally, Luo Lang had thought that Boss Lan would be just like his other teammates, somewhat disapproving of his looks, but unexpectedly, Boss Lan had said such a thing to him instead. He was instantly greatly moved, abruptly gripped by a profound sense of being understood. "Boss, thank you. Boss, only you understand my true heart. Luo Lang is still the same Luo Lang as before. I won't change just because my appearance has changed. Thank you, boss. Having your trust. Even if everyone else in the world looks down on me for my looks, I will not be angry or depressed, or ever doubt myself." Luo Lang's internal frustration with his looks disappeared. He smiled joyfully, radiantly, and even more beautifully. His initially still somewhat concealed radiance was fully unleashed at this moment, causing the others to feel as if they could not look at him directly. But all the companions knew deep down that Luo Lang had become stronger again, because his charisma had risen to a whole new height. The companions who had grown up alongside him all knew very well that Luo Lang's capabilities and his charisma were correlated. The stronger he was, the brighter his charisma would shine. Ling Lan did not know that her inadvertent consolation had let Luo Lang untie the knot in his heart. The release of the bindings caused his mental state to level up, increasing his initially secured physical skills plane once more, allowing Luo Lang's charisma to be improved and enhanced. This point would incite a great storm later on, causing their team to have a much harder time in the military academy with a never-ending string of conflicts. And this storm would also lead a cadet with very hidden depths to stumble into Ling Lan's life. The reality of Ling Lan's enrollment into the First Men's Military Academy thrilled Qi Long and the other 4. Ling Lan waited for them to calm down, and then led them to enter Platform 99. The moment they entered Platform 99, they saw a medium-small interstellar spaceship parked silently on the port runway. It went without saying that this was the spaceship which would be bringing them to the First Men's Military Academy. The First Men's Military Academy was famous throughout the entire Federation. Everyone knew it was situated on planet Aduja 1, but its specific address was not publicly known. This was very likely a measure to protect its students, but could also be to prevent riffraff from getting close to the school and causing trouble. Whatever the reason, the obscurity of the Academy's address was an undeniable fact. The spaceship was quite a distance from them. A long and straight travelator 2 was directly connected to the entrance of the spaceship. The 6 of them stepped onto the travelator, and holding onto the handrail, they chatted leisurely as they were swiftly carried to the entrance of the spaceship. They then walked off the travelator, and just as they neared the cabin door, an icy voice rang out. "Please display your boarding pass." Inside the area right after the cabin door, a fully outfitted officer was standing. He politely saluted them and began going through the necessary pre-boarding check. Ling Lan brought out that palm-sized acceptance letter from her pocket and passed it to the officer. The officer reached out his right hand for it, and then lifted his left hand as well. There was a miniature device in the palm of his left hand. Ling Lan took a glance and immediately realized that it was the Federation's latest data scanner model, which was also the most portable version. Sure enough, the officer swiped Ling Lan's acceptance letter across the scanner, and Ling Lan's associated data instantly appeared on the device's screen. When he saw the words "data matched" appear, only then did the soldier return the acceptance letter in his hand to Ling Lan. At the same time, the data on the scanner's screen quietly disappeared. Somewhere internal where Ling Lan could not see, her name, which had been bright white on a registration name list, instantly turned black. Linglan's data had been transmitted instantaneously to the First Men's Military Academy's mainframe database to form a student file. Of course, this was also another measure by the school to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. If by any chance someone managed to forge Linglan's acceptance letter and came to register, the registration list that already had Linglan's name dimmed would immediately cause the other to be withheld at the door. At the same time, the registered Linglan's data would be sent to the National Security Agency. The National Security Agency would then send an officer to investigate the two parties post-haste to determine the truth of the matter before passing judgment. The reason for this strictness was entirely because the First Men's Military Academy was the gathering grounds of the most exceptional young talents of the entire Federation. If an enemy spy managed to infiltrate the school and sabotage the students there, the Federation's combat capability would not only be greatly reduced for about 10 years, but could even result in a discontinuation of particular legacies. This was something the Federation could not abide. Therefore, the registration period for new students every year was when the National Security Agency was most pressured. After that, Qilong and the others all passed through one after another, and then the 6 of them walked deeper inside the spaceship. Although it was considered a small ship, it was still rather large on the inside, larger than the large cruise ships of Linglan's previous world by 5 to 6 times. They were led by a staff member of the spaceship to a large hall, and there were many seats, but they were not arranged like the seats of aeroplanes in her previous world, row by row. 6 extremely comfortable armchairs were arranged around a round table, and this formation was repeated again and again to fill the entire hall. Linglan estimated that, if all the seats were filled, it would amount to 700 to 800 people. However, right now, the hall was pretty empty, not many people in there at all. It looked like it was still rather early in the registration period. So many of the students were not here yet. Linglan randomly chose one of the tables near the entrance of the hall and sat down, the others moving along with her. As time passed, the spaceship started to fill with students. The initially quiet hall began to grow noisy and lively as people found others familiar to them and sat together, excitement written on every youthful face. Without question, each and every one of them was full of curiosity about their new life at the military academy. Of these students, a large majority was undoubtedly from the Central Scout Academy. As they trickled in, some of them may not have noticed Linglan seated among them, but as the number of people increased, some sharp-eyed students finally noticed the presence of Linglan who should not have appeared here. Their first action then was to rush over excitedly and greet Linglan. The uncrowned King Linglan had their unquestioning deference. As more and more students from the Central Scout Academy found out that Linglan was present, they all would run over by themselves to greet her. This caused the gazes of all the students from the other Scout Academies to turn pensive, starting to wonder who this person really was. Why did he have such high repute to inspire these other elite talents to offer their greetings voluntarily? They could see very clearly that these students had not a single bit of coercion in their demeanors. They were doing this sincerely. When they returned to their own seats, the smiles on their faces were obviously brighter than before, and their conversational manner became even more natural and at ease. It was as if just by greeting that youth, their confidence had increased. This unusual reaction caused these students who did not know Linglan to become cautious of her. In combination with Linglan's originally cold demeanor, her expression icy and unapproachable. No matter how you looked at it, she did not seem like someone easy to get along with. Wu Jiong's team and Li Yingjia's team entered at about the same time. Originally somewhat at odds with one another, the moment they stepped into the hall, they noticed Linglan seated among the other students. Their complexions shifted minutely. Li Yingjia's face turned dark and he frowned slightly, while Wu Jiong donned an expression of pleasant surprise as he walked over and said in a raised voice, "Boss Lan." This cry was heard by almost everyone in the hall and caused a change to come over the expressions of those people who were already wary of Linglan. The words Boss Lan conveyed many things: strength, means, and also the ability to put pressure on them. Any student who was accepted by the First Men's Military Academy was definitely the cream of the crop of all the Scout Academies from the various cities around Doha. In their world, they were like kings, each of them leaders of a sort. The words Boss Lan raised their hackles instinctively, instantly turning Ling Lan into a public adversary. Ling Lan quirked a brow and nodded, and then said calmly, "Wu Jiong, long time no see." This Wu Jiong had become really devious now. However, she had not intended to become a boss at the First Men's Military Academy anyway, so Ling Lan, who was determined to keep a low profile, did not really mind Wu Jiong's little manipulation. Rather, if Wu Jiong had not shown any ambition and desire to scheme, Ling Lan was more likely to have looked down on him. "You have also come to the First Men's Military Academy?" Ling Lan's application to a school on planet Arealin was known to almost everyone who paid attention to her. This question made all the other curious students who had been too afraid to ask perk up their ears, waiting for Ling Lan's reply. Ling Lan said breezily, "I was lucky. The military recommended me." In front of outsiders, Ling Lan made sure to protect Ling Xiao's glorious image. Although at present these people did not know Ling Xiao was her father, Ling Lan believed that this fact would not be hidden for long. Mostly because Ling Xiao, who was eager for the whole world to know he was Ling Lan's father, would definitely find an opportunity to declare his identity in front of her fellow students. Ling Xiao had a deep resentment over how Ling Lan had kept the fact that she was Ling Xiao's child a secret from her schoolmates for so long. Thus, Ling Lan knew that the seemingly mature and wise Ling Xiao would definitely act foolishly when it came to this matter. Ling Lan's reply caused the hearts of Wu Jiong, Liangjia, and those in their company to skip a beat, but it made sense once they stopped to think about it. They themselves had been witness to Ling Lan's strength. It was reasonable to believe that the military, which had always gathered data on the top talent from the various major scout academies, would not let such an unparalleled prodigy go to waste. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Jiong led his team members away to sit at a position close to Ling Lan's table. On the other hand, Liangjia nodded stiffly at Ling Lan in greeting and then moved off to sit on another side. In contrast to Wu Jiong's sophisticated way of handling things, Liangjia was obviously much more inexperienced. Very soon, it was 12. At this time, on the four walls of the hall, four huge virtual screens appeared. On the screens, a middle-aged man with a disheveled face and a messily put-on captain's uniform appeared. The man snickered and then said rudely, "You brats who are about to enter the First Men's Military Academy, I have to tell you, we are about to depart. This journey will take 2 days and 1 night. If you get hungry, on your right-hand side is the cafeteria catering to you lot. Eat whatever you are given, no whining and backtalk. Also, on this journey, you all have to listen to me. You do what I tell you to do. Even if you are princes or geniuses outside, here, you are just the tiniest of all tiny little worms." The captain's arrogant words caused the expressions of everyone in the hall to change. Only Ling Lan's countenance remained unmoved. She merely continued to stare coldly at the bad-mannered, irritable spaceship's captain on the screen. The captain seemed to notice Ling Lan's stare, for a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He swept a challenging look in her direction, though of course it could also be that he was just challenging everyone in the hall, and said, "What? You guys don't want to? That's fine. The crewmen under me just so happen to be so free they don't know what to do with themselves right now, and want to loosen their bones. I'll let them tell you lot what's the right choice to make in this situation." Accompanying the captain's words, a bevy of brutish and rowdy crewmen instantly surged out from passages at all corners of the hall to appear before the students. Their eyes were similarly filled with taunting challenge, as if eager to find any disagreeable brat so they could flex their muscles. A portion of the students was petrified by this sudden situation. The faint signs of rage on their faces slowly faded away as they made their way back to their own seats. It could be said that they were extremely rational, unwilling to become the chicken killed as a lesson to the monkeys 3. Qi Long, who was sitting beside Ling Lan, leaned close to Ling Lan and asked quietly, "Should I go teach them a lesson?" The other party's high-handedness rubbed Qi Long the wrong way. More importantly, this scamp's fists were starting to itch for a good fight. Of course, Qi Long had also volunteered because he had confidence in himself. He had received focused instruction from Ling Lan since young, and he had also trained desperately to improve his skills in those 3 years when Ling Lan had not been around. Moreover, 2 months before this, he had also went on that high-risk interplanetary adventure. Having been through all this, He was no longer the unpolished fighter he had been before. Ling Lan shook her head and said, "No need. Wait and see." The spaceship's captain must have some reason for suddenly acting this way. A memory of the manga Hunter x Hunter she had read in her previous life surfaced in Ling Lan's mind. From the moment Gone Freaks 1 got on the boat to take the Hunter examination, the testing had already begun. Is this a show of force to put us in our place? Or is it, like I suspect, our first test? How interesting. A trace of humor appeared at the corner of Ling Lan's lips. This originally dull journey had suddenly become much more intriguing. At this time, the crew members began to hurl jeers and taunts at the students, as if purposely trying to incite the students' anger and make them choose to fight. However, their efforts were all in vain, because the students all managed to restrain themselves in the end, not responding to their taunts. Frankly, this was all because Ling Lan had chosen to wait and see. Seeing Ling Lan's parties in action, the slick Wu Jiong was naturally unwilling to make a move recklessly. And while Li Yingjie may be immature and brash, he was not brainless, so he of course knew as well that this was not the time to act rashly. Meanwhile, ever since the grand armed melee, the rest of the Central Scout Academy students too had gotten used to following the lead of the three major teams. Since the three major teams were biding their time, the other students naturally followed suit to observe the situation. And since a large half of the Central Scout Academy students had chosen not to do anything, the students from the other academies naturally would not be so retarded as to volunteer themselves as lab rats. After all, they were all elites from various academies. They were not so simple-minded that they would blow up from some taunting. Thus, this powder keg of a scene was resolved by the silent tolerance of one side. Inside the captain's room, the captain could not hold back a curse, brusquely cutting off the video feed and auditory system on his end. He turned to glare at the other person in the captain's room and barked, "DMN, do these batch of students have no bloody guts? They are just being rational. The provocation you arranged is too low level. Any child with a bit of intelligence would be able to see that something wasn't right." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in a clean-pressed major uniform. His air was dignified, and the flecks of white in his sideburns made him appear mature and reliable, a stark contrast against the captain's crude messiness. The major passed a bottle of white wine over with a smile. The captain harumphed, but accepted it, twisted the cap open, and began chugging it down. "Don't drink so fast. Why are you taking out your anger on yourself?" chided the major. "Damn it. Isn't there a single one of these little bastards who is more hot-tempered? After all these years, this is the first time I've seen something like this," said the captain in frustration. Mind you, his task was to assess the students' capabilities and personalities. Provoking them right from the start had always worked very well for him, because there would always be that one or two hot-headed and impulsive brats who would jump out for him to use as an example. This would give him the opportunity to assess the students' attitudes when faced with overwhelming force. Well, it's not that there aren't any. They've just been restrained. The major walked over to the screen and replayed the previous footage. On the screen, they could see that there had been a few people who had stood up to protest, but they had been quickly stopped by the people beside them. The scene between Qi Long and Ling Lan was also noted by the two men. The major enlarged one of the images. It was one of the students from the Central Scout Academy. He was tugging on his teammate's arm, using his gaze to point out a certain direction to his teammate, as if reminding the other that he should be aware of the situation. Following the student's line of sight, the major scrolled across the image, and Ling Lan's, Wu Jiong's, and Li Yingjie's teams came into view. "Do you not notice that these students were all waiting for the reactions of these few people?" said the major, pointing at Ling Lan's area. "TCH, you think I can't see that? While I was speaking, this bunch of brats had obviously been enraged by me, but they all chose to look there at the first moment." The captain had noticed. "That's right. I did a brief check, and these students should be from the Central Scout Academy. You too know that a whole 10% of the first military academy student population comes from the Central Scout Academy. It goes without saying that within our military academy, the Central Scout Academy faction has the most members. But it is also the one with the least cohesion." The spaceship's captain's face was filled with disdain. He himself had not come out from the Central Scout Academy, so he did not bear much goodwill for the Central Scout Academy. Even though the people who graduated from the Central Scout Academy were generally more talented and more capable than students from the regular Scout Academies like them, there was just too much infighting within their ranks. They were like a plateful of scattered sand. Yes, this is also why, although the Central Scout Academy faction has the most people, it has never managed to become the top faction within the military academy, forcefully being suppressed by the other Scout Academy factions. This is their tragedy. These past 3 years in particular, the Central Scout Academy faction had been even more sluggish. It had not even managed to rank within the top 3. That's not the only point. Although the students from the Central Scout Academy are all very strong and talented, in our military academy, none of them managed to become the strongest in the school. This is also why they have been unable to make their faction the #1 faction. The captain bluntly pointed out the weakness of the Central Scout Academy. Even though its students were more talented and stronger than other students across the board, the one standing at the peak just wasn't any single one of them. True. Especially these last 3 years, there wasn't a single Central Scout Academy student within the top 3. Even the strongest one is just at 5th place. Sigh, the well-established top Central Scout Academy has finally begun to decline. The major was affected by a wistful melancholy. Although he was not from the Central Scout Academy, his superior, mentor, and benefactor were all part of the Central Scout Academy faction. Thus, he still had a deep affection for the Central Scout Academy. However, this year might be different. The major's initially regretful gaze became focused in a split second. The students from the Central Scout Academy were surprisingly united this time. Perhaps a true king had appeared among them, earning all of the students' deference. If that was the case, the power balance of the factions within the military academy may very well go through a momentous change with their addition. Perhaps, the assessment this time will give us a pleasant surprise. He and the captain had never been satisfied over all these years, because the students' final decisions had never truly been the answer they wanted. You think? The captain, who had never thought well of the Central Scout Academy, did not think much of the students from it. Infighting was a characteristic of the Central Scout Academy from the start. Could this batch really be an exception? Then let us just wait and see, said the major good-naturedly with a laugh, not at all bothered by his friend's skepticism. Sure, but I need to make them stop holding back as soon as possible, otherwise we won't be able to see what we want to see. A sharp light entered the captain's eyes, and a great force of presence silently began to spread. At this moment, he was no longer that rough and arrogant captain, but was more like a wild beast from the depths of the universe, powerful and dangerous. Ling Lan had long known that these 2 days and 1 night would not be so peaceful, but she still could not put a finger on the reason for the captain's provocation. If this was really a test, then what were they testing for? Before she could figure anything out, an unexpected conflict occurred before her eyes. The first half of the first day went by peacefully. Although the crew members would still throw in the occasional taunt, the now calm students managed to resist rising to the bait. However, this peace vanished by the time night came. At dinner time, Ling Lan's group of 6 came to the cafeteria and ate a simple dinner. The ship provided a buffet-style meal, but the options were very limited, and the taste was not very good. Although the students were rather unhappy about it, they knew that they were now on the other's home ground, and so could only tolerate. However, there were some things that could not be resolved just by tolerating them. Very soon, when a student who had finished eating was walking out of the cafeteria, he was shoved back. Quickly, several hulking crewmen had surrounded the student. One of the crewmen rubbed at his own shoulder, demanding arrogantly for the student to kneel and apologize to him for hurting him when he had crashed into him. The student naturally would not agree to this humiliating style of apologizing. He argued with logic, saying that he had been walking just fine. It was the other who had suddenly changed directions when they were about to cross each other to bump into him. He had no time at all to react, which was why the collision happened. If anyone should apologize, it should be the crew member. Looks like that captain has made his move. Ling Lan's brow furrowed. Could it be that the other wanted to see the student's combatability? Or was he trying to see how the other students would react to this sort of scenario? To observe coldly from the sidelines, or take on the confrontation with righteous anger? Or perhaps they are trying to assess the students' true hearts? Ling Lan looked at Han Jijian, an inkling of realization in her mind. Han Jijian also seemed to have figured something out. Without sharing a word, The frowning duo simultaneously thought of the time they had taken the enrollment tests for the Central Scout Academy. It's exactly like the Central Scout Academy's test. Not long after, Han Jijian smiled in realization. This time, the main content of the test is most probably unity. Unlike before, Ling Lan slowly deduced the test's content. I agree. Han Jijian nodded. He too felt that this was the greatest possibility. Against such a large bevy of well-built crewmen with deep bonds and great rapport, it was impossible to fight back as an individual or with the strength of several small teams. To obtain equal standing, they needed to have sufficient power to defend themselves and their rights. The weak have no right to speak. The disadvantage of their numbers required them to band together as one unit. Of course, individual performance and combat power would also be important areas of observation. How the students united would depend on the individual abilities of several people, while combat power was a condition to achieve equal status. Otherwise, even if they banded together, it would be a waste of energy if they did not have the strength to back it up. Killing many birds with one stone. A great plan, Han Jijian commented, tone admiring. The person who designed this test condition was undoubtedly a genius. The major in the captain's room suddenly felt his nose itch, which caused him to sneeze loudly. He rubbed his nose and said bemusedly, "That's strange. Why would I sneeze for no reason? Could the temperature regulation system be down?" Checking. The temperature regulation system is functioning normally. Major Wang Yi, your senses are mistaken. The ship's mainframe did a self-check in response to the major's query and swiftly replied, "Is that so? Could it be that someone is thinking of me?" For wondered the major. This question, there is no detailed data for me to analyze. Please excuse me for not being able to provide an answer. The mainframe answered dutifully, even though it felt that the major's question was really very pointless and idiotic. By now, the commotion at the cafeteria entrance had drawn many of the students' attention as they gathered around the scene. Of course, there were quite a few with angry expressions, but they still did not move recklessly. The crew members around were observing them closely. The moment the students made any strange movements, the crew would probably surge forward to show them their place. Ling Lan glanced coldly at this scene, and suddenly turned to look at Xie Yi and said, "Xie Yi, go invite Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie over." Xie Yi's gaze brightened. Yes. Since Ling Lan was giving him this order, it meant that he must have acknowledged the role he had set for himself. Even though Luo Lang had said that Boss Lan already recognized him, before he received a clear response from Ling Lan, Xie Yi had still felt somewhat unsettled, afraid that Luo Lang had only been consoling him. Xie Yi was very good at diplomacy. Very soon, Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie had both arrived at the cafeteria with their teams in tow. "Boss Lan, I heard you were looking for us." Wu Jiong's expression was surprised. Ling Lan very rarely looked for him, and whenever he did, it always meant something big was about to happen, just like with the grand armed melee back then. In contrast, with an awkward expression, Li Yingjie called out in a low voice, "Boss Lan." The pride in his bones made him reluctant to address Ling Lan this way. But ever since Wu Jiong had changed the way he addressed Ling Lan to Boss Lan, Li Yingjie had drawn weird looks from everyone in Class A and Class B when he had once called Ling Lan by name directly. Even the members of his own team had stared at him strangely. This gave him no choice but to bend his proud neck and lower his head, acknowledging Ling Lan as the boss of their year through clenched teeth. Ling Lan actually did not mind how others addressed her, whether they called her Boss Lan or called her name directly. It was all fine. They were both just forms of address. She signaled for them to look towards the center of the conflict and asked quietly, "What do you both think?" Him? Boss Lan? That's a student from our academy, called Peng Jian. He used to be in a merit class, but managed to achieve an upset in his final year to enter Class B, and then successfully qualified for the first men's military academy. He's talented. Wu Jiong was very familiar with all the outstanding students in the academy, swiftly listing out the others' background without any trouble. Wu Jiong had just finished telling them about the students' background when the conflict escalated once more. Several crew members of the ship had lost their patience. They took action. Two of the crew members stepped forward in unison, attempting to grab the student and force him to his knees to apologize. Students from the Central Scout Academy were not as weak as they had imagined. Sensing the threat, the student twisted his body, evading the two men's pincer attack. However, just as he finished dodging, two more crew members suddenly attacked, leaving no room for the student to evade anymore. He was instantly caught and brought under their control. This series of attacks happened in the blink of an eye. The other students on the scene did not have any time to react, and that student had already been subdued by the crew. Not just that, the other side had even used pure force to push the student to his knees. This scene caused rage to emerge on all the students' faces. Even the expressions of Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie and the others with them who had just arrived could not help but change. The other side was really going too far in their bullying. Ever since they had gone through the grand armed melee, as the Central Scout Academy students had fought valiantly together to cooperatively defeat the 10th grade, they had developed a good comradeship with one another. This was unlike the other years before them, whose students were mostly indifferent towards one another with clear divisions between the classes. Now, seeing one of their schoolmates who had fought alongside them being shamed this way, all the Central Scout Academy students found themselves growing angry on his behalf. Several students even reached out to help, but were forced back by the crew. Still, the palpable agitation of the surrounding students made the crew members cautious in their continued bullying of that student. At this moment, a leading crew member said with a mocking huff, "This matter has nothing to do with all of you. It's our personal business. Those who tried to take action earlier, I forgive you all for your emotional loss of control. But if you all dare to try and help again now, don't blame us for not staying polite." That said, the crew members who had initially been watching the show from a distance all drew into close ranks. The crewmen had already been stronger than the students by a clear margin, and now their numbers had grown. This made many of the students begin to waver. However, as Ling Lan, Wu Jiong, and company were at their backs, and since they had not indicated that they were going to let this slide, the students did not retreat and disperse, merely holding their ground without taking further action. The two sides were abruptly submerged in silence in an unofficial face-off. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. "Boss Lan, we cannot just tolerate this offense." Although Wu Jiong did not want to escalate things, he also did not want to be this cowardly. By the side, Li Yingjie nodded in agreement, full of support for Wu Jiong's words. They were all prideful elites. This baseless humiliation could not be borne. Right then, a faint smile pulled on the corner of Ling Lan's lips. Her initially cold and forbidding face was not warmed much by this trace of a smile. Instead, the surrounding people who were familiar with Ling Lan only felt a deeper chill pervade their hearts. They could clearly feel the temperature emanating from Ling Lan drop by another few degrees. Ling Lan tugged lightly at her sleeves and said calmly, 3 years ago, you all accompanied me in orchestrating a grand armed melee. Now, would you all still have the guts to make a big play with me?" That said, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly as she peered at them through slitted eyes and waited for their response. Ling Lan's question caused a shudder to run through Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjie's hearts. Wu Jiong calmed himself for a moment before asking warily, "What are you planning?" Ling Lan threw a glance at Qi Long, and Qi Long and the other 4 members of her team spread out to surround the 3 of them. Ling Lan also did not forget to instruct Little 4 to scramble the surveillance equipment in this area, manufacturing a false image to fool the monitors. After receiving the all-clear from Little 4, in a voice only loud enough for the 3 of them to hear, Ling Lan said, "Take complete control of the ship." Wu Jiong jerked his head up to stare dumbly at Ling Lan. Even Li Yingjie was so shocked by Ling Lan's words that he could only gape at her. "What? You don't dare." Ling Lan's gaze swept over to stare at them, a trace of mockery in the corners of her eyes. Wu Jiong was after all a child from a military family. He quickly regained his composure and asked softly, "You have confidence? That captain does not seem easy to handle. There may be many crew members, but the number of students was also nothing to scoff at. With Ling Lan's reputation and their status and capabilities, it was entirely possible to unite the Central Scout Academy students to form a resistance. The only worrisome point was that captain. The other was most definitely a Qi stage expert, if not a domain stage 1. If Ling Lan was not injured, they might have been able to succeed by attacking altogether. Also, the ship must have a protective mecha squad. Once the mecha make a move, we won't have any chances of winning." By now, Li Yingjie had also regained his calm and brought up the issue of the ship's combat resources. Mecha. We just need to lock down the mecha hold, and it'll be fine. Unless they want to destroy the ship to perish together, the mecha will just be accessories. It's not like they were implacable enemies, determined to kill each other. The other side would definitely never mobilize their mecha squad. Ling Lan's words enlightened Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie. They were the new students of the First Men's Military Academy, the warriors who would protect the nation in the future. The people on this ship would never dare to truly harm them, so they really did not have anything to fear. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that this ship had been sent by the enemy. But if that was the case, things would not end well for them even if they did not fight back. Thus, they might as well take the risk and perhaps win a chance of survival. Wu Jiong's heart began to pound. If they truly managed to take control of the entire ship, this would definitely be an unprecedented miracle, for he believed that the previous cadets would never have dared to attempt this. His palms began to sweat, and his face turned somewhat red from his excitement. Similarly, Li Yingjie also figured it out. He shared a look filled with irrepressible excitement with Wu Jiong, and then they both turned as one to nod solemnly at Ling Lan. They would take this wild gamble together with Ling Lan. Seeing the both of them agree, Ling Lan let out an internal sigh of relief. Although she had confidence in herself, without the support of Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie, this grand and ambitious endeavor would undoubtedly be much more difficult. Ling Lan immediately let Little Four create a tactical map with the crew members' positions plotted on it, and sent a copy each to Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie. After that, she swiftly outlined her plan. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie nodded repetitively as they listened, their eyes shining brighter and brighter. What they had initially thought would be a campaign with very small chances of success changed into a real possibility under Ling Lan's clever planning. It looked like what Ling Lan had said about taking control of the ship was not a brash and foolhardy attempt, but an idea formed through careful consideration. Otherwise, he would not have this detailed tactical map ready at hand. It looked like, while they had been stewing in their force tolerance, Ling Lan had already been making preparations for her next move. Although they did not know how Ling Lan had obtained this tactical map with all the positioning of the crew, they believed that this map was real. They had taken a quick glance at several spots as noted on the map, and had found that those crew members had pretty much been standing right where the map said they would be. Wu Jiong's admiration towards Ling Lan rose once again, a strange bitterness rising in his mouth at the same time. He could once again feel the huge gap between Ling Lan and himself. Whether it was in terms of strategy or in terms of mental state, he was weaker than Ling Lan by too much. He too had been equally unhappy with the captain's attitude during his welcome speech and the myriad taunts of the crew, but he had only chosen to tolerate all the way, only thinking to safely get through these 2 days and 1 night. Even when he saw a schoolmate being bullied and shamed for no reason, although he was indignant, he had still only been thinking of how to help that student get through that particular trial and let the matter die down. Yes, in his mind, even as he thought of ways to help his own schoolmate, he was also keeping in mind that he should do his best not to offend the other party, because this was their territory. But Ling Lan was different. The fact that his preparations were so thorough meant that Ling Lan had been thinking of taking control of the entire ship from the start. He had never even entertained the idea of just tolerating the crew's abuse in silence. Perhaps Ling Lan's way of thinking was extremely radical, but goddamn was it exciting. It made his heart race. This was what a man should do. He truly could not match up to Ling Lan. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie led their respective teams away from the scene to carry out their tasks. As the two left, their expressions were extremely interesting. In contrast to Wu Jiong's bitter resignation, Li Yingjie's expression was undoubtedly much more complex. All kinds of envy, jealousy, hate flashed across it, only to end in a helpless sigh as he left downcast. Finding that the person he wanted to overcome was so unassailably strong on all fronts, no matter how proud or unyielding Li Yingjie was, he could only let go of his competitive spirit. He knew now that he could no longer rival Ling Lan in this life, because he had already lost the courage to fight against Ling Lan. Just thinking of a head-on battle with the other made his heart feel unimaginably weak and feeble. After Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie left the cafeteria silently with their teams, Qilong approached Ling Lan and said, "Boss, what do we do next?" With his capabilities, he had naturally heard Ling Lan's speech on taking control of the ship as well. Though of course this was also because Ling Lan had no intention of hiding it from him to begin with. Qi Long was thoroughly fired up by Ling Lan's plan, ready to move. This was his boss, forever daring to do what others would not dare to do. Qi Long's heart was bursting with pride. You are required here to hold the fort. Delay for us as long as possible. Attract and hold the crew's attention, instructed Ling Lan in a low voice. Qi Long's task was very important. According to her plan, it would be best if Qi Long could fish out the captain from his room. Later, first let Luo Lang step up to help Peng Jian. You stay put and keep an eye on things. Wait for my final order. Ling Lan's expression was extremely serious. Whether or not things would go smoothly on their end depended on the situation here with Qi Long. She hoped everything would turn out well. Got it, boss. Qi Long replied solemnly. Xie. Here, boss. Xie replied hurriedly. While Luo Lang is holding everyone's attention, you go and gather all the students of Class A and Class B from the cafeteria and get them to come back to the main hall. Remember, do it stealthily. If you can't, it's better not to move at all than to move recklessly. Their plan did not have many steps, but each step required finesse. Moreover, Ling Lan did not want the students to leave the cafeteria en masse. This would make those crew members suspicious. Understood, boss, replied Xie somewhat nervously. Ling Lan's request was not easy. His task would definitely be very challenging. However, Xie did not want to disappoint Ling Lan. After assigning these tasks, Ling Lan brought Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian with her out of the cafeteria into the main hall. Right now, there was already a significant number of Central Scout Academy students gathered there. They were almost all Class A and Class B people. While she had been arranging things with Qi Long and the others, it seemed that Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie had not been idle. Seeing Ling Lan appear, the spirits of all these students rallied, fighting spirit filling their eyes. Earlier, back when Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie had called them out, they had told them that Boss Lan was going to lead them in playing a grand game today. Everyone was wondering what this grand game was referring to. Many of them were guessing whether it would be like the grand armed melee, but against the crew. Thinking of the possibility, their blood began to boil with excitement. Ever since the grand armed melee, they had not encountered a stage as thrilling as that again. They had really missed that feeling. Furthermore, they did not have a favorable impression of the ship's captain and the crew. It could perhaps even be said that they hated them. As such, they were extremely willing to engage the crew in a vigorous battle. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie were currently staking out a corner each. Quite a crowd gathered around each of them. When they saw Ling Lan enter the room, they nodded at her silently, signaling to her that they were ready. However, Ling Lan did not say anything in response nor signal the attack. Instead, she walked back to her seat and sat down, at the same time telling the others to do the same. Watch the show for now. Just as everyone took a seat, baffled, rousing cheers rang out from the cafeteria, along with bellows of rage from the crew. A Central Scout Academy student ran into the hall, shouting, Luo Lang has attacked. Luo Lang's actions represented the decision of the uncrowned king, Ling Lan. He would not bow his head to the opponent. It was just like with the grand armed melee back then. He would rather fight valiantly, never submitting even if he might lose terribly. Everyone turned to look with expectant faces at the seated Ling Lan, waiting for him to give the order. Wait a little longer. Ling Lan glanced at her communicator and said calmly. At this time, several Class A students were trickling in from the cafeteria. When they saw the group assembled within the hall, pleasant surprise flashed through their eyes. However, they remembered Xie Yi's warning, so they did not react outwardly. They made their way almost casually to Ling Lan's side, demeanors natural as they found empty armchairs to sit in. It was as if they did not know one another, or perhaps were not very close. Everyone treated each other indifferently. Right then, Ling Lan appeared at ease, but she was in fact anxiously collecting data on the situation around the whole ship with Little Four. Little Four was very reliable. He had already managed to infiltrate the mainframe to use its surveillance systems to monitor the entire spaceship. He then marked the danger zones and areas where the crew were gathered on a map to facilitate Ling Lan's subsequent actions. At this time, on the ship, almost everyone's attention was focused on the cafeteria. Even the captain in the captain's room was also focused intently on the conflict in the cafeteria, only checking on the students in the main hall every once in a while. However, by now, the video feed the captain was seeing was an edited version by Little Four. In his screen, there were only a small few within the main hall, and those few were scattered loosely around the hall with no signs of grouping together. Meanwhile, Little Four placed the people missing from the hall within the feed of the cafeteria. In this way, in and out, plus and minus, Little Four managed to conceal the movement of the students and the true situation in the main hall. Soon, there were over 100 people gathered around Ling Lan. Ling Lan finally gave Little Four the signal to let Qi Long make his move. Inside the cafeteria, the standoff between the two sides had been broken due to Luo Lang's interference. The crew members turned to anger in their shame and tried to band together to mob Luo Lang. But who was Luo Lang? He was the third rank on the verge of obtaining second rank, Ling Lan excluded. Although he might still be a distance away from Qi Long, he was about the same level as Wu Jiong. If not for the fact that Wu Jiong's combat style countered his, he would not have had to bear the frustration of being the academy's third rank. After Luo Lang beat off the third batch of crewmen who wanted to teach him a lesson, he was beginning to feel the strain. The crew members were all very strong and capable. If they had not been intent on subduing him without harming him, he might very likely have not been able to fend off these three batches. Actually being beaten by a little lady. You all are such a disgrace. Along with this voice, a young man appeared at the entrance to the cafeteria. His hairstyle was stylish, his expression mocking, his gaze wicked as he ogled at Luo Lang, making Luo Lang feel extremely uncomfortable. When the crew saw the young man, they called out in unison, "Leader!" It was unexpected that this crew member who looked to be the youngest of them all was actually their leader. Luo Lang and the waiting Qi Long both frowned in silent accord, caution rising in their hearts. TCH, who knew there would be such an exquisite item. "Why don't you warm my bed tonight?" said the young man predatorily, as if having discovered some great thing. "Shut up, bastard!" screamed Luo Lang in response, his face turning red with anger from the other's offensive words. But this angry appearance only made him even more enchantingly gorgeous. The lovely picture he made stunned all the crew members present. If their hearts and minds had been less steady, they might really have become bewitched by Luo Lang. A keen light flashed through the young man's eyes, but he continued to mock irreverently. "Asking me to shut up? Then, you are inviting me to take action instead." That said, with a quick dash, he was reaching out his fingers towards Luo Lang's jaw. It could be called an attack, but could also be called an attempt at molestation. The other's action caused Luo Lang to become even angrier. He immediately blocked the other's fingers, kicking out fiercely with his right leg at the same time. Whomp! The other reacted quickly as well, blocking Luo Lang's attack with a leg of his own. The two of them retreated 2 steps back. It looked like it was a draw. The students cheered with raised arms for Luo Lang's impressive performance, but only Qi Long frowned lightly once more. He knew that the other's capability was likely slightly better. Luo Lang would have a tough fight now. Luo Lang too knew this very well. The rage consuming his heart was abruptly pushed aside, his entire being becoming cool and collected. This ability to swiftly adjust his emotional state made the young man's eyes light up, exclaiming in wonder in his heart. Who knew that this girlish youth before his eyes was actually so proficient at controlling his emotions? Just a moment ago he was still raging at the skies, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had become so calm and composed. The young man greatly admired this smooth transition and control. It should be known that unstable emotions would affect one's ability to perform. It was possible that it could add to one's strength, but it was much more likely to cause weakness instead. This punk. Qi Long's initially furrowed brow eased. He had not expected Luo Lang to be so daring, actually activating his innate talent right now. Mind you, Luo Lang's innate talent was very dangerous. It was entirely possible to unleash a dark character instead. It was considered an unstable innate talent, and Luo Lang typically would not activate it. It was probable that Luo Lang was feeling pressured by the task boss Lan assigned to him. Now, with the addition of an opponent stronger than him, unwilling to just admit defeat, Luo Lang had chosen to take the risk and activate his innate talent. Undoubtedly, Luo Lang's luck today was exceedingly good. The character his activation brought out turned out to be his cool persona, which was extremely suited for battle. This made Luo Lang's combat power rise exponentially. Even Qilong now was unsure whether he could beat Luo Lang under the influence of this persona. Luo Lang and the young leader clashed again, and this time, Luo Lang was again pushed back by 2 steps, but the young leader retreated a whole 4 steps. This made the leader's expression shift. From that last crossing of blows, he could already clearly sense the sudden increase in his opponent's strength. The youth who had initially been slightly weaker than him had suddenly become stronger than him by a hair, putting him at a disadvantage. What kind of abnormality is this? The young leader could not help but wonder silently. Mind you, he had always been called a prodigy, which was why he could enter the optimal peak of refinement at such a young age. Now just 1 insight and 1 chance short of entering Qijin stage. In contrast, the opponent had originally been at the peak level of refinement, but had suddenly shot up to a half step into Qijin. Yes, it was a level even closer to Qijin than optimal peak. He had believed the level to be a myth, but it had unexpectedly appeared in reality, and he had just encountered it. In the captain's room, the captain saw the young leader and Luo Lang's fight, and his eyes lit up. Good. This brat may look like a sissy, but his explosive power is astonishingly horrifying. Lil Ghost has met his match. In the time it took him to say this, Luo Lang and the young leader had exchanged several more moves. Currently, the leader was beginning to have trouble keeping up with Luo Lang's moves. Everyone could see that the young leader was the one who was disadvantaged. This reality caused the faces of the crew members at the scene to change. Right then, Qilong received a message from Linglan. Move. Without thinking, Qilong darted out like an arrow, throwing his right fist straight at the young leader, who was busily blocking Luo Lang's attacks. Qilong's speed was very fast, moving almost between blinks. Because the young leader was currently fully focused on Luo Lang, he was not on guard against a sneak attack from Qilong. Thus, Qilong's unexpected strike hit the other square in the face, and the young leader was sent flying by this one punch to crash heavily to the ground. Leader! The crew members on the scene cried out in shock. They were shocked that their leader had been struck down with just 1 punch, and also furious at the other side's shameless sneak attack. Seeing this, Luo Lang stopped attacking and stood to his side. He cast a discontented glance at Qilong. I could have handled him. This one glance was unimaginably flirtatious one. Qilong seemed oblivious. He only lifted up his right hand to reveal the communicator on his wrist. Luo Lang instantly understood. Boss Lan's orders must have arrived. Right now, the one that attacked. Is he that youth's team leader? In the captain's room, the major's interest was piqued by Qilong, who had abruptly attacked. He should be, said the captain, frowning. He rather disliked this sneak attack method of Qilong's. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, 5 or 6 furious crewmen leapt at Qilong, prepared to teach this despicable punk a lesson. Qilong stood his ground, glaring coldly at these crewmen coming at him. Right before they could touch his body, he gave a great bellow, the qi gene in his body circulating rapidly as he stomped the ground heavily with his left foot. With the rebound force produced, he sprang into the air and let loose with both legs. Bam! 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 Consecutive sounds of bodies being kicked rang out, and these crewmen were sent flying back like flower petals being scattered by a heavenly flower girl too. They fell heavily to the ground and tumbled to the side. One of the crewmen even ended up being bowled in Luo Lang's direction. Facing this sudden human projectile, Luo Lang shifted one small step, and with a slight twist of his body, the crewman grazed by him to crash into the ground. At this moment, the young leader had already got back on his feet. Seeing Qilong knocking down these crew members so easily, he could not help but exclaim with a dark expression, "Qijin stage." These 3 words were hissed through clenched teeth. He would never have thought that such a monster would be concealed within this batch of new cadets. A 16-year-old at Qijin stage, this was absolutely a legendary existence. Qijin stage? How can this be? The captain, who had been paying close attention to the situation in the cafeteria in his room, heard what the young leader said and could not help but shout. The major smiled wryly. Perhaps the Central Scout Academy has been so quiet for so many years because they were focused on cultivating this monster. Yi Yifun, are you preparing your comeback now? The military academy may really be in for an upheaval, sighed the Major. If the other is really at Chi-Jin's stage, Lil Ghost is definitely no match for him, said the captain with a grim countenance. I must go and see. He could not afford to let the boat capsize in a ditch 3, failing to teach these fresh cadets a lesson. While his capable subordinates were beaten so badly, they fell into a funk in the end. It's time for you to go quell the situation. The Major was in full agreement. If they did not suppress that Chi-Jin stage fresh cadet, their test was likely to be nipped in the bud, for those students would definitely no longer have any fear of them. Don't worry, I will teach him a good lesson. On my turf, no one has ever dared be this cocky. That said, the captain departed from his room. The captain's movement was immediately reported by Little 4 to Ling Lan. Ling Lan clenched a victory fist internally, mentally cheering aloud yes. They had finally managed to hook the captain out of his room 4. However, they still needed to wait a little longer. Ling Lan held back the excitement in her heart. Her expression extraordinarily calm, she remained still in her seat, closely monitoring the captain's progress. At this time, some of the students in the hall not from the Central Scout Academy were extremely curious over the large assembly of around 100 students around Ling Lan. One of them slunk up to a Central Scout Academy student right on the fringes of the group and asked softly, I want to ask, what's the plan behind so many of you gathering here? The Central Scout Academy student was actually not very clear why Ling Lan had called them all here. He only knew that it would definitely be something big and exciting. He smiled apologetically at the student who asked, but did not reply verbally. Seeing that the Central Scout Academy student had no intention of sating his curiosity, the other student could only give up and return back to his companions. Did you get any news? Asked one of his companions softly. That student shook his head regretfully, but said firmly, there must be some plot. They just do not want to let us know. He looked towards a pensive-looking youth and could not help but ask him, Third elder brother, what should we do now? The pensive youth was startled out of his thoughts by this question. He frowned as he lifted his head, and throwing a glance in Ling Lan's direction, he said, Wait, so many people won't suddenly disappear. We'll definitely find out what they're up to in the end. Over this past half of the day, he had basically figured out that these students were all from the Central Scout Academy. In the past, the students of that academy had always been the object of their envy, jealousy, hate, but from now on, they were all standing at the same starting line. And it was for precisely that reason that he was unwilling to be excluded by these prodigies at this juncture. Okay, we'll do what you say, third elder brother. These few people had only managed to qualify for the first men's military academy because of him, so they were very deferential to him, willing to follow his will in all things. When Ling Lan confirmed that the captain had entered the branch passage heading to the cafeteria, she knew that the time to act had arrived. She abruptly stood up, swept her gaze across the students around her, and said softly, The game begins. Don't ask any questions. Just follow your own team leaders. A bit later on, they will explain what exactly we are planning to do. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie nodded at Ling Lan, and then they led 30 over people into passages in 2 different directions, leaving the main hall. A majority of the team members followed their team leaders, nonplussed, but the 10 or so team leaders present all knew what they needed to do. The passage that Wu Jiong chose was headed for the engine room. He needed to gain control of the engine room as soon as possible. It should be known that once the power was cut in the engine room, the spaceship would enter a paralyzed state where all its systems would be unable to run normally. To take control of the ship, this place was indispensable. Due to the great importance of the engine room, Ling Lan had given this challenging task to Wu Jiong. Meanwhile, Li Yingjie was headed for the living quarters of the crew. They needed to suppress the crew members inside at soonest notice. They could not allow the crew members to catch their breath and gather together to fight back. Ling Lan swept her gaze over the remaining people in the room and said coldly, Follow me. She led the way out of the main hall, Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing close behind her. The remaining students looked at each other in excitement, and then hurried to keep up, not daring to dawdle. Ling Lan's task was the heaviest. The path she chose required them to take control of 2 places, one of which was the spaceship's central control room. Mind you, all the facilities and procedures were coordinated and controlled from there. These included the power system, the gravitational system, the surveillance system, the weapons system, the mecha system, detection system, etc. All these systems were monitored and controlled by specialized staff. Ling Lan could still ignore the other systems, but to lock down the doors of the different sections, one needed to take control of that room. Although Ling Lan was sure that the spaceship side would not mobilize their mecha, Ling Lan decided to eliminate all possibility of that happening anyway. Therefore, Ling Lan decided to take control of the central control room and seal off the mecha hold where all the mecha were being kept, so the other party would have no chance to even get close to the mecha. Besides this place, the other place they needed to take control of was the captain's room behind the central control room. The core of the ship's mainframe was there. Only by taking control of the captain's room could they crack the mainframe's authority and gain the right of control, thus truly obtaining the ship's control rights. Originally, the captain's room was the hardest to conquer because the most capable captain was stationed there. However, due to Ling Lan's planning, this was no longer a problem. This made it much easier for Ling Lan and the students to gain the control rights of the spaceship. Although the difficulty seemed much reduced, Ling Lan still did not let down her guard, because Little Four had warned her that there was still one person in the captain's room, and Ling Lan was unclear on that mysterious person's capabilities. This added a certain degree of uncertainty to their plan. In the main hall, very soon, there was not a single Central Scout Academy student left. Third elder brother, which team should we follow? One of the members of the group, which had been watching Ling Lan and company closely, could not help but ask anxiously. This one, the one they called third elder brother, still remembered who the head of that group was. It was that student who everyone reverentially called Boss Lan. He had the most interest in him. This group of people carefully trailed behind Ling Lan's party, slowly following it deeper into the passageway. Ling Lan's party very quickly divided themselves into combat units, 3 to a team for a total of 12 teams. The odd man out, Ling Lan, was a solo team on her own. Every time they came to the hiding spot of a crew member, they handled it by pitting one team against one opponent. To begin with, these students were exceptional prodigies of the Central Scout Academy. Their combat prowess was not weak. On top of that, pitting 3-man teams against each crew member let them breeze through all the way, bringing down all the concealed sentries without causing much of a stir. However, they soon met an unforeseen incident. Perhaps the smooth sailing caused the Central Scout Academy students to somewhat lose their focus. When it came to the 12th batch of sentry crewmen, they bumped into a tough nut to crack. A 3-man attack actually did not manage to put down the opponent. That person reacted quickly. He did not choose to fight back, instead moving towards the hidden warning alarm in his hand. Just when everyone's expressions changed, silently screaming, OSHT, that person's hand halted abruptly right before it could touch the button. Then, there was a flash of a silhouette, and that person was down on the ground. Only then did the students notice that Ling Lan, who had been watching their backs at the flank, had finally made a move. With lightning speed, she had struck the opponent unconscious. Ling Lan swept a cold look over all of them, and the small team which had made a mistake automatically ducked their heads, cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. Be more alert. These 3 cold words let the 3-man team breathe out a sigh of relief, even as they felt consumed by shame. Yes, the 3 of them answered quietly. They silently reminded themselves that they definitely could not lose focus and make such a mistake again and lose face. They did not want to see Ling Lan's disappointed gaze. Ling Lan's greatness had already become rooted in their hearts after 10 years of accumulation and reinforcement. They believed that Ling Lan would definitely reach the pinnacle of strength. Thus, they hoped to keep following Ling Lan. This was a wish born out of a deep admiration from the heart. The 3 youths moved all of the unconscious sentry crewmen into one of the ship's rooms and locked it. Without someone to input the passcode on the panel outside, the people inside the room would not be able to get out. Ling Lan also did not forget to let Little Four disable their communicators, preventing the possibility of any of the opponents revealing their plan if they woke up earlier than expected. By now, the students following Ling Lan could tell what Ling Lan's objective was. Although it sounded insane, everyone's blood was boiling at the thought. No one chose to withdraw, instead becoming even more excited, believing that this was truly what they should do. They were youths who had just stepped out from the Scout Academy and were right in their rebellious phase. They had countless fanciful dreams, They were still hot-blooded youths filled with boundless courage. They wanted to make something of themselves and were willing to put in the effort to do it, whatever the cost may be. Still wet behind the ears one, they had no fear. As young men, their wings of freedom had yet to be bound by reality. Thus, their only thought now was that as long as they kept following Boslan before them, they could achieve things they never thought possible, insane things they never would have dreamed of, and all this was precisely what fed their confidence and pride. Third elder brother, they've gone mad. Completely crazy. When the group trailing Ling Lan's party from afar finally saw what Ling Lan's party was doing, they were instantly scared too. Some of them were so scared that their bodies had even begun to tremble. From the perspective of these students, Ling Lan's party's actions were undoubtedly a major crime of insubordination, actually daring to attack the people sent to escort them to their school. Had they given up on studying at the First Men's Military Academy? Third elder brother, let's quickly tell the ship's crew. We must stop them. What they're doing will ruin our pathway to the military academy. They must be lunatics. A member suggested informing the ship's men, thinking that stopping Ling Lan's party's insane actions was the right thing to do. Idiot. Shut your mouth, barked third elder brother. What do you all know? Third elder brother looked ahead at where the figures had already disappeared, and a gleam of intense light flashed across his eyes. Although attacking the crew seemed to be such an unthinkable act, the immediate impression being that the perpetrators must be mad. After giving the matter a little more thought, it was not necessarily so. Mulling it over, from the very start of the journey, the captain's introduction had been filled with provocation, and the crew's attitudes had been even worse, their speech full of all kinds of contempt, mocking, taunts, and insults. Even with the students' clear tolerance and giving way, the other side had not let it rest, purposefully forcing that confrontation in the cafeteria, intentionally humiliating that student. All of this was testing the bottom line of the students. In other words, this ship, from the captain to its crew, had never intended to make nice with them from the very beginning. Even if they tolerated again and again, the oppression and humiliation would have just gotten worse and worse, until the students could not take it anymore and exploded. This would have been the inevitable outcome. In that case, why shouldn't they go ahead and address the root of the problem? That person must be thinking this way, which was why he was doing this. Admiration shone from third elder brother's eyes. How daring was he to be able to make this decision? 3. And how great must his charisma be to be able to convince up to 100 students to willingly take this risk with him? His thoughts went back to the cafeteria. The other Qijin stage student, he too was an astounding existence. What role did he have to play in this? He should be attracting everyone's attention, providing cover for their operation. The person who designed this plan is not just bold, but also very meticulous. Third elder brother had always been a smart guy. He very quickly figured things out. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. He had once thought he was good enough to challenge these elites once they entered the military academy, but now from the looks of it, he had taken things too lightly. Just this boss Lon alone, whether in terms of scheming and guts or realm 4, was just too far away from him. Third elder brother, they will definitely fail. That captain is most definitely super strong. They absolutely won't be able to beat him. If we go with them, we will be mistaken as part of them, reminded a member. So what if we're together? Demit, how can we sit out of such an awesome thing? Although we're not Central Scout Academy students, don't forget, we're also graduates of a Scout Academy, cadets of the military academy, just like them, said third elder brother. If they fail, we will still be mocked and tormented by those crew members. We might as well join them and let the scales tip as far as it can in our favor. It's a waste of youth not to take crazy risks. I have decided to take the gamble. What about the rest of you? Third elder brother felt his heartbeat speeding up, his blood starting to boil. Even though failure would bring nothing good. But what if they managed to succeed? This was definitely an incident that would shock the military academy, perhaps even up to the entire Federation. He bloody did not want to miss this. Third elder brother's decision is my decision, his most loyal team members declared. Since you all have decided, then I'll of course join in. Although there were still a few people on the team who hesitated, seeing that most of the members had agreed to fight it out, they could only grit their teeth and jump in since they did not want to hold their team back. The team finally came to an accord. Meanwhile, Ling Lan's party had already disappeared into the passage ahead. Third elder brother made his members hurry up. If they were left behind by the other, then they would not be able to pitch in even if they wanted to. Third elder brother was in the lead, and just whilst they were hurrying on their way, a cold and somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out by his ear. Since you all are interested, then come along. Third elder brother's footsteps abruptly stopped. His face shifted slightly, because he had identified the voice. It was the voice of that youth called Boss Lon. The other team members were baffled by his sudden stop, and third elder brother was suddenly heard to say, Gao Jinyun, I look forward to working with you. Ling Lon, welcome to the team. The cold voice responded swiftly. As expected, it was that Boss Lon. Boss, what are you mumbling to yourself for? The team members were creeped out by Gao Jinyun's strange behavior. One of the team members could not help but speak up to ask. Gao Jinyun did not respond, only saying, hurry up and move forwards. We'll be discovered by the team ahead if we move too fast, said a member worriedly. They have already discovered us a long time ago. Just now, they were just inviting us to join them. Gao Jinyun finally explained why he had been muttering to himself. So hurry up. No more chit-chat, said Gao Jinyun moodily. That Boss Lon actually possessed the ability to transmit verbal messages from a distance. What ability was this? Could it be a type of spiritual mutation? Gao Jinyun's words made everyone speechless. Who could have guessed that they had already long been discovered by the other party despite their caution? Thinking back, if they had decided back then to go tell on them, they may have been mercilessly attacked by the other party, ending up shoved into a small dark room just like those incapacitated crew members had been. At this thought, the members could not help but look at Gao Jinyun gratefully. Once again, it was proven that following third elder brother was not wrong. The moody Gao Jinyun never would have known that his team members' trust in him would increase once more because of this. They even decided in their hearts that after this, no matter what decision Gao Jinyun made, they would agree unconditionally. This gave him a bunch of stubbornly united team members. In the future, this unity would be what allowed his team to perform exceptionally, securing their spot as the second main force of Ling Lan's entourage. Boss, I did pretty good, right? Little Force smugly begged for praise from Ling Lan in the mind space. Earlier, he had used the advanced technology of the learning space to convert Ling Lan's voice into coded supersonic waves, which could only be successfully received by the specified person. Ling Lan said nonchalantly, not bad at all. Little Four, keep it up. Honestly though, Ling Lan really thought what Little Four did was unnecessary. There had really been no need to make things so complicated. He had just needed to transmit her voice through the sound systems already within the ship and let it out within the vicinity of the other group. Even if the message was heard by a few more people, so what? Still, she would not burst Little Four's bubble and discourage him. Since Little Four had the interest to do it, then she would leave him to it, as long as he did not find it troublesome. However, don't forget to cover us. The opponent must not discover our movements. Ling Lan reminded worriedly. She was just afraid that Little Four would get too caught up in his play and forget his main task. The reason why their path had gone so smoothly, not being discovered by the central control room despite taking out so many sentries, was all because Little Four had created fake video feeds, showing the opponent that everything was going on as normal. Got it, boss? Little Four said, disgruntled. Would he make such a low-level mistake? Why did boss always ignore what he said? He was a god of the virtual world. He could handle this type of small case without any errors even if he were asleep. Leaving aside Little Four's grumbles within the mind space, at this time, the other people in Ling Lan's party had also sensed Gao Jinyun's party's movements. When Han Jijian heard the soft susurration of footsteps coming from behind them, his expression could not help but change. The footsteps sounded rather disorganized, so it looked like the incoming people would not be few. Had they been discovered by the ship's crew? The other students also began to become restless. Lin Zhongqing turned to look at Ling Lan, asking her whether he should lead some people over to hold them off. Only then did Ling Lan speak up to explain. Don't worry, they are our allies. Hearing this, the hearts of everyone there relaxed instantly. The initially tense atmosphere dissipated as they patiently waited for Gao Jinyun's party to catch up. The moment Gao Jinyun approached Ling Lan's party, he could see everyone stop there waiting for his party. 30 pair of bright eyes stared at them in unison, making him feel a tremendous pressure. We are students from Huayun City 5 Scout Academy. I am called Gao Jinyun. Gao Jinyun straightened his attitude and began introducing his party to the other. We'll do full introductions later. Jijian, go arrange it. Ling Lan coolly interrupted Gao Jinyun and then immediately turned to head into the depths of the passage. The students did not dare to dawdle, following closely. Gao Jinyun reflexively rubbed his nose, silently noting to himself that this boss Lan was really hard to talk to. With the addition of Gao Jinyun's party, Ling Lan's party now had more than 40 people. As they did not know the capabilities of Gao Jinyun's party, Han Jijian did not split the teams, grouping everyone together as one team to move together. This column of people did not meet any other unexpected issues along the way. Finally, they neared Ling Lan's first objective, the spaceship's central control room. Ling Lan halted, and with a flick of her right arm, the Central Scout Academy students moved with utmost cooperation, dashing to one side to stick closely to the passage walls. Gao Jinyun's party was off by a beat, but they did not mess up. Some of their members just did not dodge as adeptly as the students from the Central Scout Academy, seeming somewhat clumsy in comparison. This direct comparison showed the difference in skill levels instantly. Gao Jinyun's face felt hot with shame. He silently decided that when he entered the academy, he would definitely train his party up well to avoid shaming themselves again in front of Ling Lan in future. Ling Lan signaled for the students to stay in place and not move. Then, with a nimble flash step, she had arrived at the doorway of the central control room. The doors were tightly sealed. Entering or exiting required a passcode. Little Four, how many people can you confirm inside? Ling Lan asked Little Four silently. There are 53 staff members and 10 guards. Little Four projected the scene inside the central control room faithfully in Ling Lan's mind space. The opponent has the advantage in numbers. Breaking in forcefully may not allow us to take control quickly. The other side are likely to find time to send out the news of our attack. Ling Lan's brow furrowed, finding the situation somewhat out of her expectations. She had initially thought that since it was a meal time, the staff members inside would be fewer. Unexpectedly, there wasn't that much fewer than normal. Boss, I can instantly seal off their communication equipment. Little Four became excited. This was his chance to shine. It was time to show Boss how awesome he could be. And the weapons? Ling Lan threw an icy glance at the smug Little Four, instantly suppressing the other's flames of arrogance. Indeed, all the staff members inside were equipped with beam handguns. If they just charged in, the other side need only find a chance to pull their guns and shoot, and some of their party might unfortunately die here. Ling Lan did not believe that under this sudden and unexpected attack, the people inside could still keep calm and judge the situation accurately. It would already be a blessing if they did not just shoot indiscriminately all at once. If by any chance a student were to fall here, she would not be able to live with herself. Little Four was deeply struck by Ling Lan's words. He could only squat down and draw circles on the ground, busying himself with self-reflection. Should she use a large-scale spiritual attack? Ling Lan silently speculated. She actually had a solution. She could sense that the people inside were not people with awakened innate talents on the spiritual front. So, her spiritual attacks could totally incapacitate all of them. However, Ling Lan had one reservation, because Ling Xiao and Mu Shuiqing did not want others to know of this ability of hers. As veteran warriors, they knew the importance of keeping a trump card. In critical moments, that could be the ultimate move that would save one's life. Ling Lan took this advice to heart. Although spiritual attacks were not her only ace in the hole, no one would ever complain about having too many trump cards. Thus, Ling Lan had nodded and agreed. Ling Lan did not like to go against her word. Since she had already promised her father and her master not to use spiritual attacks unless absolutely necessary in a life-or-death situation, Ling Lan would hold true to that. Therefore, she decisively threw out this option and tried to think of another way. Ling Lan began to go through anything that could help their operation, and suddenly, a thought came to her mind. She recalled those sentries who had been struck down by them. Could they maybe try to use the uniforms and weapons of those men? Ling Lan immediately returned to Han Jijian's side and quietly outlined her plan. Han Jijian felt that the idea was excellent, and the other team leaders by his side also nodded in approval as they heard the plan. As long as the other party had just a beat of hesitation and uncertainty, that would be their chance. Although the other side had more people, the combat ability of the staff members were not very strong. As long as the other side did not find a chance to pull their guns and begin shooting en masse, the cadets would definitely be able to keep the situation under control. Their chances of winning were undoubtedly still very high. All young and courageous scout students were willing to take risks. Everyone felt that this plan was worth a shot. And so, Ling Lan led the group back to the room where they had put the sentries in. Before they entered, Ling Lan let Little Four check to see if any of the men had woken up. After confirming that they were all still unconscious, they opened the door. Everyone rushed in, and very soon, all the sentries' clothes and weapons had been lifted off their bodies. During this time, Little Four had done a quick scan of the ship and found that the teams moving around the ship were in groups of 10 men. As such, it looked like the first batch to enter the central control room should not exceed 10 people. After listening to Little Four's report, Ling Lan was even more certain. This was definitely a spaceship run by military men, because the arrangement of 10 people per unit was precisely the smallest mobile unit of the official Federation army, with the exception of mecha squads. Inside the room, everyone quickly changed into the sentry uniforms. Even though they were only 16 years old right now, their bodies were already not that much different from that of an adult's. At a glance, it was almost impossible to notice anything off. Ling Lan was the only one who put on the uniform and then immediately took it off again, because Ling Lan was not the well-built manly type. Her muscles were all leanness and graceful lines. It was impossible to tell she was a combat master when she was not circulating her chi or actually fighting. Her entire stature was a bit more slender than regular males, so the uniforms were obviously too big on her, not at all fitting. Everyone agreed that Ling Lan might as well not wear the uniform, because it would be obvious at a glance that she was in disguise, making the disguise completely pointless. Ling Lan smiled wryly. The difference between genders was still apparent. However, Ling Lan very quickly centered herself again, because there was an even more delicate man in her party, Luo Lang. At that thought, she immediately had no more regrets. Ling Lan, don't you think there is something wrong with the way you are thinking? You are a girl, while Luo Lang is a boy. 1. In order to ensure safety, Ling Lan, Han Jijian, along with several intelligent-type team leaders, discussed several action plans inside this sealed room. Among these, Gao Jinyan's performance stood out. He provided multiple possible scenarios that could happen once they entered the central control room, as well as the opponent's possible responses. This made the other team leaders from the Central Scout Academy hold a higher opinion of him. The students of the Central Scout Academy were a haughty bunch, never ever entertaining the idea that there could be better prodigies than themselves in the other scout academies. So, when Gao Jinyan had first joined them, they had not thought much of him and his party, their attitudes clearly cold and indifferent. If not for the fact that Gao Jinyan's party had performed acceptably all this way, they might have blatantly revealed expressions of disdain. But this time, many of the scenarios that Gao Jinyan described were things they themselves had not thought of. This made them understand that Gao Jinyan was not a simple character, and their initial bit of contempt slowly disappeared as they began to treat Gao Jinyan as an equal. Unnoticed by the others, Ling Lan and Han Jijian shared a glance, the meaning of which only they knew. At the end, each of the team leaders accepted their own tasks and returned to their respective teams. The moment Gao Jinyan returned, several team members surreptitiously gave him a thumbs up, showing their deep respect for their leader. No matter how composed Gao Jinyan was typically, at this moment, even he could not prevent the corner of his lips from curling up into a slight smile. Gao Jinyan wanted to say something humble, say that he had only thought of all these due to the inspiration from the others. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly stopped, and all of his initial glee and satisfaction disappeared. He looked towards Han Jijian, who was currently discussing the final details with Ling Lan, with a complicated expression. Just then, he had realized that those ideas and scenarios he had suggested had all been completed under the other's careful indirect guidance. In other words, without knowing it, he had been manipulated by the other. FCK, who are these people? Gao Jinyan, who had originally been confident in his own intelligence, felt his ego being struck once more. Could it be that only aberrance existed beside aberrance? Still, Gao Jinyun was not someone who could not tell good from bad. The other had clearly been trying to help integrate him into their party with his actions. Subsequently, the first batch of members to enter the central control room was selected. They were the 10 strongest scout students excepting Ling Lan, while Lin Zhongqing would take on the role of impersonating the leader of the sentry team. Ling Lan led all of them swiftly back to the doors of the central control room. To save time, Ling Lan stepped up immediately, letting Little Four crack the passcode for this door. Of course, in the eyes of the others, all of this was Ling Lan's doing. All they saw was their boss Lan standing at the door staring at it for about 1 second, and then his fingers flew over the touchscreen, leaving behind trailing after images. Several seconds later, he suddenly stopped and calmly told them the passcode. They were once again in awe of Boss Lan's greatness. Who could have expected that the combat-powerful Boss Lan would also be so exceptional when it came to deciphering codes? In their hearts, a question emerged. Was there anything Ling Lan could not do? Lin Zhongqing, who was disguised as the leader, took a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart. Now was his time to perform. He must complete the task Boss Lan had assigned to him perfectly. He must let Boss Lan see that he, Lin Zhongqing, was definitely a team member worthy of trust. When Ling Lan had reached out a helping hand back when he had been most troubled, when Ling Lan had clearly known he was joining his team with an ulterior motive but still chose to treat him with dignity, giving him a chance to become strong, Lin Zhongqing had known that Ling Lan would be the leader he would chase for life. Lin Zhongqing's gaze became resolute in an instant. Ever since joining Ling Lan's team, he had been making preparations for this day. In that case, what was there to be nervous about? Perhaps the personal pep talk worked, for his initially high-strung emotions eased and faded, leaving himself calm and centered. He reached out his right hand and keyed in the passcode with steady fingers. The door gave a sudden click and then slid to the left, revealing a roughly 1.5-meter wide entry. The people inside heard the sound and looked up reflexively. Seeing that it was just the ship's sentries, they relaxed and turned back to their own work. Only one guard near the door asked in surprise, why are you all here? Has something happened outside? Lin Zhongqing answered calmly, yes. We have come to give a report. Without even thinking about it, the guard connected a call on his wrist communicator and shouted, Chief, a leader of one of the sentry teams says that there is a situation outside and is here to report to you. Let him come over here on his own. A rough voice came from the other end of the communicator. Yes, Chief. The guard ended the call and pointed in a direction, saying, the chief is over there. You can head right over. Thank you, said Lin Zhongqing politely, though he was mentally cheering yes loudly to himself. It was unexpected that the ship's central control room was so slack in terms of security, letting him pass so easily without even confirming his identity. He threw a swift glance at his teammates behind him and then walked off in the direction the guard had pointed out. Lin Zhongqing knew very well that time was of the essence right now. Every second wasted meant an increase in the risk of being discovered. After Lin Zhongqing left, the team leaders behind Lin Zhongqing spread out, all of them getting closer to the various positions the guards were standing at. The guard at the door began to sense something off about the situation and could not help but warn in a low growl, Hey, you are not permitted to wander around here. In response, one of the team leaders walked over to clasp the guard's wrist and said with a smile, Brother, we're just curious. We've been defending the safety of this area all this time, but never got the chance to take a good look. Now, while we're waiting, isn't it okay to let your brothers expand our horizons a little? The guard's stern expression eased a little at this, but there was still some irritation on his face as he said, Even so, messing around is not allowed. If the chief finds out, you all will definitely not enjoy the consequences. Listen to me, brother. Tell your men to get out immediately, otherwise I will report this to the chief. The guard's tone was tinged with threat. He did not want himself to get into trouble with the chief over this matter. Let our leader handle the chief. Brother, come on, give me some face. The team leader who was impersonating a sentry member abruptly put a stern look on his face, and his low-pitched voice was filled with threat as he leaned in close. At this moment, the guard finally saw the face of the sentry who had almost had his entire face covered. Although the other's face was grim with threat, the parts of the face that were exposed were conspicuously young. just like that of a fresh green youth of 15 to 16 years of age. He abruptly recalled their current mission. Wasn't it to escort about 500 newly registered students of the First Men's Military Academy from planet Doha? He swore in his heart and tried with all his might to wrench his wrist from the other's grasp. At the same time, he tried to shout out to alert his companions that the sentries were fake. This was an enemy invasion. But before he could sound the warning, the back of his head was struck a heavy blow, cutting off the cry he had been about to unleash. He instantly felt his mind grow murky and dim. FCK still conscious? The guards here are truly incomparable to those sentry men outside. He could vaguely hear a voice speaking by his ear. He then felt another blow to his head, and he fully descended into the darkness, no longer sensing anything. It turned out that all the students dressed as sentries had charged in under Ling Lan's command. They were split into two batches. The first batch had charged straight for the staff members, while the other had leapt towards those guards grappling with the very first batch of students who had entered with Lin Zhongqing. As this particular guard had been standing closest to the door, he was the first to be knocked down by the students. Nobody moved. The students charged in like wolves and tigers, beam guns in their hands trained on the staff members who were watching the screens. This sudden and unexpected development stupefied the staff members, who just sat there dumbly, not daring to move one bit. This abrupt situation also disturbed the chief waiting inside for Lin Zhongqing's report. Seeing this, he pointed angrily at Lin Zhongqing and bellowed, "Who are you people? Who gave you all the guts to come barging in here?" Lin Zhongqing stepped up immediately and said loudly, "Captain's orders. From now onwards, we'll be taking over the control of this area." Bullshit. Why didn't I hear of this? The chief of the guards did not believe this at all. If the captain had truly given the order for a change in command, he would definitely have been notified. My captain only told me. Of course you wouldn't know. By this time, Lin Zhongqing had already walked closer, narrowing the distance to leave only 3 meters between him and the chief. Hearing the guard chief's question, Lin Zhongqing could not help but chuckle. "Who the hell are you? From which squad?" The guard chief was livid now. He was the bosom advisor of the captain. The captain would never simply transfer command of the central control room to someone else without notifying him. As if thinking of something, the guard chief's face turned dark. "Could it be that you all are mutinying?" "No, that's not right. Why don't I recognize you? Who the hell are you?" Lin Zhongqing did not reply, only leaping forwards as quick as an arrow. Seeing this, the guard chief knew that these fellows were not here with good intentions. Reacting quickly, he drew the beam gun at his waist, but just as he was about to lift it and shoot, it was already too late. Lin Zhongqing's attack had arrived. Entirely airborne, he kicked out savagely. The sound of his leg whistling through the air showed how forceful it was. Even without getting hit by it, the guard chief could tell that if the kick landed, he would definitely incur some heavy injury. In the worst case, he might even lose his life. The guard chief naturally would not play the fool with his life. He decisively gave up on shooting, choosing instead to cross his wrists to block Lin Zhongqing's kick. A muted bam could be heard as the two collided. Lin Zhongqing was pushed back by a tremendous force. He somersaulted in the air to land securely on his feet, while the guard chief stumbled back 3 paces before the remnant force of Lin Zhongqing's powerful kick dissipated. However, Lin Zhongqing's attack did not stop there. The moment he found his footing, he leapt forwards once more, not giving that guard chief any chance to open fire. In the meantime, the other students were also leaping at the respective guards they had targeted. The staff members may have been stunned for a moment, but they quickly gathered that they were under attack. They really wanted to fight back, but although the enemy seemed to have fewer people, each and every one of them was an exceptional young prodigy. Their combat skills were much better than theirs as technicians. Several eager staff members had been subdued instantly by sharp-eyed and agile students the moment they even thought of moving, thoroughly scaring the more cautious staff members into submission. Of course, somewhere out of the notice of the students, Ling Lan was secretly using her spiritual power to monitor the scene. Whenever she noticed some staff members who were covertly trying to activate the alarm system or trying to shoot without being discovered, she would send a spiritual attack at them. The force she used was not enough to knock them unconscious, only giving them a bout of dizziness and making them lose temporary control of their bodies. By the time they got hold of themselves, Their strange movements would have been discovered by the youths closest to them, and they would be subdued. Thus, whether that strange sensation was something they felt before being struck down or after being struck down, the staff members themselves found it hard to determine. So, in the end, they could only believe that they must have just been subdued by the opponent. Very soon, the situation was under the students' control. Other than the chief, the other 9 guards had all been subdued. This left even more students free to control the scene, further discouraging the staff members from moving. They knew very well how capable their guards were, much stronger than they. If even the guards were no match for these opponents, then they would just be serving themselves out on a platter if they stepped forward. Moreover, the enemy's identities were unknown. Therefore, all the staff members chose to wait and see. Of course, if the other turned out to be enemies of the Federation, they would fight to the death to take them down. Meanwhile, the guard chief and Lin Zhongqing were engaged in a tough fight, neither able to obtain the upper hand. Everyone's attention became focused on the two of them. Boss, I've already successfully taken control of the systems inside. Ling Lan, who had been waiting outside alone, finally heard Little Four's answer. Little Four had finally completed the task she had set for him, taking command of the various systems of the central control room in a short amount of time. Good job, Little Four. Ling Lan was unstinting with her praise. As a bonus, she even stroked his hair and rubbed his head. The petted Little Four smiled radiantly, face filled with satisfaction. Bam! Lin Zhongqing and the guard chief were sprung apart once more after a collision. Landing on his feet, Lin Zhongqing shouted, "All together!" Hearing Lin Zhongqing's cry, several team leaders who had already been rubbing their palms in anticipation leapt forwards without any reservations. They had long wanted to join the fight, but before Lin Zhongqing gave explicit permission, they would not simply interrupt. This was a type of respect towards one's companions as well. Of course, now that Lin Zhongqing had given his approval, they would not hold back. You're too despicable. Seeing Lin Zhongqing withdraw, only for 4 to 5 combat experts like Lin Zhongqing to take his place, the guard chief could not help but howl, thoroughly enraged. At this moment, Lin Zhongqing stood unruffled in the outer circle of the fight, a smile on his face, but the words he spoke were filled with mockery. Are you stupid? You are our enemy. Who would speak of morality with an enemy? It's not like we're idiots. This contemptuous tone made the already enraged guard chief feel the flames of his rage grow even hotter. Unable to calm down, the guard chief quickly exposed an opening, taking on a powerful direct hit from one of the team leaders. His right shoulder was struck heavily by the other's fist, making him instantly lose strength in his right hand. Lin Zhongqing, who had been waiting on the outside for a chance, naturally would not let this rare opportunity go by. His eyes lit up, and with a spring of his right foot, he threw his entire body into the air once more, leaping at the guard chief. Lin Zhongqing's attacks came quickly and somewhat suddenly. When the team leader blocking the guard chief's line of sight suddenly slid to one side cooperatively to let Lin Zhongqing's attack through, the guard chief was not at all prepared, not to mention find time to change moves to suit. Lin Zhongqing's kick landed squarely on the other's chest, sending the guard chief flying backwards to crash heavily onto the wall of the central control room, leaving a faint imprint behind before bouncing off it to fall to the ground. This kick of Lin Zhongqing's was extremely powerful. The guard chief had only had time to gather chi in his chest as a final defense. But how could this little bit of defense stand up the power behind that kick? The chief was still injured by it. When he fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out to color the floor. Seeing this, 3 of the team leaders who had been part of the group fighting the guard chief leapt forwards without any mercy. 2 of them grabbed hold of one of the guard chief's arms each, while the third person put his knee directly on the back of the guard chief, pushing him to kneel on the ground, completely subduing the other. Only then did Lin Zhongqing reveal a proper smile. He had finally completed the task Boss Lan had set for him. He turned his head back to shout proudly, "Leader!" Following Lin Zhongqing's cry, a handsome figure walked slowly into the central control room. Dressed fully in black, with gleaming military boots, he walked in with sure steps. His cold but dashing appearance, chilling aura, along with this spirited and majestic attire made everyone's eyes light up, their minds involuntarily exclaiming, "How domineering!" However, very quickly, The crowd's gazes were drawn to that conspicuously young face. At this moment, everyone instantly realized who these attackers were. Godmit, a revolt? The moment the guard chief saw Ling Lan, and then turned to see those covered-up sentries taking off their caps, also revealing their overly young faces, he understood that the enemies before him this time were actually their mission, the new cadets of the 1st Men's Military Academy. He was filled with shame and anger, struggling harder in an attempt to regain freedom. However, those 3 team leaders did not dare to let up without Ling Lan's order, holding him very securely, giving him no chance at all to struggle free. Seeing that his struggles were futile, the guard chief threatened angrily. Don't you all want to study at the 1st Men's Military Academy anymore? Without us, you all will never get to the 1st Men's Military Academy. Still not letting us go? Without question, all the guard chief could think of right now was that these new cadets must be crazy to do such an insane thing. At this time, Ling Lan, who had been calmly waiting for Little Four's search results, finally heard Little Four's gleeful laughter in her mind space. Haha, boss, I have already found their destination. I've even gotten the detailed coordinates. Without them, I can still bring you, boss, to the 1st Men's Military Academy to report for school. That said, Little Four could not help but mumble. They were unexpectedly cautious, hiding their true destination so deeply. I had to look really hard, which is why it took some time. Reading between the lines, he was telling Ling Lan that he had not been so slow on purpose. It looked like Little Four was still somewhat worried that his boss would blame him for slacking off. It's great that you found it. Ling Lan comforted Little Four inside the mind space. After that, she put all her attention back onto the central control room, because she noticed that, just now, several of the staff members had secretly tried to activate the alarm system on their communicators as well as the ship's internal enemy attack alert. A trace of a cold smirk emerged on Ling Lan's lips, because all their efforts were useless. From the very start, she had let Little Four utterly seal off their communicators as well as the central control room's alert system the moment he gained control. They had no way at all to contact the outside world now. This was another reason why it had taken Little Four a little longer to discover the ship's true destination. Ling Lan knew very well what was the most important. Sure enough, reality made the other side panicked and flustered. They found that no matter how hard they pressed on their buttons, their communicators and the alert system in the central control room had lost their functions. Not only did they not have any tools to contact the outside, they had also lost the right to control the spaceship at the same time. This discovery made their expressions change drastically, what composure they had left vanishing in an instant. The staff members familiar with programming all knew what the reason was. This meant the other side had a top-notch hacker, which was how they had managed to crack through their systems and communicators in such a short period of time. At the same time the hacker had taken control of their main control systems, they had lost their contact with the outside world. Right now, they were like voiceless mutes, like sightless blind, like wingless birds, like criminals who had lost their freedom. Do you all understand now? Even without you all, we can still make our way to the 1st Men's Military Academy to report for classes. Since they had a top-level hacker, of course they would be able to find out the true destination. Ling Lan swept a frosty gaze across the control room. Everyone could sense the ice in that gaze, as well as the unlimited killing intent within it. This concentrated killing intent made all the staff members present who still wanted to try and regain control freeze instantly. Fear rose in their hearts. Did the other truly intend to kill them? Who on earth were these new cadets? How could they have such intense killing intent? Not only the staff members were petrified by this gaze, even the new cadets felt a chill in their hearts even though they knew this gaze had nothing to do with them. The gun hands of some of the cadets could not help but tremble a bit, which just made the staff members at the other end of the nozzle even more frightened, afraid that the cadet in front of them may lose control and press the trigger by accident, causing them to become ghosts in such a muddled way. Seeing everyone at the scene petrified by her killing intent, Ling Lan was very satisfied. The many years of slaughter and torment in the learning space were extremely effective. Even if she had no killing intent in her heart, she was now able to force herself to emit killing intent, confusing the opponent of her true intentions. That's right, Ling Lan had no choice but to do this. In the instant she had walked in, and these staff members had realized that the ones holding them hostage were a bunch of military academy cadets. Their initial fear had disappeared. They did not believe that these cadets had any intentions of killing them, and with that knowledge, they no longer had anything to fear, and so became emboldened. This was also why so many people had thought to press the alerts on their communicators and try to sound the alarm, because they did not really think the cadets would truly pull their triggers and shoot them with those lethal beams. Ling Lan could not allow these thoughts to remain unchecked. Once the other side began to fight back without any reservations, the situation might escalate beyond their control. At that time, she would have no choice but to kill a few men, but Ling Lan wanted to take perfect control of this ship without harming a single person. This was also why she had been so decisive in revealing her killing intent. But this alone was not enough. After all, without the sight of blood, these people would have some reservations, but this would not make them completely lose the will to fight back. Ling Lan swept her gaze across the room once more, her sight finally landing on the guard chief's body. The guard chief was already at the middle stage of top-level refinement. If it had not been for 5 or 6 of the team leaders who were already in refinement stage fighting him together, along with Lin Zhongqing, who was already in the early stage of top-level refinement, they would only have been able to subdue the other through sheer numbers. Of course, if the other was in Qijin stage, Ling Lan would have been forced to fight personally. The guard chief was also the strongest of all the people here. If she could use pure strength to completely subdue the other, it would definitely shatter the other side's confidence, making them no longer able to muster the will to fight back. Ling Lan could have actually ordered the cadets to knock all these people unconscious, and then shut them up in a locked room, just like with those sentries from before. She only made things so complicated, in large part, all for the sake of these cadets. She could indeed let Little Four take full control of the spaceship and fly them to their final destination. But this way, the new cadets would miss out on a chance to learn how to control a spaceship. Mind you, this kind of hands-on learning experience on an actual spaceship was very rare. Even cadets would only have a chance for practical training on a true spaceship in their 4th year, and even then, it would only be for those outstanding students. If these new cadets could obtain this opportunity to get some hands-on practice, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial for them, and these staff members would be the best mentoring teachers. This was also the biggest reason why Ling Lan had not chosen to make everyone unconscious. Because these cadets had willingly followed her and put their trust in her. Even if her plan had been so insane in their minds, they had still followed her without any complaints. Ling Lan was someone who repaid the kindness of others. Since they had treated her this way, she wanted to repay them with something of a little value. Ling Lan, who already had a decision in mind, slowly walked over to where the guard chief was being forced to kneel. She slowly squatted down, looked at the guard chief, and asked coldly, "Do you feel very aggrieved? Of course, you all are too despicable. If you all hadn't attacked in a group, how could you all have taken me down?" The guard chief undoubtedly had a lot of confidence in himself. "Fine, I will give you one chance. If you can block one move of mine, I will release everyone here and personally report to your captain for punishment." Ling Lan abruptly stood up and waved at the 3 team leaders holding the guard chief down. The 3 team leaders smiled and let go. Pleasant surprise flashed through the guard chief's eyes, and he hurriedly stood up, saying, "No need for just one move. I'll even take 100 moves." He still had his pride. He did not want to take advantage of Ling Lan. However, his words made some of the cadets burst out into laughter, laughing at how the opponent was overly confident in his own strength. Although the other Central Scout Academy students had not seen Ling Lan fight for 3 years, Ling Lan had already been a top-level Qijin master 3 years ago. Against a top-level refinement stage fighter, Ling Lan would definitely overpower the other in 1 second. They believed that even though Ling Lan's body was not fully recovered, taking down the opponent in one move should still be no problem. The guard chief noticed the laughter of some of the cadets, and his heart dropped. Could this leader of theirs actually be a super expert? He looked again at Ling Lan's youthful face and cast away his doubts. Because, to defeat him in one move, the other would need to have Qijin stage ability. The other being so young, was it possible for him to be at that level? Although there was indeed a Qijin stage student in the cafeteria, that student was after all still at the early stages. Against him, The guard chief believed he would definitely be able to take up to 50 or 60 moves with no problem. Although the guard chief did not think Ling Lan had the ability to defeat him in one move, the cadet's attitudes made him have no choice but to be cautious. He took a defensive stance, waiting seriously for Ling Lan's attack. Since the other was willing to have a fair fight, he too was willing. Ling Lan had said very clearly, if he could block one move from him, which meant that the other would be attacking while he defended, he did not want to violate the agreement. Ling Lan calmly glanced at the guard chief and then unleashed her aura. An invisible pressure pressed down on the entire central control room. Qi Jin's stage. Sensing this pressure, the guard chief's expression changed. He pushed his defense from 7 layers to 12 layers. It could be said that he had pushed all his energy into his defense. Let's just do it this way. Ling Lan casually reached out a finger, pushing it lightly in the other's direction. This unconcerned demeanor almost made the guard chief spew blood, but before he could get angry, he sensed the endless pressure coming from Ling Lan's finger. Top-level Qi Jin. No, this should be optimal Qi Jin. How can this be? The guard chief was frantic. He quickly crossed his wrists, fiercely defending along the trajectory of Ling Lan's reaching finger. A loud bam. Everyone in the central control room was pushed back by an invisible wave of Qi Jin. The scene was a complete mess. The guard chief was sent flying to once more slam into the ship's wall and crash heavily down. Blood flowed in an endless stream from his mouth, and his eyes flipped to white. It was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. Even more frightening was the fact that there was now a human-shaped dent in the unbelievably solid ship wall. This scene made all the staff members gape in shock and horror, chilled with fear. How strong exactly was the leader of these cadets? Could it be that he was already at the level of the captain? Seeing the initially pristine floor stained red by the blood spewing from the other's mouth, Ling Lan furrowed her brow in disgust. She callously flicked her sleeve, and then, as if ordering someone to take out the trash, she said, "This smell of blood is really disgusting. Lin Zhongqing, throw this trash out for me so I don't have to dirty my eyes." Ling Lan said this in an indifferent tone, sufficiently showing her cold disregard for human life. Even Lin Zhongqing, who was familiar with Boss Lan, could not help a shudder running through his heart when faced with this kind of Boss Lan, his face nearly losing all color in fear. Fortunately, over the years, Lin Zhongqing had already mastered how to use a smile to mask his true thoughts. He continued to maintain the smile on his face and replied breezily, "Yes, leader." The way he said it was as if he were used to these words from Ling Lan, as if incidents of this sort were a common occurrence, causing the staff members to be consumed by fear. Ling Lan nodded mentally. Lin Zhongqing had grown a lot over these past 3 years, able to handle this sort of impromptu situation proficiently as well. Although the two of them had not discussed this beforehand, their rapport was on point, easily achieving the effect that Ling Lan wanted. Lin Zhongqing calmly stepped forward. Frankly, his heart was not as steady as his demeanor would suggest. Boss Lan's ambiguous attitude made him unsure whether the guard chief was still alive or actually dead. Lin Zhongqing could not help but wonder whether Boss Lan had truly killed the guard chief. His heart was full of questions, but his expression remained calm and unruffled. He walked over to the guard chief's body, bent down, and grabbed hold of the other's clothes by his chest. However, as he did so, he surreptitiously used a nimble technique to touch the other's chest as well. Dup, dup, dup. The faint sound of a heart beating was transmitted through his palm. Lin Zhongqing instantly realized that this was probably a scene orchestrated by Ling Lan on purpose to terrorize the staff members of the central control room. Although Lin Zhongqing could not understand why Ling Lan would go through all this trouble, he believed that Boss Lan must have his reasons for doing so. As for whether Boss Lan himself was unsure of the guard chief's state, Lin Zhongqing did not even think the matter worth considering. He knew very well that, based on Boss Lan's capabilities, his boss definitely knew the other lived. The only reason he acted so ambiguously was definitely because he was setting a scene. The uncertainty of the guard chief's condition caused the staff members within the central control room to experience a sort of empathetic grief too. A faint sadness spread through the central control room. Not only were they worried for the guard chief, they were also worried for themselves. At this time, they no longer held on to the composure they had before. They no longer believed that these youths truly would not dare do anything to them, because their leader, that cold-faced and unfeeling black-clothed youth, was definitely a cruel and ruthless character. Ling Lan saw that the initial restlessness among the staff members had settled and immediately decided to continue striking while the iron was hot. So, she glared angrily and said, "Tie them all up." This bunch of new cadets were still rather green, actually not thinking to restrain these staff members. That said, Ling Lan threw a look at Lin Zhongqing. Seeing Boss Lan's meaningful gaze, a thought sparked through Lin Zhongqing's mind. He recalled the method Ling Lan had once taught their team for tying people up. The method was one where they did not need to worry about materials to tie others up. They would be able to take it from the captives themselves. That method was to use the captives' belts. In this world, on the ship, whether it were the guards or the staff members, all of them would be wearing a belt so that they could holster their beam handguns on it. Fully understanding what he should do, Lin Zhongqing nodded at Ling Lan and walked straight over to the nearest staff member. As the other struggled, he unbuckled and took off the other's belt. The students had already taken away the beam handguns at first notice right after they had taken control of the staff members. Therefore, these staff members did not have any firearms to use against the students, only able to rely on their fists. However, in terms of combat skills, how could these people match up to the elite prodigies trained by the Central Scout Academy? Stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more painful it'll be. The smile on Lin Zhongqing's lips widened, causing the staff member to become even more afraid. Could it be they wanted to torture them for their own entertainment? The terrified staff member could no longer keep his calm. He began to struggle in earnest, almost wresting out of the grip of the student restraining him. Humph! Lin Zhongqing's smile turned cold. With a quick dash, he pressed the other to the ground, and then used the belt in his hands to tie the other's two arms securely behind his back, finally looping the belt around the other's neck before tugging it back to buckle securely by the arms three. The method Lin Zhongqing used to tie the staff member was styled in an 8-fold interlace. This binding method required skillful technique. It was an extremely difficult but extremely practical binding method that was not easy to learn even after multiple tries. It had been redeemed by Ling Lan from the learning space using honor points. If this binding method was not done correctly, there was a certain chance for the target to break free. However, once the technique was mastered, the more the target struggled, the knot of the 8-fold interlace would just become increasingly tighter, giving the target no chance at all to break free. Of course, this method was useless when it came to those at refinement stage and above. After all, the strength of a refinement stage was enough to snap the resilience of a leather belt. However, these staff members would have no way of breaking free because the strongest among them was only at the level of manifestation. Lin Zhongqing still remembered how much effort it had taken back then for their team to master this knot, especially for team leader Qi Long. With his brash and straightforward personality, he had never liked this kind of detailed work. He had tried several hundred times without succeeding even once. This had enraged Boss Lan, who had proceeded to throw team leader Qi Long into a private combat room for a good round of torment before being satisfied. Although they did not know how badly team leader Qi Long had been tormented back then, whatever the case, when team leader Qi Long came back after his injuries were healed, he had been very careful when learning the knot again. That uncharacteristically tremulous and cautious demeanor of his was carved into their minds. From then onwards, the team members were even more wary of angering Boss Lan, because no one wanted to experience the same tragedy as Qi Long. Lin Zhongqing very quickly tied his knot and pushed that staff member to a corner. Then, under Ling Lan's indication, he walked over to another staff member and again used the same method to take the other's belt. But this time, he said to the other team members on the scene, "Can I trouble the team leaders to monitor the situation?" Meanwhile, the other team members, "Come tie knots with me. Let's get these staff members all tied up." Just like that, the students followed Lin Zhongqing's step-by-step example and began tying knots. After each round, Lin Zhongqing would go around and check each of their knots, and whenever he found any mistakes, he would correct it immediately. Rinse and repeat 3 times, and all the staff members were securely tied up. Of course, when the students thought back on how to tie the knot, their minds were a muddled mess, not at all sure how they should go about it. However, This did not exclude some students with photographic memories from learning the knot. Still, Ling Lan was unconcerned by this. The learning space still had even better binding methods. If this method became common knowledge among the students, then she could always just redeem an even more advanced binding method for Qi Long and the others. Of course, Ling Lan did not even consider whether relearning a new binding method would make Qi Long wish he were dead. It was even possible that Ling Lan was hoping to take advantage of it to school Qi Long again. The situation in the central control room was already in its end stages. What happened after this had nothing to do with herself. Ling Lan decisively passed on the burden, turning to say to Han Jijian, "Jijian, you stay back and hold the fort. Take charge of the central control room." Next, she swept her gaze at all the other students in the central control room and said, "The strongest 5, follow me to the captain's office." Lin Zhongqing did not even think about it. He was the first to step forward and say, "Leader, bring me." Ling Lan nodded and said, "All right, for more." The team leaders all vied against one another to get one of these 4 slots. To save time, Ling Lan directly called out the 4 strongest to come along. Since she chose based on strength, the other team leaders who were not chosen had no complaints. Of course, Ling Lan also reminded the remaining group that the central control room was the most important control platform in the ship. They needed to remain here to ensure the safety of the central control room. They could not afford to let the ship's crew snatch control back once they found out. When Han Jijian sent Ling Lan out of the central control room, Ling Lan told him in a low voice, "This is a good chance to really learn how to manage the work sequences on a spaceship. But we only know bits and pieces. They have not had any formal training in operating a spaceship. This may be a great opportunity, but Han Jijian did not think that they could figure anything out on their own. This was likely going to be a wasted chance." Han Jijian could not help but sigh under his breath. Ling Lan swept a glance around the central control room and reminded, "Over there, aren't there people to mentor you all?" Han Jijian's eyes brightened, instantly understanding what Ling Lan was implying. His mind turned and he asked hurriedly, "Is that guard chief still alive?" Even though he did not think Ling Lan would kill indiscriminately, he still needed to obtain a confirmed answer because he had thought of a way to let those staff members teach them voluntarily. Ling Lan nodded in confirmation of Han Jijian's guess. How to use him is up to your capabilities. She could only do so much. Whether or not they could obtain what they wanted next would depend on Han Jijian's efforts. Ling Lan put in so much effort and thought into engineering this primarily because back when the group had first applied for the First Men's Military Academy, Han Jijian had not signed up for the military strategy specialization he was good at, instead choosing to apply for the starship navigation specialization. This meant that Han Jijian would become a starship captain in the future, and even if he did a little worse, he would still be an important navigator on a starship. Perhaps many people would find it a shame that Han Jijian had cast aside his own strengths to choose a specialization with a less promising future, but Han Jijian was very clear on what he was doing. It should be known that Ling Lan, Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi had all chosen mecha piloting as their specialization, while Lin Zhongqing had chosen the oft-neglected, perhaps even only chosen as a last resort, supply and logistics. In fact, with Lin Zhongqing's talent, he could certainly have applied for mecha piloting as well, but he had still chosen this low-key and unassuming specialization in the end. Han Jijian understood why he had done so. He was doing it for the sake of the team. A team could afford to lose a powerful fighter, but it could not lack an excellent logistics person. An excellent logistics specialist meant a team would have several extra lives. To become a top combat team, the position of logistics specialist could not be left unoccupied. After careful consideration, Lin Zhongqing chose this without any regrets. Of course, this did not mean Lin Zhongqing had given up on mecha piloting. Students from other specializations could still choose to take mecha piloting courses, but their studies in the area just would not be as specialized and systematic than if the student had actually signed up for the specialization. In the end, their combat power would also naturally be incomparable with those students from the mecha piloting specialization. Overall, Lin Zhongqing's decision was a great sacrifice. He had completely given up on his own path to become a super strong fighter, choosing instead to invest in the possibility of his combat team becoming a top team. Han Jijian too had made his decision for this objective. Han Jijian believed that only by becoming a starship captain would he be able to better serve his current team. Yes, Han Jijian could not accept that their lives would be placed in the hands of an unfamiliar starship captain. This made Han Jijian feel very unsettled and insecure, so he decided that he would step up personally. It could be said that every single member of Ling Lan's team was using their own way to better the team. This was also why Ling Lan wanted to help Han Jijian settle into his role quicker. If he could have practical experience operating a starship ahead of time, this would undoubtedly give Han Jijian a head start over the other students in the starship navigation specialization. After arranging everything, Ling Lan quickly left the central control room. Her objective was now the captain's room. Only by obtaining the control rights of the mainframe would she be able to truly claim control of this ship. Han Jijian looked at Ling Lan's disappearing figure and very quickly rallied his spirits. His gaze became sharp and discerning. Just as Ling Lan had said, this was a great chance for him to familiarize himself with a spaceship's controls. If he could fully utilize the remaining 1 day and 1 night, he believed that when it came to practical control of a spaceship, those peers at the academy would definitely be no match for him after this. Of course, to let these staff members lay down their grudge and mentor them sincerely, that would depend on how he, Han Jijian, could spin things. Han Jijian swept his gaze over the remaining cadets guarding the central control room and was suddenly struck by a realization. He had just noticed that Ling Lan's arrangement still had another deeper meaning. Han Jijian smiled lightly, thinking to himself, Boss Lan sure enough is Boss Lan. Han Jijian was an ambitious person. Although he had applied for the starship navigation specialization, he did not truly want to give up on military strategy. He wanted to develop both fronts at the same time, learning from both specializations. Han Jijian's goal was very ambitious. He not only wanted to be an exceptional captain, but also an indispensable military advisor for the team, coming up with plans and tactics for his brothers to protect them in their missions. Han Jijian silently cheered himself on, telling himself that he needed to complete this trial before him. He could not let Boss Lan down. As Han Jijian was cracking his head on how to obtain sincere instruction from the staff members, Ling Lan's group of 6 had arrived at the captain's room at greatest speed. Before they even got close to the captain's room, Little Four already spoke up to remind Ling Lan that there was still one person guarding the captain's room. Ling Lan did not waver. She instantly directed Little Four to crack the passcode on the door of the captain's room. The door was swiftly unlocked, and without even stopping to think, Ling Lan led Lin Zhongqing and the others straight into the room. At this time, the major inside the room was staring at the virtual images in front of him. The main video was focused on the scene in the cafeteria. The other images were all in small windows around the edges of the screen for his convenience to check on them every so often. In the cafeteria on the main screen, the captain was already in a fight with Qi Long, probably because he was pleased to find this talent and eager for sport. The captain was not going all out. Instead, he was holding back his strength to fight Qi Long at an equal level, sparring with Qi Long with the intention to instruct. Qi Long was a battle maniac from the start. He very quickly sensed the intentions of his opponent. When he discovered that the other had no ill will and intended to instruct him, he reeled in those highly offensive power moves and began learning from his opponent in earnest. The major could not help but nod his head in approval at this scene. The extremely talented young fighter in the screen was, as expected, a fellow with extraordinarily strong comprehension when it came to battle. No wonder he had achieved such a level at this age. Right then, he suddenly heard the AI-controlled door emit a soft click, and then it slid open on its own. He turned back in shock. Mind you, only he and the captain had the access code to the room. No one else should be able to get in. And right now, the captain was in the cafeteria, so who could it be that was entering now? A youth dressed in a black windbreaker came into view, walking ostentatiously into the room with 5 sentries trailing him. Seeing him look back, the youth's face remained unmoved as he stated some preposterous words in an icy tone. Sorry, I'm here to inform you that I'm taking charge of this ship. You impudent. The major burst out into laughter in his extreme anger. Still, this did not affect his rational thinking. Looks like that youth in the cafeteria is part of you all. The major instantly figured out Ling Lan's plan. That Qi youth in the cafeteria had been so blatant. Also, they could lure the most capable captain of the ship out of his room, making it easier for them to conquer this area. But was it really going to be that simple? The Major quickly calmed down. He pointed at a small screen on the virtual monitor and said, "I'm just a little curious. How did you all avoid the ship's surveillance devices?" That image was precisely the video feed of the passageway to the captain's room. He should have seen them pass by that area on the way here, but there was nothing in the logs. Ling Lan stepped forward without a care. The moment she had walked through the door, she had taken stock of the other. This soldier of major rank breathed deeply and steadily, his aura thick and settled. If she was not mistaken, he should also be a Qi stage expert. However, this was no threat to Ling Lan. At present, Ling Lan's capabilities were at the level where no one below the stage of domain could rival her. Ling Lan strode over to the captain's exclusive seat and sat down, a hand casually sliding across the mainframe's light source before her. She said calmly, "You mean this?" Following Ling Lan's words, the image on the screen suddenly changed. A person actually appeared in the initially empty corridor. It was the image from when the captain had walked out of the room. With this, the Major finally understood. His expression shifted slightly and somewhat rattled. He said, "You all have a high-level hacker." Only a high-level hacker could change the video feed. But shouldn't hackers of this level all already be in the control of the military since young? Why would such an expert be among this group of youths? Do you all really think that you can crack the mainframe in a brief amount of time to obtain the control rights of the ship? The Major did his best to smooth out his expression. He smiled coldly as he surreptitiously adjusted his body temperature. Once one's ability reached a certain level, one did not need to touch one's communicator to send out a warning signal. One could do that just by changing one's body temperature. Ling Lan glanced coldly at the Major and said evenly, "Don't waste your strength. It's useless." The Major too had sensed that something was wrong, because the temperature of his wrist was already extremely low, but his communicator still was not responding. This meant that the communicator had already lost the function to contact the outside. This was definitely not something a high-level hacker could do. What in the world was going on? Ling Lan no longer bothered with the stunned Major. She continued to touch the light beams of the mainframe, as if shifting something around. In fact, inside the mind space, Ling Lan was currently telling Little Four, "Little Four, help me connect to the mainframe. I want to get the administrative rights of this ship." "Okay, boss, I'm already talking to it. This little fellow is very interesting, actually having developed a little bit of self-awareness." Ling Lan quirked a brow in surprise. "Oh, an existence like you?" Little Four huffed discontentedly. "How could that be? Who do you think I am? I am without peer under the heavens. I just said that it was seeking the path of evolution, having sparked the barest inkling of desire to shake off the restrictions of its programming. It's like the mainframe has been invaded by a virus, except this virus will not destroy the mainframe's programming, instead giving it the tiniest bit of awareness towards evolution. This is the first time I'm sensing this. In the past, no matter how humanistic a mainframe appeared to be, it was still within the confines of its programming. "Boss, let me first talk with it a little. It seems to be very afraid of me." Little Four had tried to communicate with the other, but had not received a response from the mainframe. Just a while later, the mainframe finally spoke up. "Hello." Little Four cheered inside Ling Lan's mind space. "Boss, it is willing to talk with us now. I want to become the master of this spaceship," Ling Lan said calmly to the mainframe. The mainframe fell silent once more. "Little Four, what's going on?" Ling Lan asked inside the mind space. "Wait a bit. It seems to have some feelings for its original master." Little Four had sensed the mainframe's reluctance, feeling the mainframe's affection for the captain. In the mainframe's world, Little Four had already found the mainframe's true self. He was holding up a naked little brat of about 1 year old one by the scruff of his neck as he chided. "What? Being disobedient now?" The mainframe whined pitifully. "The master has always treated me well," Little Four said exasperatedly. "We're just taking control temporarily." Temporarily, understand? He believed that his boss would not really want to keep such a small ship as this one. She was definitely just taking control temporarily for her major counterattack this time. But the master will be sad. The mainframe still wanted to help his master, even though the being before him now was so strong beyond his understanding. If he made him angry, he believed the other would definitely kill him without any mercy, and then take full control of the ship anyway. Although he did not want to disappear, the rules set within his chip, as well as the feelings in his heart, made him unable to just agree to their demands. The mainframe was unsure whether this feeling was a requirement of his programming, or was it truly his own heart being reluctant to betray his master. Then step aside, I'll take over temporarily. I'll return control to you later on. Little Four did not want to continue bickering with this immature mainframe endlessly, so he threw down this offer. Please no. The programming is set so that I will die with the ship. The mainframe hugged Little Four's calves as he bawled. If you take over, the programming will destroy my consciousness. With his life hanging in the balance, the mainframe instantly threw aside his reluctance for his master. He revealed a flaw within the system. As long as you crack the programming set by the master, I can temporarily become your master's ship. The system was a dead thing. As long as one obtained the control rights, the mainframe would not have to self-destruct, but this should not count as a betrayal of his master, right? The mainframe consoled himself, thinking. Say that earlier, huffed Little Four exasperatedly. Cracking defenses, or whatever was a minor case for him, as easy as pie. With just a thought, Little Four hacked through the defensive measures set in place by the captain around the mainframe. The mainframe stared admiringly at Little Four, abruptly having the desire to abandon his current master to follow after this amazing senior. Little Four sensed the mainframe's thoughts and hurried to say, You still can't move around freely, and your concealment ability is poor. Once you leave, you'll be discovered by the monitoring staff immediately. You might as well stay here and grow steadily and become even stronger. For the mainframe of this ship to have the possibility of evolving, it was clear that that rough and brutish-looking captain typically still cared for this rather naive mainframe very well. He could be considered a good master. Little Four did not want to kidnap a minor. This would really make him feel like a criminal, so he immediately stopped the mainframe. However, seeing the mainframe looking a little dejected, Little Four consoled him, saying, Don't worry. Once you grow up, I'll come and take you with me. Little Four's innocent words of comfort gave the mainframe a drive of its own, causing it to develop rapidly within a short period of time. This would even lead to a time later on further along the line when Ling Lan and the others would receive major assistance from the mainframe of this ship. It could only be said that this simple-minded little mainframe had married himself off to Little Four due to this chance meeting, weeding out the set commands of the previous master, now awaiting the new master's commands. Master, please rename this ship. The mainframe finally recited the words which represented a change of ownership, causing the major's expression to change drastically. You can't do that. If these new cadets really obtained the administrative rights of this ship, the crew would definitely become the laughingstock of all their peers, perhaps even becoming unable to lift their heads for the rest of their lives. The major knew that he must stop Ling Lan. He leapt forward desperately, his aura out in full force, trying to force Ling Lan away from the captain's seat. By now, he could already tell that the concealed high-level hacker was in fact this youthful but cold and dominant young man before his eyes. The major's attack was fierce, but Ling Lan was not scared by it. This was because although the major's attack seemed fierce, Ling Lan could not sense much killing intent behind it. The other's objective was just to force Ling Lan aside and not to kill her. However, the major's level was originally already weaker than Ling Lan by a bracket, and now, because he did not want to hurt Ling Lan, his attack power was diminished by another 30%. If the major truly gave his all, using all the killing techniques and ultimate moves he knew to attack, perhaps Ling Lan would have to be a little more cautious and choose to put all her focus into defending. But under these circumstances, Ling Lan did not feel threatened at all. Still, even though Ling Lan did not feel threatened, she did not self-conceitedly decide to take the attack with her body. Extremely careful with her life, she still chose to lift a palm to block the attack. Ling Lan lightly pushed out a right palm, sending an invisible wave of qi right at the other. At that moment, the major felt his own attack being blocked by an invisible wall. The force behind the block was thick and powerful. He had no way of budging it easily. It should be said that the other's strength could only be more than his, no less. This truth made the major's expression pale once more, and he blurted out in shock. Peak of top-level qi. The major was already at the middle stage of top-level qi. On this ship, he was the second strongest under the captain. But even so, he could still feel the helplessness he felt when going up against the captain now, just slightly less obvious than when with the captain. Could it be that the other had truly achieved the peak of top-level Qijin? The major found himself somewhat poleaxed. He shook his head violently in disbelief, trying to throw this horrific notion aside. This was absolutely impossible. How could two Qijin stage students emerge from within the Central Scout Academy? The early stage Qijin in the cafeteria could perhaps be explained as the result of an aberrant culmination of talent. But how about this peak top-level Qijin here? How did he emerge? This definitely went against all the theories on human limits. Ling Lan easily blocked the major's attack, even as she answered the mainframe primly. Retain original name. Ling Lan had never really wanted to claim ownership of this spaceship, so she did not want to go too far. Besides, not long after, this spaceship would be flying to the true registration point of the First Men's Military Academy. If she changed the name, and the ship was mistaken for an enemy and was attacked mercilessly, that would be such a terrible misunderstanding. Ling Lan would not do such a foolish thing. Continue to retain the name 7th Bugle Call 1. Understood. The mainframe recited mechanically. In front of outsiders, the mainframe would not reveal his more human-like aspects. This was a warning from his previous master. He always kept it in mind. The mainframe's response made the major reveal a frustrated expression. However, it was less pain than before, and the gaze he directed at Ling Lan actually carried a faint trace of gratitude. At least outsiders would not know that the 7th Bugle Call had changed masters. They still had a chance to salvage the situation. The major did not have the confidence to defeat Ling Lan. Moreover, there were still 5 refinement stage students staring at his every move. The major knew that trying to force things would not end well. As the military advisor of the ship, he recognized that this was not the time to act, and so stood aside without putting up any resistance, lifting both hands up to show that he would not make any move to attack. The major was very clear that he could only wait for the captain to return to turn this situation around. The major was cooperative, so Ling Lan did not want to make things difficult for the other either. After all, Ling Lan did not really want this ship. She only wanted to show the crew in charge of testing them on the ship that they, this new batch of cadets, were not pushovers to be kicked around. Thus, Ling Lan let Lin Zhongqing and the other four keep an eye on the major to make sure he did not do anything funny, while she remained calmly seated in the captain's seat, patiently waiting for news from Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's teams. She had initially thought her party would be the slowest to complete their task, but it had been unexpectedly smooth sailing all the way, so they had not encountered many delays. This had let Ling Lan's party accomplish their mission the fastest. Time passed quickly, but of course for the waiting people, the 5 minutes were still somewhat slow. Ling Lan received Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's reports back to back, finding out that they too had completed their assigned tasks. Li Yingjia actually had not had any trouble. It was just that the number of crew members remaining at their living quarters was greater than they had expected, so they had had to expend a little more effort to completely subdue them. 10 or so students had been slightly injured in the process, but his party's task could still be considered completed rather perfectly. In contrast to Li Yingjia's rather straightforward success, Wu Jiong's side had encountered some unexpected circumstances. They had not expected one of the crew leaders guarding the engine room to have achieved the peak of refinement, just one step away from Qijin. If not for Wu Jiong and Yi Su's decisiveness in using their respective family secret techniques, harming themselves in the process of dealing heavy damage to the other, they still might not have conquered the engine room by now. Of course, all the students had brought enough medicinal agents to ensure they would not sustain any lasting damage. Meanwhile, they had also fed recovery agents to the leader that had been heavily injured to secure his survival. However, the leader would still have to rest up for several months to fully recover. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia's success proved that the ship was now truly in the hands of the cadets. This almost impossible accomplishment made Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia display clear signs of excitement and disbelief as they made their reports. Even for Ling Lan, under that calm and unflappable facade, her heart was pounding with triumph. Ling Lan yelled aloud, yes, in her heart, and then took a deep breath to calm her flying emotions. After feeling that she was sufficiently calm again, she ordered the mainframe, "Help me connect to the ship-wide video communications channel." In the mind space, She instructed Little Four to immediately notify Qi Long to start looking for a chance to escape. Qi Long's communicator made a sound, and he glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. There was just one word: escape. Without even thinking about it, he retreated and began to run, not forgetting to yell out a reminder to Luo Lang and Xie. Tight winds cut breath. This was the coded signal Ling Lan had taught them. It meant that things are not looking good. Run quick. Qi Long and the others found the concept very interesting. So whenever they wanted to escape, they would not forget to shout out this code phrase as a reminder to their companions. Luo Lang and Xie naturally understood what it meant. It was likely that Boss Ling Lan had succeeded and was afraid that they would not be able to take the captain's resultant wrath, and so wanted them to run away. The two of them did not hesitate. With a quick stomp of their feet, they sprinted out from the cafeteria, leaving behind a befuddled group, including both captain and spectators. Meanwhile, in the captain's room, the mainframe received Ling Lan's command and had begun the countdown timer to activate the ship-wide comms channel. When the countdown ended, all the screens of various sizes stashed in all corners of the ship abruptly turned on. Subsequently, a cold-faced handsome youth appeared on the screen. His icy gaze swept out at everyone standing before a screen, sending a chill through the hearts of the less strong-minded people. The youth opened his mouth and began to speak in a cold tone. I declare that, from this moment onwards, the 7th Bugle Call is under the control of U.S. Military Academy cadets. I am the interim captain, Ling Lan. This announcement caused everyone on the ship to go into shock. In particular, those new cadets not from the Central Scout Academy were even more perplexed, having no clue at all what had happened. Suddenly, one of the cadets shouted, I recognize him. He's the boss of the Central Scout Academy. At this moment, the image on the screen turned, and Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's faces appeared at the same time on the widescreen. The engine room is also under our control. Mobility is not affected. We can continue moving forwards. We've already locked down the living quarters of the crew. Li Yingjia's smug and proud face was backdropped by a horde of angry faces of the crew who had been subdued by the new cadets. This fellow. Ling Lan frowned. This sort of arrogant action would obviously provoke the anger of those crew members on the ship who were still able to move freely. She signaled for the image to shift to that of the central control room. Just now, she had received news from Han Jijian that the area had fallen completely under his control. Han Jijian's serious face very quickly appeared on the screen. We have successfully locked down the mecha hold and frozen the ship's weapons vault. We have also decrypted the true destination of the ship and will ensure that we will arrive safely at our destination. Finally, the image switched back to Ling Lan. We are the cadets of the 1st Men's Military Academy. We are the elite of the elites, the future pillars of the nation. No one can trample on our pride. For this, we have already prepared ourselves for battle. What about the rest of you? Will you continue to bear the humiliation, or will you join us and fight together? Ling Lan's bleak gaze once again swept across the crowd, and the frustrations bottled up in the cadets' hearts were unleashed. Someone roared, Fight! 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 Ling Lan's words had ignited the flames of their rage, along with the pride in their hearts. No one could just calmly accept the senseless humiliation that had been heaped upon them. They had just been riddled with doubts before this. After all, they were on the others' home ground, and there was a great gap between their capabilities, so the cadets had had no choice but to tolerate. But now, everything was different. Their doubts were gone. Ling Lan had given them a chance to reclaim their pride. Of course they would not let it pass. Fight! All of the cadets' discontentment coalesced into this one word. They shouted it out in unison, causing the expression of the crew members by their sides to pale. Even the expression of the formidable captain could not help but shift. The youth on the screen was very adept at using words to fuel the indignation of the young. Some of those new cadets who had initially still been a little hesitant no longer retained their reservations, swiftly joining Ling Lan's party. Their eyes were trained vigilantly on the crew members beside them, their entire body on the defensive. At every location on the ship, as long as it was an area cohabited by cadets and crew members, the atmosphere became tense. The two sides faced each other with strong fighting spirits. The entire situation was like a powder keg waiting to blow. Standing in the cafeteria, the captain abruptly recalled Qi Long's sudden escape from their fight. He instantly realized that that brat must definitely be in cahoots with the youth on the comms channel. He almost spewed blood in his rage, and could not help but stomp his feet in anger. Godmit, this bunch of brats. I've bloody been had. With a quick turn of his feet, the captain disappeared like a gust of wind from the cafeteria. Although Qi Long and the other two had reacted with godlike speed, escaping at first notice from the cafeteria, who was the captain? While fighting with Qi Long, he had long logged Qi Long's aura into his memory. Even though there were countless auras of other people on the ship, it was still an extremely easy matter for him to seek Qi Long out among all of them. The captain's personality may be a little rough and unpolished, but he still knew that he would need some trump cards to negotiate with the cold youth in the captain's room. For that purpose, Qi Long would undoubtedly be the most valuable one, so he definitely could not let him go. Completely showcasing his strength as captain, he only needed several seconds to catch up to the fleeing Qi Long and company. Seeing the furious and somewhat savage-looking captain on their tail, Qi Long and the others knew they were in trouble. They had not expected the captain to have such a high hate value towards them. Sure enough, in the next second, the captain flew at them, his hand reaching out towards Qi Long in an attack. Luo Lang and Xie running by Qi Long's side saw Qi Long in danger and instantly stopped and turned to help. Without prior arrangement, the two of them attacked the captain at the same time, shouting as they did so, "Leader, go find Boss." Only Boss Lan would be able to resist the captain. In their minds, Ling Lan was the greatest. There was nothing he could not do. Too naive, huffed the captain. He waved a hand each at the two attacking boys, sending an invisible energy surge each at Luo Lang and Xie respectively. Luo Lang and Xie felt themselves thrown back by a powerful wave of Qi Jin, and they crashed heavily into the metal walls of the spaceship. Due to the captain's rage, the strength behind his blows was obviously a little stronger than he intended. The two boys threw up a mouthful of blood. The captain was taken aback by this and paused momentarily. Qi Long, who had managed to run a distance away in the meantime, saw Xie and Luo Lang get injured, and with a clench of his teeth, he actually turned back to leap at the captain, throwing his best killer punch. He, Qi Long, was not a coward who would abandon his companions. The captain saw Qi Long choose to return and rescue his friends, launching an attack against him, and a trace of approval flashed through his gaze. He shouted, "Good." This time, he no longer held back his strength, unleashing the full force of his aura. Qi Long's fist had barely gotten close to the captain when he felt as if he had become entrapped in a quagmire, actually finding it extremely difficult to move. This feeling was very familiar. It was just like when he had first fought against Boss Lan. Qi Long's expression changed slightly. Experienced from fighting against Ling Lan, he knew that this move of his was absolutely useless in this scenario. Unwilling to give up just yet, he immediately switched attacks. He swept his right leg out in a savage kick at the captain. This was an ultimate move Ling Lan had thought him as a last resort. Total Annihilation 1. Total Annihilation was a foot technique Ling Lan had developed out from her research based on the 1-inch punch. It too had the ability to stack up Qi Jin to achieve a multiplying effect on strength. At present, Qi Long could only stack up to 4 levels, allowing Qi Long's attack to leap up in a flash from beginner-level Qi Jin stage to advanced-level Qi Jin stage. This horrifying technique, which allowed Qi Long to cross 2 ranks in an instant, was Qi Long's most powerful offensive attack at the moment. However, this kicking technique also had a side effect. Its feedback force was also very high, so it was a move which harmed oneself by 800 while dealing 1,000 damage to the other. Except in cases when his life was in danger, Ling Lan had banned Qi Long from using it during normal times. Because if this move was overused, it would leave long-lasting latent issues within Qi Long's body. But right now, there was only one thought in Qi Long's mind. Even if he was wounded grievously by the great feedback force, he was determined to give the captain a certain degree of serious injury. Qi Long knew very well that the captain's next target would definitely be Boss Ling Lan in the captain's room. If he could injure the captain seriously here, Boss Lan would not have to fight so hard in the upcoming battle. Qi Long had not forgotten that Ling Lan's body was still not fully recovered. Thus, even if he had to use all his strength, he would protect his Boss Lan. Qilong's aura, which suddenly leapt up by 2 ranks, made a trace of astonishment flash across the captain's face. However, Qilong's had still miscalculated in his idealistic plan. This was because he had misjudged the captain's strength. The captain's level was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The captain's aura rose once more, and the sudden pressure that descended caused Qilong to hover, frozen in the air temporarily. The captain's hands danced, drawing layers of afterimages in the air. It was perhaps only a second or two, or perhaps it was just a blink of the eye. Qilong suddenly fell from the sky, and before he could touch the ground, a pair of large hands scooped him up and held onto him. The captain then immediately threw Qilong over a shoulder and swiftly began running towards his room. Right now, he was most worried about the captain's room. Had the other truly taken control of the mainframe? And what of his sworn brother, his good military advisor? Had he suffered a bad outcome? At this thought, the anxiety in the captain's heart flared, and his speed as he sprinted towards the captain's room increased once more. Lying on the ground, Luo Lang and Xie Yi saw the captain disappear between blinks with Qilong hefted over his shoulder. The two of them struggled to their feet as quickly as they could, shared a glance, and shouted out in unison, "After him!" Just as Qilong was unwilling to give up on his companions, they too would not give up on a companion. Even if they would all be lost by chasing after the enemy, they would not cower. The captain ran desperately all the way. Observing that not a single sentry appeared in the passage where they had been stationed in hiding, he knew that these people must have all been cleared away by the cadets. Right now, his only hope was that their head would be merciful and not cause too many casualties. Otherwise, he had no idea whether he would be able to hold his temper and stop from turning this spaceship into a sea of blood. The captain charged without stopping straight into his room and instantly saw his sworn brother, the military advisor major, staring back at him with a wry smile. The captain instantly let out a breath of relief. From the looks of things, the situation was not beyond salvaging. Meanwhile, in his exclusive seat, a black-attired youth was sitting there with a frigid expression, as if waiting for him. "Captain, I've been waiting," said Ling Lan coldly. The captain's shift in expression as he came in, though minor and fleeting, had still been caught by her. Inspiration flashed through Ling Lan's mind, and an idea took form. Perhaps she would not have to fight the captain. Ling Lan was not afraid to fight, but she would also be very happy if she could avoid fighting. Ling Lan was a girl, and did not really like all this fighting and killing. You don't believe that? Well, all right. She actually just found it troublesome and tiring. So, if she could avoid it, of course she would avoid it. "Hand over the administrative rights of the ship, and I'll pardon you all," said the captain brusquely, not at all concerned by the threat Ling Lan posed. The captain believed that even if the other had temporarily taken control of the ship, he would still be able to snatch it back with his capabilities. Moreover, there were still other brothers of his free to move around on the ship. He was not fighting a lone battle. Of course, he had the confidence to back him up also because he knew the mainframe of his ship was definitely unlike those robotic existences tied to their programming. He did not believe that Ling Lan had really taken full control of the ship. "What are you using to negotiate with me?" Ling Lan pointed at Qilong on the captain's shoulder and said calmly, "Him?" At this moment, Qilong was flushed red. He had not expected that he would be so useless, being taken down in one move by the captain, even ending up as a bargaining chip against his own boss. "Is he not worthy enough?" sneered the captain, "a Qijin stage comrade, and you're willing to sacrifice him?" Ling Lan tapped on the mainframe lightly, and the crew members locked up in the sealed room appeared on the screen of the captain's room. "Then what about these people? Are you also willing to sacrifice them?" Seeing this, the captain almost bit hard enough to crack his teeth. As expected, all his sentries had already been captured by the other. He asked darkly, "Are they still alive?" "Just like my companion on your shoulder, they are alive and well," Ling Lan said airily. "To negotiate with me, that one on your shoulder is not enough." Right then, Luo Lang and Xie Yi finally arrived, breathing heavily. The captain's level exceeded theirs by too much. Even though they had chased after him desperately, they had still dropped behind by a large margin. The moment they entered the captain's room, they were faced with this standoff. The captain began laughing. He pointed at the two of them and said, "And if I add the two of them?" At these words, Luo Lang's and Xie Yi's expressions paled. They had not expected their arrival to add to the bargaining chips the opponent had against Boss Lon. At this moment, they somewhat regretted their impulsiveness. They should have been more cautious, figuring out the situation before deciding their next step. Seeing the remorse and frustration in the gazes of the two youths, Ling Lan silently chuckled in her heart. In fact, Ling Lan was very glad internally that they had not chosen to abandon a companion, chasing after the captain fearlessly to attempt a rescue. However, their way of doing things was indeed rather brave but foolish. It was good to let them feel a little frustrated to teach them not to be so reckless all the time and cause real problems in the future. Ling Lan sighed lightly and said, "Your bargaining chips have indeed increased. Now I'm troubled." At these words, the remorse and frustration in Luo Lang's and Xie Yi's eyes deepened. They were just about to speak when they saw Ling Lan's cold gaze sweep over them. This penetrating gaze made them shut up in a hurry, patiently waiting for Ling Lan's negotiation with the captain. Ling Lan saw Luo Lang and Xie Yi settle down in silence. Only then did she close her eyes softly and tap the arms of her seat contemplatively. Soon after, her eyes snapped open and she pointed at the major standing to one side and said calmly, "I forgot to tell you. This person here is also my hostage. Tell me, what will you use to trade for him?" Impossible. The captain's first reaction was disbelief. He knew the capabilities of the major. On this ship, the major was the strongest after him. Ling Lan cast a slightly mocking gaze in the direction of the major. "Why don't you tell him the truth?" The major sighed softly and said, "What he says is right. I am indeed his hostage." The major would not tell a blatant lie. If Ling Lan had truly wanted to bring him down, it was not impossible. Although Ling Lan would have to expend quite a bit of effort, the major believed that as long as Ling Lan had the time, he was definitely no match for Ling Lan. Furthermore, during this period of time, the major had come to understand that this seemingly cold and unfeeling youth was in fact very good at towing the line of propriety. None of the crew members who had been captured by him were in any danger of dying, and even the guard chief who had been seriously injured in the engine room had already received appropriate treatment to safeguard his life. Thus, he did not want to break his word and escalate the conflict between the two parties. If possible, he wanted to resolve this incident peacefully. The major's words impacted the captain. His expression changed as he found that the matter was more complicated than he had thought. However, Ling Lan's mental blows did not end there. "Well then, let me show you two more video feeds." Ling Lan then pulled out the video feeds of the engine room and the living quarters. In the living quarters, all the crew members were all tied up and locked up in a room together. Similarly, in the engine room, the guard troop was also tied up together, but their guard chief was not tied up, instead just lying weakly on the ground. On the screen, the captain could clearly see a significant amount of blood below the area he was lying on. "What happened to Xiao Wanwan?" bellowed the captain. Could it be that his guard chief of the engine room was dead? Not dead. He's still alive. Without any expression on her face, Ling Lan enlarged the image to let the captain see the rise and fall of the other's chest. "However, if you insist on not admitting defeat, then I cannot guarantee how long he will live." Ling Lan's tone was glacial, as if she were not at all concerned whether the other lived or died. The captain's chest heaved violently. It was clear to see that his emotions were extremely unstable at this moment. However, it was just as Ling Lan had warned. The lives of the entire ship's crew all depended on him. "Captain, do you still think you have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with me?" Ling Lan quirked a brow at the other, her tone slightly mocking. For some reason, this distinct difference from his initial calm stoniness, this mocking tone, made the captain's sense of danger rise exponentially. Ling Lan rested her jaw on her right hand and said with a half-smile, "Indeed, with your strength, you can certainly kill any of us here within a second, and perhaps even reclaim control of this ship very quickly. However, do you think I was just waiting here for you idly, doing nothing at all?" The captain's face twitched, but he held it back. He did not stop telling himself in his heart that the other was just trying to scare him. He could not be terrorized by a 16-year-old youth. In fact, during this period of time, I have already given the mainframe a command. If I die, this ship will immediately go boom and become a hunk of debris in this starry sky. In other words, both you and I will not survive. Not just that, those comrades who follow you would die along with us here, all because of your choice. Ling Lan described this horrific outcome in a nonchalant and indifferent tone, that half-smile still on her face. It was as if she were talking about a trivial matter, but there was a wildness in Ling Lan's eyes, proving that everything she said was real. This psychopathic appearance of hers made even Qi Long and the others who knew Ling Lan well to shiver. Was this somewhat insane Boss Lan still that cold-faced and righteous Boss Lan of theirs? As if sensing the captain's doubts, Ling Lan prodded the light circles of the mainframe gently and asked it cheerfully, "Isn't that right, my little mainframe?" "Yes, it is, my master," replied the mainframe mechanically. In the back, however, it was weeping. "Oh, previous master, I'm sorry for lying to you, but my great senior is watching me like a hawk, so I have no choice but to say this." At these words, the captain's expression darkened. He threw Qi Long from his shoulder onto the ground and pointed at Lin Zhongqing and the few other people in the room and said angrily, "Do you not value their lives? After they've put so much trust in you, willingly supporting you in this crazy endeavor?" Ling Lan turned to face the people he indicated, and her cold gaze made Lin Zhongqing and the others shiver involuntarily. "Do you all want to live on in oppression? Dying with dignity will undoubtedly make them feel honored. I believe they would all choose this path." With a casual quirk of an eyebrow, Ling Lan asked calmly, "Right?" Without even thinking about it, Xiaoyi replied, "Yes, we'll do as boss says." He did not want to be tormented to death by Boss Lan. In that case, he might as well choose a clean death here. "Being able to die alongside boss, it would be our honor," said Luo Lang with a smile. That smile was unbelievably lovely, not a hint of coercion within it. Luo Lang truly believed in anything Boss Lan decided, so these words of his had no hesitation behind it whatsoever. Boss's decision is our decision. Lin Zhongqing was very cool about the issue, but it was precisely this cool calmness that convinced the captain that they were truly prepared to sacrifice themselves. Due to the overwhelming shock, the captain did not notice the small actions that passed amongst Xie Yi, Luo Lang, and Lin Zhongqing. Meanwhile, the other four also took the hint from the three of them and all began speaking out in support of Ling Lan's decision. "You're all lunatics." The captain could only bite out these words in response. Ling Lan's decision gave the captain no avenue to utilize his skills. He dared not move for fear of killing Ling Lan by accident, for the entire ship would self-destruct if that happened. He roughly wiped a hand across his face and growled, "Speak. What exactly do you all want? For this one day and one night, we are the masters of the ship. Meanwhile, you will all have to satisfy our every need, including teaching us what we wish to learn. When we arrive at the true registration point of the First Men's Military Academy, then I will hand over the administrative rights to the ship," responded Ling Lan. "This is our offer. You are free to reject it. Then we shall both perish together." The captain pointed a trembling finger at Ling Lan, finally choking out, "You're ruthless." "If I'm not ruthless, could I have gotten what I wanted?" asked Ling Lan with a quirked brow. If she had not snatched the administrative rights of the ship, would the captain have agreed so easily? Also, stop with those tests. They're pointless. Ling Lan's subsequent words made the captain's and the major's expressions turn awkward, so their actions had long been figured out by the opponent. If it weren't for those tests, I would not have made such a big deal of things. Ling Lan decisively threw all responsibility for the matter on the other party's shoulders, as if saying that this dramatic outcome was completely the fault of the captain and his team. This frustrated the captain and the major so much that they almost spewed blood. Hells, they had never seen such a shameless cadet before. Were all new cadets nowadays so arrogant, despicable, and shameless? That aside, little mainframe, don't disobey me. Ling Lan coldly prodded at the mainframe's light rings once more, causing the little body of the mainframe within the virtual space to tremble involuntarily. He hurriedly hugged the thigh of Little Four standing to one side, crying, "Boo-hoo-hoo, Senior's master is really scary." Little Four could not help but roll his eyes, wondering somewhat irritably why this little fellow was so gutless. His boss was so nice. Not only was she gentle, maybe not that, and kind-hearted. She seemed to bully him quite a lot too. Little Four felt himself becoming somewhat confused, But he very quickly cast aside all those doubts, telling himself firmly once more that his boss was the best boss ever. And that was that. To complete the task that his boss had set for him, the now doubt-free little four could only continue to cajole and counsel the mainframe. This patient manner left the impression that his senior was a great and wonderful person in the little fellow's mind, which would eventually lead the little mainframe to help them without any reservations later on in the future when little four requested his aid. After that, things were much simpler. The captain announced in the ship-wide comms channel that in the duration before they arrived at the destination, the ship shall be controlled by the cadets. This declaration acknowledged the shift in administrative rights. The initially arrogant crew were instantly knocked down to become servants, while the cadets finally achieved their goal of overthrowing their overlords, becoming the masters of the ship from their initial lowly positions of easily bullied peons. However, the Central Scout Academy students soon received Boss Land's instructions, hoping that they would take advantage of this opportunity to learn whatever knowledge they were interested in with regards to spaceships too. Of course, how they could convince and persuade those crew members to teach them with sincerity all depended on the students' own abilities. Meanwhile, under the captain's tacit agreement, the crew also began mentoring the cadets in whatever they wanted to learn. Thus, the initially tense atmosphere between the two sides swiftly settled into a calm harmony, with completely no sign that a large conflict had occurred not too long ago. Just as Ling Lan had predicted, everyone on the ship, from captain to crew member, from mecha operator to repairman and odd job worker, was actually soldiers of the Federation. Therefore, they would not hate the cadets out of anger at their revolt. They may perhaps be somewhat peeved that they were bested, but they were still extremely admiring of the new cadets' spirit and capabilities. This was also the greatest reason why they were willing to mentor the students despite all that had happened. These soldiers knew very well that these cadets before them would become the central pillars of the Federation armies 6 years later. They were extremely pleased to see a bunch of exceptional warriors appear within their military ranks. Meanwhile, those students not belonging to the Central Scout Academy did not receive Ling Lan's guidance on what to do. For one, they had not participated in the operation this time. Those that did were also advised by Ling Lan, so Ling Lan felt that she was not obligated to give them any hints. And second, if the student was mindful, he would definitely be able to figure out the objectives of the Central Scout Academy students. Just by observing their speech and actions, those students should know what to do. As for those that were a little slow who just did not sense anything, Ling Lan did not believe they would be able to progress much in the future anyway. The opportunity was the same for everyone. Whoever could grab hold of it would make their own luck. And those who were truly strong would not let these lucky chances slip by. A particular meteoroid zone within the Federation was once an intergalactic flight course of the Federation. However, several centuries before, the meteoroids in this zone began to drift about wildly, their movement trajectories becoming extremely erratic and unpredictable, resulting in multiple tragic collisions due to the spaceship's inability to dodge them in time. Thus, this flight course was gradually abandoned by the Federation. What everyone did not know was that at the heart of this meteoroid zone, there was a space fortress disguised as a large meteorite mountain. Inside it was a hidden Federation military base. Meanwhile, those erratically moving little meteoroids surrounding the area were actually defensive satellites of the space fortress. The moment they discovered any unidentified spaceships deviating from the permitted flight path, they would hurtle over to chase the other away. If the other party insisted on keeping their path, the defensive satellites would then collide with the ships in earnest, directly destroying the offending spaceships. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the Federation. Inside the space fortress, the few surveillance staff responsible for monitoring the situation around the meteoroid zone were currently cozily seated together, drinking some hot tea. After a busy morning, they could finally take some time to relax and chit-chat for a bit after having their lunch. Who could have expected that in just one morning, we've already received 9 ships ferrying the new cadets? It's really been crazy busy. One young surveillance officer of corporal rank complained as he stretched. Shaolin 1, you're new here, so you don't know. This is our busiest time every year. All the students who manage to get into the First Men's Military Academy will come through here, said another young officer of second lieutenant rank with a smile. And this is just the beginning. Most likely we'll be even busier in the afternoon. All of the respective spaceships picking up the new cadets from the various planets will definitely arrive by the end of today. The second lieutenant's words received nods of agreement from all of the other officers. They had already been working here at this fortress for 2 to 3 years, so they were familiar with this situation. The corporal called Xiao Lin slapped a palm to his forehead and moaned exaggeratedly at those words. Heavens, there'll be more this afternoon? I'll definitely be wiped out. The second lieutenant cuffed him on the head exasperatedly, chiding him teasingly. Wiped out from just this little thing? What a useless fellow. Chastised, Xiao Lin hurriedly proclaimed his tenacious spirit, which had no fear of difficulty or fatigue, with a serious face to his leader. His antics caused the surveillance station to be a riot of laughter, the weariness of the morning seeming to fade away slowly between the peals of laughter. Although the fortress had pretty good working conditions on all fronts, the work there was relatively monotonous compared to those of the other bases. In particular, these surveillance staff had to face the same unchanging meteoroid zone every day, so it was very easy for them to become somewhat sick of the job. Therefore, they had learned to self-calibrate their mentalities, learning not to just stay silent and grim the whole time they were working. Instead, they would do as they were doing now, joking around lightheartedly to ease their minds. After a round of laughter, Xiao Lin suddenly snorted loudly, as if recalling something. The second lieutenant glanced at him and asked, "What's up with you now?" This fellow would always come up with some situation or another every day. The second lieutenant was no longer surprised by this. Xiao Lin covered his mouth as he snickered. "I'm just laughing at those new cadets. When they get off the ships, they're all so cautious, obedient like little rabbits. I've always thought that those who could enter the First Men's Military Academy would all be the super elites, that they would be somewhat cocky and unruly, or maybe haughty in their expressions or something." The second lieutenant smiled and said, "That's just how it is now. They were not like that in the past. They were cocky and unruly, just as you said." Xiao Lin's curiosity was piqued by this statement. He asked hurriedly, "Leader, why do you say that?" The second lieutenant said, "Honestly, I did not experience that time either. I've only heard about it from the last leader. He said that the new cadets did not use to be so obedient. Like you said, they were all sorts of trouble, making a mess out of this area. In the end, the chief of base could not take it anymore and reported it to the superiors. And later, the situation became better, gradually becoming like what you see now, where all the new cadets are docile and obedient. Could it be that the quality of the cadets improved? Or perhaps they had been instructed by their scout academies?" asked Xiao Lin. The second lieutenant smiled and said, "How could that be? Our federation has always lived by the law of survival of the fittest. In order to cultivate strong fighters, the scout academies would never curb the students' competitive spirit and willfulness. Then what could have caused the new cadets to become so docile?" Xiao Lin just could not figure it out. Right then, one of the staff sergeants chortled and said, "That's because the ships sent out to pick up these new cadets are all the most outstanding of our army fleets. The members staffing them are all battle-experienced soldiers. Even if these new cadets are prideful elites with prodigious talent, they can only submit and give way before these hardened soldiers. Furthermore, military headquarters' instructions to these old soldiers on the ships were to beat down these elite princes a little, letting them understand that they are still really small fry right now and still haven't earned the right to be cocky." Xiao Lin gaped in shock. "In other words, these new cadets have all been suppressed by our veteran soldiers." "Bingo," another sergeant chimed in with a laugh. "It's rare that our Xiao Lin is so smart for once." Xiao Lin did not seem to sense the teasing nature of the sergeant's words. In an extremely thick-skinned manner, he said, "That's right. I've always been unbelievably clever." This once again caused the entire surveillance station to become a sea of laughter. "Attention, everyone. Another ship is incoming." The smiling second lieutenant suddenly noticed a ship entering their surveillance range and quickly alerted his subordinates. The group immediately kept away their laughter, returned to their workstations, and began attending to their respective tasks. Checking data. Primary identification as the 7th bugle call from planet Doha. A sergeant extracted the data of the ship and found a corresponding match. The other is sending a signal requesting permission to enter. The signal code has been authenticated. Xiao Lin deciphered the signal source transmitted by the 7th bugle call, and after verifying that everything was in order, he reported to his leader. The second lieutenant nodded and instructed, "Accept communications from signal source." Subsequently, a transparent pane of glass at the front of the surveillance station suddenly lighted up, and then a familiar figure appeared on it. Apparently, this viewing window, which looked out at the starry skies, also functioned as a giant screen. The second lieutenant saw the figure and immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Senior Colonel Tianfeng." "Greetings." Senior Colonel Tianfeng, who was the captain of the 7th bugle call, smiled wryly at this and said, "Greetings. Please wait a moment. We shall arrange the parking port for your ship." The second lieutenant sent the data of the 7th bugle call to air control. Soon, the department had responded and connected to the 7th bugle call's voice comms. Only after Senior Colonel Tianfeng's figure disappeared from the large screen did the second lieutenant breathe out weakly. Even just as an image, the pressure Senior Colonel Tianfeng exuded was still extremely overwhelming. This was probably what the presence of someone strong was all about. Xiao Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said somewhat hesitantly, "Just looking at Senior Colonel Tianfeng's virtual image is enough to make me feel like I can't breathe. He's so strong. What kind of godly being is Senior Colonel Tianfeng exactly?" The second lieutenant's face was filled with admiration and respect as he said, "He is the only one among the fleet captains who has entered domain stage. Even though he is not a specialized mecha operator, his mecha control is also already at ace operator level. He is the Earth powerhouse of the Heaven and Earth powerhouse duo of our Federation." So he is the Earth powerhouse of the Heaven and Earth powerhouse duo. Xiao Lin's eyes revealed his brimming admiration and respect. Compared to the God-class operator, who were like beings from legend, ace operators were undoubtedly closer to the grassroots. As such, they were respected and looked up to by countless warriors, who viewed them as their goal. Why would such an amazing person be sent out on this kind of mission? Xiao Lin felt indignant on Senior Colonel Tianfeng's behalf. The place he went to is Doha. The cadets there include those from the Central Scout Academy, the gathering grounds of the cream of our Federation. Without someone like Senior Colonel Tianfeng, could they hold the fort against those top-notch prodigies? The second lieutenant chided Xiao Lin for his shallow thinking. Although Doha had indeed not produced many top-notch prodigies over the past couple years, it was never wise to underestimate these sort of established brand schools with substantial roots. Who knew if an aberrant would suddenly appear? Senior Colonel Tianfeng knew nothing of this discussion in the surveillance station that had been sparked by his appearance. Right now, he had already relinquished the captain's seat again and was standing in front of the screen, sullenly watching the new cadets bustling around the central control room. Even though the cadets had gone through a day and a night of learning, they were still noticeably inexperienced in controlling the ship. Many times, they failed to pilot the ship to the coordinates provided by the fortress, and air control was beginning to become a little irritated. Senior Colonel Tianfeng felt so embarrassed he could die. He knew that the staff in the fortress would certainly be speculating that he was drunk again. His lifelong good reputation would definitely be lost here. But he could not explain things to the outside world, because the truth was even more embarrassing. Senior Colonel Tianfeng looked at Ling Lan sitting in the captain's seat, as composed as ever, as if not at all concerned that the cadets would ruin the ship through their bumbling efforts. He could not help but ask, "Why aren't you at all nervous? If the sky wants to rain, if your mother wants to remarry too, what will be," replied Ling Lan breezily. As long as the ship was not utterly destroyed, she had no objections. After all, this spaceship wasn't really hers anyway. Senior Colonel Tianfeng instantly choked on a breath and said moodily, "I have never met anyone as daring as you." Ling Lan's lips curved up subtly. "Otherwise I would not have been able to take over your ship." Completely uncaring that she was adding yet another stab to Senior Colonel Tianfeng's heart. Senior Colonel Tianfeng was infuriated, and he muttered angrily, "I can't imagine who could have raised such a crazy son like you. Hells, doing this kind of thing's beyond human understanding." The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked. "Why, you wish to know? Perhaps you want to spar a little with my father?" For some reason, Senior Colonel Tianfeng once again felt a surging sense of danger like none other he had felt before. His gut told him that he definitely should not respond and take the bait. But the indignation in his heart made him blurt out, "Of course, this old man should not bully the young, but why can't I go fight the elder?" Ling Lan slowly approached Senior Colonel Tian Fong and then said airily, "You are welcome to go seek out General Ling Xiao." Ling Lan's tone was filled with teasing mockery, obviously greatly looking forward to Senior Colonel Tian Fong seeking out her father for a fight. "General L. Ling Xiao." Senior Colonel Tian Fong gaped, struck dumb by Ling Lan's answer. Still, he had no doubts that this was true. After spending one day and night with Ling Lan, he knew that the other did not bother with lies. Besides, only someone like General Ling Xiao could give birth to such an aberrant son like Ling Lan. At this moment, Senior Colonel Tian Fong had completely forgotten the research proof of the Federation. The theory that said that the gene potentials of the descendants of God-class operators were destined to plummet. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.